À l'ordre, Dieu Tout-Puissant, nous te remercions des nombreuses grâces que tu as accordées au Canada et à ses citoyens dans la liberté, les possibilités d'accomplissement et la paix. Nous te prions notre souverain. Guide us in our deliberations as members of Parliament. Be open. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 38.6, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Health.
Table in both official languages the 2013-2014 Annual Report of the Mental Health Commission of Canada. I'm very proud that our government continues to support the Commission's important work. I would like to acknowledge the important achievements included in this year's report. Thank you.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
To parliamentary delegations, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, dealing with the 30th Regional Assembly of the America region of the Assemblée that was held in Toronto from August 4th to 8th, 2014, as well as the 27th version of the European Regional Assembly that was held in Warsaw, Poland from October 28th to October 1st, September 28th to October 1st.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Considered by Mr. Young, Oakville moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the Month of October as Hispanic Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, an act to designate the month of October as Hispanic Heritage Month. Hispanic Canadians represent a dynamic community that have made important contributions to the growth and prosperity of Canada. In fact, in 2011, almost 900,000 people declared Spanish as their native language and reported Latin American and Spanish origins, and this number is growing each and every year. By nationally proclaiming October as Hispanic Heritage Month, our nation will formally recognize and celebrate the rich contributions of Hispanic Canadians to the fabric of our culture and society and provide national opportunities for Hispanic populations in Canada to share and promote their unique culture and traditions with their fellow Canadians. Above all, Hispanic Heritage Month will be an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the outstanding achievements and contributions of all Hispanic people in Canada. It is my hope that members will support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Adler, seconded by Mr. Young. Oakville moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Monsieur Larose, appuyé par
Mr. Larose, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Expand the Object of the Federal Regional Development Agencies. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The four objectives of the bill are as follows. One, to broaden the mandate of the regional development agencies of Canada so that it focuses not only on community regional development but also on sustainable cultural and economic development while protecting the environment. Two, to ensure that the agencies work in conjunction with the municipalities, SMEs, not-for-profit organizations, and communities to achieve this mandate. Three, to facilitate the reallocation of funding in the various departments that are operating in a vacuum in order to create a single window that will provide access to this while reducing bureaucracy. Force and Democracy want to ensure, as point number 4, that these agencies will more closely focus on the regional requirements and realities. Thank you. Mr. Lahose, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next thing in the House. Mr. Young, Oakville, seconded by Mr. Young, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Prevention of Potential Health Risks from Radio Frequency Electromagnetic Radiation. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill to inform and caution Canadians of the potential health risks from radio frequency electromagnetic radiation, most commonly created by smartphones, portable phones, baby monitors, and wireless systems. Smartphones provide Canadians of all ages with a broad array of valuable services, yet most Canadians are unaware these devices not only receive but broadcast electromagnetic radiation, which has been classified by the World Health Organization as possibly carcinogenic, and that the length of time of use near or touching the body may increase health risks. This legislation would require manufacturers to place warnings, now buried in tiny booklets few users ever read, on the outside packaging of their products to empower consumers with the information they need to make informed choices, knowing all such radio apparatus may cause serious long-term health effects. It was prepared with the assistance of Citizens for Safe Technology, a national organization based in my riding of Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville, seconded by Mr. Leung, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Madame Quash, appuyée par Mr.
Ms. Quash, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Canadian Optimist Movement Awareness Day. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to table my bill, which is designed to designate the first Thursday of February as a date to establish the Canadian Optimist Movement Awareness Day. It has existed for the past 90 years, and the action of its members is to help young people expand their creativity, focus on culture and sports activities. There are more than 600 Optimist clubs across the country, more than 16,000 members, and some 80 young people who are helped by each club in each region. So we do need to recruit more volunteers in each club. And I think that this will help young people in Canada to achieve their full potential, to flourish and to have confidence in themselves. Today I'd like to thank my Optimist sponsor, André Picard, with whom I've collaborated a great deal on this bill, and all of the Optimist members that I have met with and consulted before tabling this very positive bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Quash, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
I'm ready.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
I have 3 petitions from my constituents in Parkdale High Park. The first calls on the Government of Canada to stop the devastating cuts to our postal service, Canada Post. The second calls for the Government of Canada to make reuniting families a central priority in Canada's immigration system. The third calls on the Government of Canada to end its muzzling of scientists and to reverse the cuts to research programs in a variety of government departments and agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to table petitions from people from Kapuskasing with respect to the right of small-scale family farmers to preserve, exchange, and use seeds. The undersigned are asking the government to adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize that they have a vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, a vital role to play, that is, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today, including one for the creation of an ombudsman for social corporate responsibility in the extractive industry. Given the weak mandate which was put in place in 2009, it's not effective. It hasn't provided effective solutions for the extractive sector, so the petitioners urge the government to create a position of ombudsman. The second petition is designed to protect the navigable waters. Since the Conservatives made changes to the Protection of Navigable Waterways Act, there are many bodies of water that are not protected. Therefore, we want the government to maintain its responsibilities and ensure the right to navigation on all lakes and rivers in Canada and put in place processes to conduct environmental assessments.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of constituents who presented me several petitions on the issue in regards to having Canada adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty. They have a number of signatures, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect they are appealing to a good number of members of Parliament. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have I got two petitions with a lot of signatures on it that have been sent regarding the citizens of Canada acknowledge that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. It's the interest of public safety and citizens of Canada. They want to see tougher laws and implementation of new mandatory minimum sentences for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. We also want the Criminal Code of Canada to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. I see the honourable member for Parkdale High Park is getting up on something else or on petitions. It's on petitions. Since the member's already been up once, you'll need unanimous consent from the House. You want to seek that. Does the honourable member for Parkdale High Park have the unanimous consent? Sure. That is definitely a no? I think you have unanimous consent from the House. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a first for my time here in Parliament. I want to thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to present these petitions. I have petitions signed by members of my community in Parkdale High Park. First of all, calling on Parliament to designate May 5th of each year as the National Day of the Midwife. Secondly, to support Bill C-356 to create a national strategy for dementia. Thirdly, to support the creation of an independent science watchdog for Parliament. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the inherent rights of farmers to reuse, save, select, exchange and sell seeds, and calling on Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor for me to rise in this place in the last opportunity before the break to present yet another petition from members of the GTA who are very concerned about the whole issue of precarious work, the fact that more and more workers are working jobs that are short-term contract, freelance, self-employed, multiple part-time, and some, especially young workers, working for free with very little protection, no job security, no pensions, no benefits. We need to take this issue seriously. The people who have signed this petition call on the government to enact a national urban worker strategy, and it's an honor for me to present this on their behalf today.
Petitions, pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q767 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if question Q766 could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q766 be made in order to return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed. Carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. First time debate at third reading of Bill S5, Naticho National Park Reserve Act.
Mr. Baird for Mrs. Akulak, seconded by Mr. Lebel, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Natichwich National Park Reserve Canada, Naticho, thank you, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. Débat. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, as we debate third reading of Bill S5, I want to express my full support for the Naticho National Park Reserve Act. The purpose of this bill is to formally establish and protect Naticho under the Canada National Parks Act as our nation's newest national park. This is the 44th national park Canada has created since it first set aside lands in the Rocky Mountains for Banff National Park. Located in the Mackenzie Mountains of the Northwest Territories, this newest national park borders on the Yukon Territory and shares part of its boundary with Nahanni National Park Reserve. At 4,895 square kilometres, it is the 15th largest national park in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my appreciation to my fellow parliamentarians who have spoken in support of Bill S5. It is clear that support for the protection of Naticho National Park Reserve under the Canadian National Park Act cuts across party lines and is a vision shared by all. However, as we move towards the end of debate on Bill S5, I do want to address some of the perceptions that have emerged during discussion on S5, both in this chamber and in committee. In short, some of the commentaries suggest that our government lacks a commitment to both protect Naticho National Park Reserve and to honour the undertakings we have made to the First Nations and Métis of the area in the establishment agreement that we signed in March 2012. Mr. Speaker, the first issue I wish to address is the public consultation program. A number of members have raised concern over the fact that so few of the over 1,600 participants in the consultation program indicated a preference for the boundary that closely resembles the one that was chosen. Mr. Speaker, when Parks Canada released its 3 boundary options for comment in 2010, it was very clear in its material that it was not a vote, it was a discussion. The agency clarified that it was possible that none of the 3 options presented would be the boundary, stating, and I quote, "The 3 boundary options being presented are not formal proposals, and it is unlikely that the final park boundary will look exactly like any of them," unquote. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the final boundary was not any of the options presented for public consultation. At the request of the Satu Deni and Métis in 2012, the government added a 20 square kilometre extension of the National Park Reserve boundary into the O'Grady Lake area. The purpose of this addition is to facilitate visitor access to this new national park in a very beautiful area. As the consultation program demonstrated, the government's proposal to create Naticho National Park Reserve generated considerable support among Canadians. Over 96% of the participants who submitted written comments expressed their support for this initiative to create a new national park. And over 61% cited as important the protection of the habitats of important wildlife species such as grizzly bears, caribou, Dall sheep, and mountain goats. Mr. Speaker, passage of Bill S5 is the best means for this House to positively respond to this level of support. Mr. Speaker, consultation programs are but one element of an overall approach to deciding on whether to create a new national park, under what conditions, and with what boundaries. And in the case of Naticho, the results of the 2010 public consultation program were not the only factor in deciding the boundary. Our government also had to consider the final views of the government of the Northwest Territories and the Sault Ste. and Métis, the results of the mineral and energy resource assessment that was undertaken by the Geological Survey of Canada, the strategic value of the minerals in the area to Canada, the needs and plans of the current mineral development companies that have interests in the Naticho area, and the views of other implicated federal departments. Mr. Speaker, the result of this process is a 4,895 square kilometre national park reserve that protects the upper reaches of the South Nahanni River, as well as habitat for woodland caribou and grizzly bears, while allowing for the development of existing mineral claims and leases and for potential future mineral development. The second issue I want to address, Mr. Speaker, is the suggestion that Parks Canada will not be able to maintain the ecological integrity of Naticho National Park Reserve. The Canada National Parks Act states that the maintenance or restoration of ecological integrity through the protection of natural resources and natural processes shall be the first priority of the Minister when considering all aspects of the management of parks. And the establishment agreement we signed with the Sault Ste. and the Métis commits both parties to sustain the ecological integrity of the South Nahanni River watershed. Several speakers have cast doubt on our government's commitment to ecological integrity in light of the recent report of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development on Parks Canada and ecological integrity. Mr. Speaker, I want to dispel this concern. Parks Canada continues to maintain professional and technical science capacity at each of Canada's national parks in order to deliver science-based programs such as ecological monitoring and restoration, and the protection and recovery of species at risk. It will be no different in the Naticho National Park Reserve. In his report, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development concluded that Parks Canada is fulfilling its key responsibilities for maintaining or restoring ecological integrity in Canada's national parks, and has developed a solid framework of policies, directives, and guidelines for fulfilling the agency's key responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner also highlighted the fact that Parks Canada is recognized as a world leader in developing guidance on ecological integrity. I would note that Parks Canada is transparent with the Canadian public on the state of our national parks' ecological health, as we are the only country in the G8 that is reporting on the state of ecological integrity in our national park system. Parks Canada is also recognized internationally as a leader in building respectful, trusting relationships with Aboriginal peoples, which includes the active use of traditional knowledge in ecological decision-making. Again, Mr. Speaker, it will be no different in the Naticho National Park Reserve. Mr. Speaker, all of this augurs well for the ecological future of Naticho, as our government has the legislative mandate for ecological integrity. It has the staff and resources and the track record to ensure that this park will be left unimpaired for the use, benefit, and enjoyment of future Canadians. The third issue I want to address is the ability of Parks Canada to promote tourism associated with Nachicho National Park Reserve. The agreement between Parks Canada and the Sato Dene and Métis confirms that a shared purpose is to encourage public understanding, appreciation, and enjoyment of the park, and to enhance the experience of visitors to the park. I'm pleased to note that between 2009 and 2010 and 2013-14, Parks Canada measured a 4% increase in visitation to our national parks, almost 500,000 new visitors. Our government has seen growth in visitation to a range of sites. Rosemont on the west coast of Newfoundland saw a 6% growth between 2012 and 13 and 2013 and 14, a 21% growth in Cape Breton Highlands in Nova Scotia, a 13% growth in Ontario's Bruce Peninsula, along with a 31% increase in visitation to Manitoba's Wapusk National Park. Mr. Speaker, at the urging of the Minister responsible for Parks Canada, the agency is developing an approach to unleashing the economic potential of our northern national parks, with a focus on more aggressively attracting visitors to experience northern Canada and the culture of the Aboriginal people who call these lands home. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada continues to deliver quality ecological integrity and visitor service programs, and most importantly, to deliver on its mandate to maintain and make use of the national park so as to leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been suggestions during this debate that in creating the Nachicho National Park Reserve, we'll simply cut the ribbon on a new park and then abandon it, offer press releases, but not fund its development and operation. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Among other things, the agreement signed by Parks Canada and the Sato Dene and Métis states that a shared purpose is to create employment and business opportunities for beneficiaries of the affected Sato communities. Since we signed that establishment agreement with the First Nations in 2012, Parks Canada has moved to immediately implement the terms of the agreement. For example, the Minister of the Environment appointed representatives to the Management Committee that is to advise on the management of Nachicho. The Management Committee provides advice to the Minister and the Sato Renewable Resource Board on various matters, including renewable resource issues, the park management plan, employment, training and economic opportunities for members, and protection measures. Mr. Speaker, until a new office is constructed, Parks Canada has opened a temporary office in Toledo and hired 4 employees, including the site superintendent. One of these is a Sato beneficiary. Parks Canada is advertising all positions locally in the community and consulting with the Sato on how best to attract Sato beneficiaries. In hiring staff, Parks Canada is taking into account special considerations for Sato cultural knowledge and provides preferences to qualified Sato members. After signing the establishment agreement, Parks Canada started discussions with the First Nations on the supply of offices, a visitor centre, a warehouse, and housing units. In the end, the total capital investment in the community will be $3 million. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have not just cut a ribbon and run. We are committed to fulfilling the terms of our agreement with the Sato Dene and Métis and have moved to immediately implement it. We have committed the necessary funds to establish, develop, and operate this new national park. And we are taking steps to ensure that this new National Park Reserve will not only protect the environment, but make a meaningful contribution to the social and economic well-being of the community. This legislation will protect the lands and waters of a nationally significant landscape in Nachicho National Park Reserve of Canada. In passing this bill and making it law, we are providing Parks Canada with the necessary powers to protect this national treasure for the benefit of all Canadians. It's not just here in Parliament, but across our nation, that people work to protect the great symbols of our nation, the great institutions of our democracy, and the natural and cultural heritage that stand testament to the history of our great nation. We owe them our gratitude. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that all members will support passage of Bill S5 and the formal establishment of Naticho National Park Reserve under the Canada National Parks Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for coming here and presenting the government's viewpoint on this bill, which has certainly not come from the front benches of this establishment, and I think that's something that should be always considered when presenting such an important bill. But I want to talk a little bit about Parks Canada, because having lived next to Wood Buffalo National Park for my entire life, I know very well what's happened with national parks in this country. National parks under the Liberal administration were the whipping boy for program cuts. They've continued that way through this government. I think in the year 2000, I remember the park superintendent of Wood Buffalo telling me that their budget was less than it was in real dollars 20 years before. So we're dealing with very large pieces of land that don't have a lot of support, really, in terms of financial resources to do the job they have to do. Now, in Nahanni, the Nahanni expansion, I asked Jim Prentice at the time, the minister, to give me a letter outlining what he was going to do for this expansion. He said they were going to put $5 million into capital projects for the Simpson and Nahanni Butte region. That's 7 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has been spent yet. I talked to the park, the director the other day in committee, and he said, well, we have $3 million put aside. So over 7 years, the $5 million has turned into $3 million. Nothing's been built. What's the best indicator of future performance? Past performance. So how's this government going to improve on its past performance when it comes to putting in infrastructure into our national parks?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is interesting to note that question, coming directly after we've just invested $250 million in national parks just recently. It's, there's a strong commitment, and even the Environment Commissioner in his report has stated very clearly that Parks Canada is in a position to make sure that we uphold the ecological integrity of our national parks, and we'll continue to work towards that. Absolutely. This government has established more national parks and added more national park space and more conserved area of this country than any government has before. And we continue to support that work going forward. The Parks Canada has clearly stated that they have the financial wherewithal to do the work that they're required to do, to not only maintain our parks, but to enhance them and to make them a better place for our visitors across the world. And you'll see by the stats I gave you in my speech that we're seeing a rise in park usage. Parks are being used by more than 500,000 more people visited our national parks in the past years. That's a fantastic record, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's something we can all be proud of as Canadians, and that we should stand side by side in this House and be proud of our great national parks and be willing to bring them forward as something that we should all be proud of as Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is right. We should all be proud of our national parks, and there's no doubt about that. And I listened to the member from the Conservative Party talk about how his government has done so much towards national park, and then I hear the Democrats say that the Liberals do not support national parks. And here we are today talking about the Naticho National Park, which is actually created by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Mr. Speaker, back in 1972, at a time in which governments around the world weren't moving towards these national parks. We had a visionary Prime Minister back in 1972, known as Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that saw the merit of this particular national park that we have today in a much more expanded way, I must say, Mr. Speaker. So I think that the member is right, that we need to recognize and value
the potential role that our national parks can play, not only for the people as a whole, but also in terms of our environment. Mr. Speaker, and the preservation. This particular park, for example, with I believe it's the grizzly bears and the caribou, amongst other nature items, Mr. Speaker. So I maybe ask the member if he would not agree that as we continue to evolve as a nation, that we do need to explore how we can add to our national parks in a positive, creative way. And today is a step. Is it perfect? Likely not, but it's a step moving forward. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from across the way from Winnipeg North, my neighbouring riding, that is acknowledging that we're doing something great here, that we're moving forward, and that this is a very positive step for Canadians. I would agree with him on that. And the creation of national parks is very important. You know, this government has created 3 national wildlife areas, 3 marine protected areas, 2 national parks, 2 national marine conservation areas, and 1 historic site. I think that's a pretty good record for our government that we've gone forward. And we've understood that. We've done a lot of work. I know in the Environment Committee, we've spent a lot of time on working on the National Conservation Plan, which is being rolled out as we speak. And that work was very much, as the member opposite indicated, was predicated on hearing from people across Canada that were telling us the need for the ability to not only have these parks, but actually be able to be involved in them, to actually touch things and feel things and actually be part of that natural area that we all really have a natural inclination to be out and about in. And that's what we heard very much so in our hearings during those meetings on the National Conservation Plan, and that's what we continue to bring forward here. So it is important that we continue to work on establishing these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, parks are a very important part of Canadians' lives. This government has an excellent record when it comes to the number of parks and protected areas it has created. It has already created 3 national wildlife areas, 3 marine protected areas, 2 national parks, 2 national marine conservation areas, and 1 historic site. My question is, why is it important to now establish the Naticho National Park Reserve?
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that great question, because it is important that we have an understanding of that and why it is so important that the Naticho National Park Reserve has now been established. This establishment of this park reserve completes the ongoing work to significantly expand Nahanni National Park Reserve and to conserve a significant proportion of the world-class South Nahanni River watershed. We've expanded this by expanded the original 4,765 square kilometer boundary of Nahanni 7-fold to the point it is the 3rd largest national park complex in Canada at 34,895 square kilometers. Globally, this is among the most significant national park expansions, and the boundary for the expanded Nahanni and the newly established Naticho includes habitat will protect up to 600 grizzly bears, as my friend across the way alluded to earlier, and this is 9 times greater than the number of grizzly bears protected within Banff National Park, Canada's first national park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend, I mean, this park is in fact going to be very large, enormous. And when one includes the neighbouring Nahanni Park, it'd be approximately 35,000 square kilometres, more than 6 times the area of PEI. And this huge park will naturally also have a very, very long boundary. I'd like to know from my honourable member, what are the key achievements within the boundary of the park?
Long-term vision. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona, you have about a minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for that great question. The final boundary of the South Nahanni River watershed, well, this final boundary will protect about 70% of the South Nahanni River watershed that lies within the Sahtu settlement areas. That's huge. And in combination with Nahanni National Park Reserve, 86% of the entire South Nahanni watershed is now protected. And the park will protect in and of itself about 82 grizzly bears and the summer habitat for the Hanani woodland caribou herd. And visitors can paddle now the South Nahanni River from the Moose Ponds to Nahanni National Park Reserve within that boundary. So the boundary was selected to achieve key conservation gains, including protection of the upper reaches of the South Nahanni River, as well as habitat for woodland caribou and grizzly bears, while allowing for the development of existing mineral claims and leases and for potential future mineral development. So now, again, as I said, the boundary protects 70% of the South Nahanni River watershed within the Satu settlement area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure actually to rise and speak to this because, of course, we do support the development of national parks, and as a national party, we're very much in favour of Parks Canada. As a MP from the Northwest Territories, my job in this Parliament is to make sure that the people of the Northwest Territories get the deal that they agreed to from this government. That's my job. If I don't do it, I'm not doing my job. So when the honourable member says that somehow this is linked to this flowery thought of all these national parks and how I'm opposed to that, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. My job here is to represent the people of the Northwest Territories and the people of the Satu. That's what I'm here for, and I know that job. Mr. Speaker, we're pleased, and we hope that this bill will collapse later today, and that we'll all agree to get it done before Christmas. Because really, this park, this expansion, Nahanni Park Reserve, is a Christmas gift to Canada. Not necessarily simply from this government, but from the people of the Satu region. The people, the First Nations, the people who have settled their land claims, who have the ability to say to the Government of Canada, look, we're willing to enter into partnership. We want to create a national park reserve in our territory, on the land that our ancestors lived on and that is ours to use. They went ahead with this for the good of Canada, for the good of everyone. And I think that is who we should be celebrating here today, the people of the Satu region. They are the ones that are ultimately responsible for this national park. I could say the same thing about the Decho region in the expansion of the Nahanni, the first expansion of the Nahanni National Park. Wouldn't have happened without the support of the Decho people. It would not have happened. And now we have a third park in the Northwest Territories that our First Nations people are looking to develop and expand, to create, and that's the park Thai-Denenene, which is located on the eastern edge of Great Slave Lake. A beautiful area, and these people are working very diligently with Parks Canada, with everyone they can, to promote and develop this sacred area that they understand will be a world-class national park in the future. So our people of the Northwest Territories, are on side with national parks. But we want to make sure that this government is on side with what it takes to create a national park. It's just not the agreement about the land that's going to be put in a reserve. It's the understanding that we need to build the infrastructure, we need to make the opportunities for that national park, one of many in the Northwest Territories, to flourish and to provide the people of the Satu region with a opportunity to show the beauty of their region, to bring people into Canada, to offer something that is unique and wonderful in an ever-shrinking world. That is wilderness, that is well-preserved, that is well part of natural ecosystem. And that's what we've got with Natsi Cho Park, a wonderful opportunity. So we're on side with this. We look forward to this bill going through third reading here today and leaving this place with the understanding that it can go to the Governor General for final approval. that would be a very good thing to happen. It's not because we agree with everything that's happened with the park. There are people that said that the boundaries should be larger. That's something that we, this government has made a decision about. That's the role of the government. They chose not to listen to the people, but they are moving forward with this reserve, and we have to accept that. That's fine. We'll deal with it. There will be other governments in the future that may make those changes that are required to completely control the ecosystem in that area to make sure that it covers the whole watershed. Those are issues that we can deal with later. The National Park Reserve sets out an area. The final boundary when you create a national park will be renegotiated. There will be opportunities to deal with that. So this is not a problem, and we can move ahead. I want to switch gears here a little bit because I want to talk about the Sahtu region. The Sahtu region of the Northwest Territories is an amazing area. It really has natural resources which have been exploited for many years through the imperial oil with the Norman Wells oil field. Mr. Speaker, when you think of it, this government and the Liberal government before it has always refused to allow the royalties and the dollars that they collect from the Norman Wells oil fields to return to the people of the North. They say to us, and they said this in the devolution agreement, look, that oil field, we own part of it, so we're not going to share it with you. How did they get ownership of it? They traded the rights to take royalties from imperial oil for a third share of the ownership. So on a deal that they struck between the Liberals and the Conservatives, I don't know who struck this deal, they made a deal. They collect the money as ownership rather than royalties, and they say to the Northwest Territories government, we're not going to put this into any devolution. You're not going to get a penny out of this. So this has been going on for 40 years. So when you talk about putting a little money into a national park in the Sahtu region, that's after you've just fleeced the people of the Northwest Territories, just took it all out of their pockets on the oil field. That's what you did. You can't deny it. That's the history. That Liberals, Conservatives, same old story. And that is really an unfortunate aspect of the development of the Northwest Territories, that this resource is not considered in part of any devolution agreement, that it has been taken out of the equation. So what happens in the Sahtu region? Limited infrastructure development, high costs of living, people with less than adequate community resources. That's the situation in the Sahtu region. So no wonder people are looking to a national park for an opportunity to improve their lot in life. There was some talk in the last couple of years about fracking oil, and Shell went in there, and we had some companies working in there fracking oil. Fine. At $60 a barrel, that's over. That's finished. Not going to happen. There's nothing like that's going to happen in the Sahtu region for a long time. So what we have is an opportunity now to develop other resources, most of which we've identified as tourism, local people can be involved in this. We can see some sort of economy creeping in on that basis. It's a sad fact of northern development that these kinds of arrangements are made, governments take and don't return. Resource development in every other region of the country is used to develop the region. Royalties are used to improve the situation so that the region can develop. In this case, in the Sahtu, because those monies, and they're amount to about $120 million to $150 million a year over many, many years. It might be reduced a little bit now with the price of oil going down. But that's the kind of dollars we're talking about that have been kept out of the Sahtu region. Government hasn't reinvested. They own this resource. They say they own it. But will they do they put the money back into the region to make sure that the region's good? Any normal public government that has a responsibility to collect money from a region, gets that right to collect that money from a region, generally puts something back into the region. So I'm glad that the government has agreed with the Saulteaux people to create the national park. But it might explain why my concern lies more with the promises that are made about the development of the park and the investment that this government's willing to make in national parks in the Northwest Territories. We saw in the case of Nahanni expansion that the dollars have been actually cut back. 7 years without developing infrastructure, and then you reduce the dollars that are going to go into the infrastructure by 50%. How does that work? Didn't you think about inflation? Doesn't inflation come into developing infrastructure? Don't you?
Order. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
We're approaching the Christmas season, and a number of times during my colleague's speech, he's referred to you as not doing something, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important that he acknowledges the good work you've done, and we just appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you for that expression of support. I think he has crossed the line that very last time. Before that, I think generally when he was using the term you, I think I've made this ruling in the past, it was meant as a collective you, the administration, or you, the government, as opposed to you as an individual or a bunch of individuals. But the last time, I believe it was more personal, so I caution the member for the Northwest Territories to be careful of that.
Good observation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that I was talking about the Liberals and Conservatives together, and I guess perhaps when I said you, the Conservatives didn't realize that I was lumping them in with the Liberals in terms of their policy for the North, and how they have refused to deal with the North in a respectful fashion when it comes to this particular aspect of northern development, the Norman Wells oil field. They've stuck with the Liberal line. So the you that I was referring to, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for any confusion I might have caused my Conservative colleagues this close to Christmas, because I know that they're probably thinking about mistletoe and Christmas pudding and all the rest of that. And I'm really happy for them, because that's really a good time of year, and I'm sure we'll all enjoy ourselves over Christmas. Okay, thank you very much for that. But you know, when it comes to tourism, I want to go back to tourism, because, you know, with $60 oil in this country, we're going to have to do something other than resource development. This is $60 oil is not going to make this country run properly. So let's talk about tourism and what the government has done over the last year since it's been in power in terms of tourism. Let's see what they've done. Okay, let's see. Marketing investment by nations in 2011. Ireland, $211 million. That's a 14% increase. Mexico, $153 million, 4% increase. Australia, another resource developing nation, $147 million, 30% increase, Mr. Speaker. Wow. France, similar. Canada. Canada. Oh, we should be up there, eh? $72 million, a 10% decrease in our marketing effort by this government. 10% decrease. Every other country in the world's taken it seriously, tourism. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this government? Doesn't it understand that bringing people into this country, it helps our balance of trade, it makes jobs for people, it creates opportunities for people that are real. You know, whether it's somebody working in a gift shop in Victoria or paddling a canoe for a visitor in the Saulteaux region, or whatever they're doing, they need the support of this federal government. We need to sell Canada. We need to sell these beautiful national parks that we've created. We need to put that on the table. Yes, perhaps some national parks have seen increases in their tourism, and you can pick out a few of the smaller ones and say, well, that's great. Yes, national parks are going to be a selling point for Canada, but we have to sell them. We have to invest in them. We have to make the marketing decisions that will improve the opportunities for the tourism to increase so that we can actually make some benefits out of it. And with, perhaps we should just simply invest in oil. Oil that jumps from $147 a barrel down to 60, back up to 100, down to this. How is this going to work for Canada? It's not sustainable. This type of activity cannot be the main stem of our economy. That we need to go back to the basics of how we make a living in this country. We can't be living high off the resource development when the prices are so fragile. Some days they're going to make a lot of money for people, and people will put more money into housing, and they'll raise the price of housing in Calgary to a point where sooner or later it's going to fall and hurt everyone. And Mr. Speaker, what happens when the interest rates go up and all those young people that have had resource development jobs where they're making 180 grand a year and putting it in their pocket and have bought an expensive house, and all of a sudden they don't have that job anymore, and the interest rates go up? We're going to see the same situation that occurred in the 80s. So why should we be so focused on resource development? Why not invest in things that we can control? Tourism, what a great opportunity. Let's think about it over Christmas. As you're eating your plum pudding, as you're enjoying the love and affection from your family, which I'm sure all of us are going to, and which we look to so much, think about tourism. Think about the opportunities that exist for this country to share what we have, to share the beauty of the Sato region, to share the incredible nature of the Nahanni National Park. I remember when Jack Layton and I and Olivia Chow, we went up the Nahanni River, down the Nahanni River actually, and it was in the summer of 2007. We wanted to promote the expansion of the park. And what an incredible area Nahanni National Park is. You know why? One of the reasons why it's so incredible, and this is something that I don't think many people in this country realize, this is an area that was never glaciated. So when you go down the canyons of the Nahanni for 200 kilometers, the rocks that you see up on either side, 1,000 feet into the air, are the rocks that were there 100 million years ago. Wow. The patterns of change that has occurred over those years through erosion have created the most magnificent spectacle that you can imagine. So what a treasure it is, Nahanni National Park. What an opportunity. Yeah. And reduce the budget. So we've quadrupled the size of the parks, and we've reduced the budget. So how does that work? Why not invest in these parks? Why not think that these parks are the real opportunity for growth in tourism in this country? We can't simply look on them as the whipping boys for cutting the budget for this government. That shouldn't be the case. National parks should be that sacred trust that we put forward, that opportunity to expand, to look at the wonderful wilderness that we have here. That is, in a world with 9 billion people, wilderness is one of the most valuable commodities there is. Going forward, we know that people will want to come and visit the parks. We know that they'll want to experience what we have here. Let's invest in that. Let's make that happen. When my honourable colleague accused me of not liking national parks, that's absolutely ludicrous. I love the wilderness. I love what we're doing with the size and shape of our national parks. But what we need to do, what we absolutely need to do, is make sure that that investment goes in so that the people of the regions, which I represent, Northwest Territory has given up more land for national parks than any other part of this country in the last 10 years. Let's see the investment go in now to make that a reality for us. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. You, as a Speaker, have done an incredible job here in keeping me in line. I thank you, and I'll stop my discourse there because I can see that I'm not going to get much more applause from the other side, so I think that's a good time to quit. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. I listened with great interest to my friend from Western Arctic's speech. I do want to refer to some of the things that he said. He should acknowledge that it's this government which has increased protected space in Canada by 40%. We quadrupled the size of Nahanni National Park, something that conservation experts and environmentalists had pushed for years. It wasn't a Liberal government. It was this government. And he is very correct that Nahanni National Park, phenomenal place, the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in the world, number one, was the first one designated. And for years, there was even mining allowed in these great areas. And I think that is an example where we can work together and accomplish great things. There were new financial resources put to the park, never as much as anyone would like, but we've seen some good success. And this bill before us, I think you would acknowledge, is another step in the right direction, keeping up the momentum that's been built in recent years. But I found his speech quite entertaining, Mr. Speaker, and I don't like Christmas pudding.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his presentation. You know, but the words that I didn't hear in his voice were the words of the First Nations of the Sato region, the Decho people, the people of Lutsoke, who are the ones that actually make the parks happen. Without their support, this would not be here. That's why I said this is a Christmas gift from the First Nations of my region. The Sato people have said we're willing to give up our traditional land into a reserve that we'll share with the rest of the people for return. And I thank the government for listening. That's very good.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for the Northwest Territories, for his excellent speech. Now, in talking about resource extraction, I know that the former Premier of the Northwest Territories, Mr. Kakwe, had some very harsh comments to deliver on the project. The bill is, of course, the national park is being expanded, but it was done in an odd way. And Mr. Kakwe said he thought it was to protect the interest of the mining companies. A large part of the territory is it's like a donut with a hole, and it's not protected for the habitat and the species that live there. So it seems that that part of the unprotected area, according to Mr. Kakwe, would allow for exploration there. So I'd like to hear my colleague comment on the Premier's remarks with respect to this park.
For the Northwest Territories.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that comment, and I want to say that Stephen Kakwe, the Premier of the Northwest Territories, 2000 to 2004, was an excellent leader, one of the people that is a visionary in the Northwest Territories, and has my total respect. And I understand where he's coming from on this. And we've talked about this issue about the size of the park and the shape of the park. And where we have to go with this is, as this is a national park reserve, in the future, the national park will be established. If there's a government with a will to include more of the area within that national park, I think that's something that could be accomplished, and I think that's something that might be looked forward to. Now, right now, I think what's happening here is a step that's supported by the people in the Sato region. They're willing to accept what this government is offering to do. They're partners in it. And I think that we can go ahead and, in good fashion and support this going forward for those reasons. Nothing is perfect in this world, but as we go along in life, we can make things better as well.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I just want to pick up on the member's opening comments when he was making reference to the fact of this being a Christmas gift of sorts. And, you know, what we can take from that is that even though we have the bill before us today that originated out of the Senate, we should at the very least be acknowledging the efforts First Nations, other stakeholders that actually got engaged to get a better understanding in terms of the needs of the community and the importance of the designation of having an expanded national park. This isn't something that just occurs overnight. It takes a great deal of effort that goes far beyond politicians sitting inside the House of Commons. And so it's important that we recognize their efforts and applaud them for, in essence, allowing us to be able to be where we are today in regards to being able to move forward in expanding a national park.
The honourable member for the Northwest Territories.
Well, once again, I say yes. That's absolutely correct. What the member's saying. Only the emphasis should be on the work that the Sahtu people did in getting a land claims agreement in place, in developing the whole idea of respect for their rights to land, and then what we see out of that is that the plans that the other people have can come to fruition. I think it's an object lesson about getting land claims settled, getting First Nations in a position of empowerment over their land, and then we can see very good results coming from that. What we're seeing in this country right now, with all these court cases over resource development, is exactly the opposite of that. Absolutely. What we're seeing is that governments and industry are not paying attention to the custodians of the land, the owners of the land in many cases, and that's the First Nations people. When they do, good things happen.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for his compliments, but also his support with this very important bill. I think he hit it right on when he said this is in the gift of giving with Santa Claus. This is a great gift for us to give Canadians, and I think it was appropriate, Mr. Speaker, that the former Minister of the Environment, who did so much work up north to expand these parks, people even knew him as Johnny Nahani. When he was doing this work, he was acknowledged here in the House. But in the spirit of giving and the spirit of Christmas, Mr. Speaker, there's also another park that we have an opportunity to give the gift to Canadians this holiday season. And I want to talk to him a little bit about the Rouge Park. And he knows, Mr. Speaker, that some people really respect Santa at this time of year, but then others respect Scrooge and are kind of looking towards the Grinch, that are keeping these wonderful gifts to the GTA that are being obstructed. And we know the Liberal history, Mr. Speaker, the Trudeau government of the 1970s, how they treated farmers. And now we see the Liberal government aligning themselves with some of the most radical of environmental groups and looking towards environmental integrity. And we talked about environmental integrity in the Rouge and how that's not possible. And I was wondering if my colleague in the NDP would, in the spirit of Christmas, would say that the NDP will help us support the Rouge, the creation of the Rouge, and not align himself with the Grinches on the other side of the House and the Liberal Party who have been playing politics with this park for years. And let's make that a reality over Christmas for Canadians.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories, you only have 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, in 45 seconds, this complex issue that the member is asking me to address right now is really going to be very difficult. And you know, my thoughts are full of mistletoe and Christmas pudding as well. So I really, on this moment, I can't say that I can offer that to the member. To to me, it speaks volumes about the difference in values between First Nations people. When they have the opportunity, First Nations people have the opportunity to respect the land, to preserve the land, they'll pick up on it. In Ontario, in the urban areas, my goodness, Mr. Speaker, those values are much more difficult to put in place and to have happen. And I think that's something that people in Ontario can learn from First Nations in the Northwest Territories.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you. I'm a radical, yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There does seem to be a lot of Christmas spirit going around here. And in that moment of Christmas spirit, I'm going to give colleagues a gift and speak very briefly about this bill. And I appreciate the enthusiasm on the part of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I anticipate that his enthusiasm is shared by pretty well everyone else in this House. The reason, Mr. Speaker, is that there's been lots of debate about this bill. Pretty well everything that needs to be said has been said. There is generalized support on both sides of the House for this bill. It has been noted, and I will note again, it is regrettable that the minister could have taken the entire South Nahanni watershed as the population wanted to be done and turned it into the addition to this park. For Liberals, this is a special park because it was initially initiated under Prime Minister Trudeau many years ago, and successive governments have added to this park, and I congratulate the government for its latest addition to the park. It is ultimately kind of dragging bad news out of good news to take what would have been the South Nahanni watershed and shrink it down to what is in the meets and bounds description that is in front of the bill. Regrettably, it only had the support of 2 people of all of the 1,600 people that were canvassed. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I adopt the views of a former colleague, Ethel Blond and Andrews, that let's not let perfection be the enemy of the good. This is a bill that is worthy of support, and I'm urging all colleagues to do so. And again, in the spirit of Christmas, Merry Christmas to all. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his brief speech. But interesting speech. Now, I think we're all happy in the House to support Bill S5. Now, it's not perfect, but it is a good idea to have this area protected, and we appreciate it. My question for the member is a simple one. In the government's plans for the park, there were 3 surface areas selected, or proposed, in fact, and the one selected was the smallest area for the national park. And that's a bit sad. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that the smallest surface area proposed is the one selected. Does he think that there were specific reasons for that?
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
There are specific reasons for that, and they have been canvassed in previous debates, and they've been canvassed at the committee. And I specifically asked the minister why she chose the smallest portion of all of the portions that were presented as options. Indeed, there was 4, which was the entire South Nahanni watershed, and I'm going from memory here, but it's like 7,000 square K, 6,000 square K, 5,000 square K, and the 5,000 square K was what was the one that was accepted. Don't absolutely quote me on those numbers. And it only had the support of 2 people. Ironically, the lines, when they're drawn, just seem to skirt all of the mining sites, so that the government can legitimately say there will be no mining going on in the park itself. It's a nice bit of rhetoric, but somewhat facetious, since they've drawn the boundary. How it will work with respect to any effluent that comes from the mine that must necessarily go through part of the park is another question. Nevertheless, as I say, let's not perfection be the enemy of the good. The government, in spite of itself, has done some good here.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his very short speech and his support of the bill, but there was a comment he made in the last response that just can't go unaddressed. He implied, Mr. Speaker, that the government who created those spaces for mining, I recall very clearly as chair of the committee that when those questions were asked of people from that area, they were very eager to have mining preserved in those areas because, let's face it, Mr. Speaker, this committee is called the Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. And our northern people are eager to have development, to provide jobs and opportunity for them as well. So I hope my colleague would just correct the record on the implication that it was the government who insisted on those parts being left out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I was at that committee too, Mr. Speaker. And I have the record here from the Library of Parliament. And the Library of Parliament said there were 3 options put in front of the people, of 1,600 people. 2 of the options, option A and option B, included the mine sites. The third option skirted the mine sites. So yes, there's always eagerness for development in northern regions, Mr. Speaker, but there's also a very deep-seated ethic of ecological integrity, which I think Northerners probably respect as much, if not more, than pretty well any other Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Niger-Témiscouata.
Honourable member for Rimouski-Niger-Témiscouata-Lévesque. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, the creation of national parks is a laudable goal, as is the expansion of national parks. But, however, when it comes to conservation and protecting protected areas, is it effective? Well, it's only effective if the resources are there. And I think that our colleague from the Northwest Territories really highlighted the fact that there have been a lot of budget cuts at Parks Canada, and these are particularly affecting the North. So I'd like to ask my colleague from the Liberal Party his opinion. What has been the impact of these cuts at Parks Canada? And also, what would we need to ensure that there is proper protection and conservation?
For Scarborough,
it's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of the Environment and the Sub-Department of the Parks Canada has been the orphan child of this government. Essentially, for the 8 or 9 years that this government has been in place, the budget has been flatlined and substantial lapses. Some are in the order of 10% elapsed money last year. It's not as if Parks Canada can't use the money. Their infrastructure needs are massive. Just literally within walking distance of this place, Mr. Speaker, the Rideau Canal needs something like $300 million worth of upgrades. And there was some little announcement that was made, lots on announcements, little on check writing. I guess we save the check writing for another occasion. And so, yeah, I agree with the honourable member that it would be nice to see the resources accompany the announcements, and it would have been nice to have simultaneously tabled a dedicated sum of money for the preservation and enhancement and access to Nachicho.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to my friend from Scarborough with the issue of mining. One of the challenges is when there are mining sites with approved investment, a lot of capital put in, and you want to create a national park or expand a national park, taxpayers would be required to buy out the mining rights. So the family in Ottawa, West Nepean, maybe it might be a senior living on a fixed income, might be a family with 2 kids. We'd have to reach into their pockets to buy out the mining rights. And then the second thing that would happen would be all the people working at the mine would lose their job. That's why it is so tremendously important to particularly in the far Arctic, let's preserve the best and most important parts of our country, these natural wonders, before there's mining there, before there's any destruction, before there's any problems, and that way we can avoid this problem in the future. That's why it is so important to get bills like this passed, so that there's no new mining in areas where we want to protect. Tremendously important, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, I tend to agree with the honourable member in terms of principle, but it's ironic that the people of that particular area would have preferred to have included the mine site in the actual South Nahanni watershed. So it appears that the government and the local folks who would have been most affected by jobs and the costs of either opening or closing a facility would have preferred to have kept that particular part of the land inside the park rather than outside the park.
We have time for a short question and answer, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to the question that I asked earlier, and the answer was what I expected. Yes, that resources are necessary to accompany protection and conservation. And the honourable member talked about the budget which was not spent, the money that was not spent in Parks Canada's budget, but also in terms of the North, more specifically, where there are a number of national parks and where over 64 positions have been cut. So it's not just a question of money that hasn't been spent. There's also a question of staff cuts, and which is affecting the people who are responsible for conservation and protection, but also the scientific staff in the parks. And so I would like to hear my colleagues, my Liberal colleagues' comments concerning the importance of these positions and the work that is the scientific work that is done in our national parks.
Scarborough-Guildwood, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank colleagues for filling in my time on speeches, because I thought I did offer a Christmas gift of a shorter discourse. But nevertheless, it's great to preserve these pieces of land, and we're all supportive of that. It is, however, simultaneously passingly strange that you don't provide resources in order to improve and enhance or even give access to Canadians and so that they can actually see these national treasures. And on the issue of science, Mr. Speaker, well, the government's record does speak for itself. Science has been the whipping child, and a lot of it has to do, we wouldn't want to have facts get in the way of ideology, and so the scientists regrettably provide inconvenient facts from time to time, which just ruins a well-crafted political narrative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Merry
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and speak in support of Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Nachin Cho. And, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I have to say that I do apologize if I have mispronounced, and I'm sure I have, the name. I obviously have to practice more, but I always try to get the pronunciation right. But we're not always successful with that. But so, my apologies. Anyway, it's a national park, part of the National Park Reserves of Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure, and I want to say that I've heard a lot of talk about Christmas today in this House, and maybe it's because everybody is anxious to get back into their ridings and meet up with their constituents and do a lot of the celebratory events around Christmas time. But really, when I looked at this bill, and this new park, we have to first of all acknowledge the Satu, Dene, and Métis people, the area's Aboriginal people, for this wonderful gift to Canadians. And I want to thank them on behalf of all Canadians for this gift of this park And I also want to thank my colleagues, the Conservatives, for bringing forward this motion and accepting the gift that was offered to them and putting it through legislation. So thank you for that. And I think we have to say that in the hearings that were held, and these were lengthy hearings, overall there was huge support for this park. And there were a number of options that were looked at. Option number 1 would have given a total area of 6,450 square kilometres. And this would have provided the best conservation values while providing an open area around the existing mineral interests. Option 2, with a total area of 5,770 square kilometres, diminished the achievement of conservation goals and allowed more mineral potential to be available. And option 3, the smallest proposal, with a total area of 4,840 square kilometres, took advantage of the mineral potential within the proposed park reserve while providing some protection to key values. And so hearings were held on all these 3 options. And what we have here before us today is not the preferred option of all those who attended the hearings, because 92.3% of those who participated in the hearings indicated a preference for, of those who indicated a preference had preferred option 1. But as you know, we've got here before us today option 3. Now, Mr. Speaker, this park is a lot smaller than the preferred option spoken to by those who expressed an interest, but at the same time, baby steps are better than nothing, and this is a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying anything new or controversial when I say we live in one of the most beautiful countries on this planet. And I've had the pleasure to travel from coast to coast to coast in my previous life, and had the privilege of visiting some of our remotest regions. I've seen the majestic beauty and the diversity of our geography. And I, like other Canadians, are very concerned that some of our pristine north, some of our biologically diverse areas, that we offer some environmental protection. And here, with the creation of a park, what we are guaranteeing for Canadians is some levels of conservation and an area for them to visit. And, you know, it would not be in the Christmas spirit if I didn't say that this is a positive step on the part of my colleagues across the way. It is. My next plea with my colleagues across the way is, now that you have actually put forward legislation, and we'll be supporting it, though you could have got it through the House without our support, I'm always aware of that, that the key thing for you to do now, I would say, is to provide resources. Often in this House, we have a knack for passing legislation which sounds very grand. And it gives a sense of hope to those who are out there. But unless we resource the legislation we pass, what happens then is our legislation just remain words on paper. And we've heard over the last number of years how our parks are in dire straits, many of our national parks, and the need for funding to maintain them. And when in December of 2013, I know that seems like a long time ago, the Toronto Star reported that there is an almost $3 billion backlog in deferred maintenance at Parks Canada. I just want us to listen to that number, Mr. Speaker, $3 billion of a backlog of maintenance. So you throw into that a new park, which we are supporting, and then we're worried that this creation of a new park could just be an empty gesture. unless we are willing to maintain our parks and do what it takes to keep them going. Parks Canada, and this isn't any numbers that we've made up, has identified aging infrastructure, inadequate levels of funding and maintenance as a key risk for the department in its November 2013 departmental performance report. And the Commissioner for the Environment identified a wide and persistent gap between what the government commits to and what it is achieving. So, creating a park is wonderful. Take credit for that. But at the same time, let's make sure that you also put into the budget resources that will actually support these, not only this park, but other parks that are a little bit, getting run down. I would say more than a little bit at the kind of report that's being given to us by Parks Canada. And also, Mr. Speaker, when we took a look at the 2013-2014 budget announcements of spending on infrastructure in parks and then the picture becomes even more bleak. The budget announced $391 million over 5 years to deal with crumbling buildings, roads and dams. This amount won't even cover the backlog. But more importantly, the amount the government is actually going to spend in the short term is ridiculous. This year in 2014, guess how much they're going to be spending on all our parks, on all the backlog? $1 million. $1 million. A huge sum of money, I know, for those of us, those who work for a living, but when we look at the budget and the kind of evidence that is before this government, and the evidence is we're $3 billion behind just to do the repair work, and what they budget is $1 million. And then in 2015, next year, of course, they will spend $4 million. But here is another thing. We're not surprised at the broken promises from across the way. And those broken promises have been on a huge number of issues, and I'll get to those later. But then they say after the next election, they will spend $386 million. And my question is, why is that after the next election, when the need since 2013, as identified in November of 2013, is that the need is well into the billions of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, because of that, it's very, very difficult for us to take this government at its word. Of course, the NDP supports the creation of national parks in Canada's north, as well as across Canada, coast to coast to coast. In my riding of Surrey Newton North Delta, I'm very, very proud to have parks, like local parks, and in our region, we've got some amazing parks as well. And I think citizens, coast to coast to coast, really, really appreciate our parks. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but in my younger days, I spent much time camping in our national parks, from the time that my kids were little until quite recently. It was an absolute pleasure to go into those parks and enjoy our beautiful scenery and everything that our parks have to offer, from kayaking, swimming, etc., etc. And I say until recently, Mr. Speaker, because I have to be honest that since my election, I haven't really had the time to go camping with my children or grandchildren, but it's certainly something I do look forward to next summer. Here we have a park that has, the Conservatives have brought forward after 7 years of consultations and negotiations with the Aboriginal peoples of that region. But the Conservative, this government, can create all the parks they want. After all, they have this majority. But without funding and careful protection of the ecological integrity of this and all national parks, the designation is relatively meaningless in terms of conservation. Mr. Speaker, when I visit our Pacific Rim National Park in BC on the west coast of Vancouver Island, I have seen firsthand some of the upgrading that is needed, but I've also had the absolute pleasure of enjoying that beautiful park ever since I moved to BC. And once again, I want to keep hitting back on the fact that we need resources in order to support our parks. It's like owning a house, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure many of my colleagues across the way own their own homes. And when you own a house, if you don't do the repairs, it starts to crumble around you. First it gets run down, and then before you know it, it's in a crumbling stage. Well, it's the same when we create parks. If we don't maintain them and we don't invest into those parks for maintenance and for the infrastructure, what happens is that our parks become compromised and they also start crumbling. And I think that, I'm sure my friends across the aisle don't want that to happen either. So I know that they are going to come forward with a budget that they're bringing forward in January that will have significant dollars attached so we can go forward and make sure that our parks are protected. And Mr. Speaker, I just can't imagine anybody in Canada being opposed to the creation of national parks, except for maybe some mining interests and others that really want to go in and extract goods. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way of supporting our extractive industries, but at the same time making sure that we look after our environment. And we want to make sure that for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, they have parts of our country that is pristine, that is protected, is a national heritage that they can visit. Coming from England, Mr. Speaker, I was so overwhelmed by the geography of Canada when I first came here. And I had all kinds of stereotypes in my head when I came from England that were soon destroyed. And they should have been destroyed because a lot of my stereotypes were based on what I saw on television. But at the same time, when I came here and saw the diversity of our geography, I first moved into Quebec. Beautiful, beautiful province, and I can say that we enjoyed our 2 years in Quebec, and we enjoyed the geography and the wilderness as well, and spent a lot of time outdoors every time we could get away and explore different parts of Quebec and the surrounding areas. But whether we are in Newfoundland, or whether we are in the Yukon, or whether we are in BC or in Saskatchewan, Canadians are very, very concerned about their environment, about Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, let me digress just for a nanosecond to say, I'm also hearing from Canadians that they're very, very embarrassed at the actions of our government recently when it comes to protection of our environment and the role they have played internationally. And quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, I was so taken aback when I heard the Prime Minister say that it would be crazy to regulate the oil and gas industry. And because I am sure I remember many a times hearing from ministers and the Prime Minister how those regulations were coming, and then suddenly it's all an act of craziness. So we are very, very concerned. And as a result, we also want to say that this is a little step in the right direction on the part of government. After all, creating a park is a good Christmassy thing to do. And it is a good Christmassy thing to do. And, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I have to plea with my colleagues across the way that they look at they look at some of the deregulations that they have done, some of the environmental protections they have taken away, and they reinstate many of those to protect our waterways, our pristine coastlines, our lakes. Because I would say, Mr. Speaker, in my beautiful province of British Columbia, we are very, very dependent on the tourism industry. And we are very, very dependent on the tourism industry. So we just cannot imagine the kind of damage that would happen if there was an oil spill along the BC coastline. Because we've seen how many years it takes to do the cleanup and how many billions and billions of dollars it takes up. We're also concerned about the pristine nature of our lakes and rivers because we don't want them to become the victims of oil spills as well. So we want to make sure that the government across the way, in the sort of spirit of Christmas, as they're looking at other good things they want to do, that they should really take a look at and revisit the environmental degradation that has occurred. I should say protection, environmental protection degradation that has occurred under this government. And my plea with them is, if not for yourselves, do it for your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. And if you don't have children or grandchildren of your own, do it for the sake of all the children who are going to be following us and living on this planet long after many of us have gone. And, Mr. Speaker, it's, when we're talking about our environment, it is not a joke. I want to tell you that whether I visit an elementary school or a high school, and I'm so delighted that I actually get the privilege to visit schools in my riding, where the students decide the agenda. They decide what they want to ask me questions about. I don't walk in and say, okay, today we're going to talk about this. I'm invited in, they ask me questions. And Mr. Speaker, the top 2 questions every classroom I go to are related to the environment, are related to climate change. Because, Mr. Speaker, our young people get it. Our young people get it. So whether I am visiting Princess Margaret School in my riding, or whether I am visiting Tamanawas, or whether I am visiting NDSS, the students are fully engaged. And, Mr. Speaker, this is, I know you've just given me the signal. Here we are the day before the House sits down for Christmas. Let me take this opportunity to wish my colleagues across the aisle and my colleagues on this side, Canadians coast to coast, Merry Christmas to all of you who celebrate Christmas, and to people who don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays. Enjoy this time with your family. This is the time when all of us get together and sit around the fire and tell old stories. And I'm really, really looking forward to spending the Christmas break with my beautiful grandchildren and the rest of my family. And so, Mr. Speaker, Merry Christmas to you as well, and happy holidays.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to share the good wishes and Merry Christmas to everyone in the House as well. And I want to point out, I think the member inadvertently misled the House by misquoting the Prime Minister's comments on the oil and gas industry. And I think it's very important. There was one word missing in her comment, the word that totally changed the meaning of what she was misquoting. And that was, the Prime Minister said that he wouldn't do so now, especially regulate the oil and gas industry, now unilaterally. That means without actions by other nations, primarily referring to, of course, the United States. And so that's a quite different meaning from what she said. And I think it's important to correct that. And we've heard it in the House in the last couple of days as well. And I also suspect that the member opposite missed a very important recent announcement that the Prime Minister made. It was evident in her remarks. And that is the Prime Minister just announced $2.8 billion for Parks Canada infrastructure, exactly what she was talking about, $2.8 billion. And wouldn't the member agree this is significant? And if so, does that increase the chances that the member will support our coming budget?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I always look forward to debating the budget, always. And if there are good things in the budget, I want to support them. But my colleagues across the way have a way of presenting the budget buried into an omnibus bill where they put in all kinds of things that I, in good conscience, cannot support. And so, therefore, they make it very difficult for me to vote because I don't get the option to vote for one part and not the other. But, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that what the Prime Minister said in 2006 was there will be regulation for the gas and oil industry. You know what, Mr. Speaker? We're in December of 2014. After having a majority government since 2011, when this government has run through this House legislation, whether it has been to do with environmental degradation, I would say atrocious immigration policies, I would say cuts to veteran affairs, I could go on and on and on, and yet at no time have they brought forward those regulations. So I think that record speaks for itself.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to the previous question, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that, and my colleague, I'm sure, would want to speak to this, is the fact that although the government keeps saying that they're investing these dollars, we have to look at the fact that the budget cuts have had a huge impact and have led to 33% staffing cut in science in Parks Canada. So it went from, so there was 60 out of 179 positions eliminated. They actually even allowed funding to lapse in 2012-2013 period. And so I'm just wondering, you know, the impact of the lapses here in funding, how that actually impacts. So they're good at saying that they've invested this money, but they don't actually spend it. So I think my colleague certainly would appreciate a question such as mine.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for her very, very thoughtful question. And let me say this right at the outset. Since I've been in this House, what I have seen is a government with a majority who has an allergy to science and evidence-based decision-making. They have a hard time listening to experts and doing that. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? This government also has a habit of making announcements of things they're going to do and then leaving billions of dollars in budgets, as in the Veterans Department, not being spent. So you can make all the announcements you like to get the photo ops, but if you don't actually follow through and spend those monies, then what you're doing is making fake promises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fake.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the good wishes for a Merry Christmas, and I thank you for that. I certainly extend them back to you, Mr. Speaker, as well as to my colleagues in the House. But there's one area of miscommunication, and that's in terms of environmental protection. She talked about making promises and not keeping them. Mr. Speaker, under the previous government, there was a promise to cut our greenhouse gas emissions. And in that time, in that period of time, those greenhouse gas emissions rose by over 30%. This government, during its time of government, has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by over 5% during a time, Mr. Speaker, when the economy actually grew by over 10%. So it's one thing to make promises and have photo ops. Mr. Speaker, this government has followed through with action. You will see action on reducing pollutants in our air and our water, and including reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So I would just like my colleague, in the spirit of Christmas, to at least acknowledge the great work this government has done on increasing the level of protection for our environment, and not just having photo ops, but actually having action which has improved our environment on every score. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Canada's always had in the past, a wonderful reputation internationally. But recently, when I hear comments made from the United Nations about our lack of action and our lack of commitment, it actually gets embarrassing for me as a Canadian. I think that what we need to have is a government that is at the table with the international community, addressing climate change in a serious way. The UN representative said recently, there can be no plan B for addressing climate change because there is no planet B. So this is a very, very serious issue. It's not about photo ops. And all I've seen since I've been in this house is environmental protections being degraded to the point where it's almost a joke. I look at the number of rivers and lakes that are no longer protected. I look at the kind of systems that are being put in place to approve projects that could actually do damage to our environment. I look at the kind of liabilities Canadians are going to have to face for cleanup. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we're going in the right direction. And as a Christmas gift to the planet, I would urge my colleagues to revisit their policies on environmental protection and do the right thing.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honored député Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to listen to my colleague from Newton North Delta's speeches when she talks about her experience here in the House. It's highly appreciated. I'd like to know a bit more about the committee work. I'm very interested in what happened at committee. I know my colleagues from BC, where we hope there will be some consultations on the transportation of oil through very sensitive areas on the West Coast. My question is, what does she think about the way the government operates when it comes to protecting wildlife areas, sensitive areas? What does she think of the way the Conservatives go about it when it comes to the environment and sustainable development? The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful question. The first question she asked me was about committee work. And what I've seen, I don't know if you know, Mr. Speaker, but I used to teach social studies, and part of social studies 11, and it used to be 10, was teaching about Canadian government. And before that, I taught history and taught how decisions are made in the House of Commons and the processes our bills go through. And I always had this reassurance, I felt before I came into this House, that the committee stage would work in such a way that all different points of view would be heard, that we would hear from a myriad of experts and people who know about the topic a lot more. The opposition's job is to put forward amendments to improve the bill so that we end up with the best legislation ever. But my experience, and then the bill would come back to this House. But my experience has been, Mr. Speaker, that the committee stage has been hijacked by the majority to just put forward their agenda, and there is no paying attention. And at many times they don't even want to hear witnesses, and then they cut short the committee time just so that they can get their agenda through. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan.
D'entrée de jeu, Monsieur le Président, j'indique que je partage.
First of all, I'd like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin. Mr. Speaker, the idea behind this bill to amend the National Parks Act by creating Nachincho National Park is reflective of the emergence of environmental thinking among the populace. So there's been a gradual rise in a discussion of environmental issues, and the media have played a role in this. So it's easy to see that there is a mobilization going on among Canadians from coast to coast to coast. in this case perhaps further west, but also where I'm from and on the East Coast, people are more sensitive to environmental considerations. They're giving more priority to these issues, and this leads us to believe that in 2015, this issue will form part of the party's platforms, and 2015 is fast approaching, and there are organizations and some political teams that are going into damage control mode currently. Canada made commitments to protecting biodiversity, flora and fauna, and so on. Those commitments have been reported on by the UN special reporters, and Canada's reputation has taken a hit, not just with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, but also with respect to the environment in the broader sense. And both domestic and international bodies have found Canada lacking, and in 2015, the government will have to have a bit of a makeover, improve its image on these issues. And so the idea here is to create an impression that we're doing something about the environment. Now, it's 2014. There are some social needs that are being pitted against environmental needs. I've mentioned this before in some of my speeches here in the House, Mr. Speaker. Civil society and its concerns should not be viewed as a hindrance to development and economic growth. These things need to be harmonized. They need to be reconciled. In this case, it appears that the vast majority of people affected or interested in this bill wanted to see a larger park created. When I looked at the material relating to this, the creation of this park, I see that there was some consultation. People in an isolated area were met with, and their opinions, they had an opportunity to express their opinions. But what came out of that consultation was overwhelmingly that people wished to see a larger area protected. The residents of the area in question argued that a broader protected area would have been appreciated. But at least we do have a bill here that would create a park, albeit smaller. It's somewhat progressive. It is a step in the right direction, but residents would have appreciated a larger park. The Satu First Nation have been recommending for a long time now that the park be created, and this is consistent with Canada's commitment to protect the greater Nahanni ecosystem and the ecology of this land. And as I mentioned, these are ideas that are increasingly popular both domestically and internationally, and it is in keeping with the will of the populace. There are elections approaching, so there's a significant likelihood that this will become an issue in the next election campaign in 2015, Mr. Speaker.
Malgré ces engagements, il faut tout...
Now, despite these commitments, Mr. Speaker, we have to mention that the government gave in to the request from the mining industry to exclude certain areas and to authorize drilling, mining there. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have talked about this issue and the fact that preservation is so important. We've talked about that fact in there. There are also economic considerations there. The industrial lobbies have been listened to here because the bill that we have before us today was tailor-made for them, because certain zones that are better for resource extraction have been excluded nominally from this bill. So attention was paid to protecting the economic interests and preservation of the industry's interest in this area. Despite the fact that there was an attempt to preserve some resources, zones have been excluded and set aside for mining. Now, there are some concerns that remain with respect to the size of the park as such, namely because there are areas where caribou, calf, also the water sources that flow into the Nahanni River are not protected. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been here for almost 4 years, and what we've seen is that the government has gradually given up its environmental responsibilities, and the pre-existing protection for resources, for the biodiversity, the ecology, etc. The government has once again sided with the lobbyists, the industrial lobbyists here, and has eliminated this protection. Now, the reason why there was such a backlash with respect to this is because visibly the state protection, the protection provided by the government, has simply been eliminated from this political reality. And the government, with the openness that it's shown today, is very well aware that the social imperatives and environmental imperatives, among others, will be of the utmost importance. They will be major issues in the next election campaign. Now, there is a weak protection in this bill. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote Rocky Norwegian, the president of the Tulita Renewable Resources Council. He said, "We are, however, prepared to accept the proposals that you are examining today in hopes that in the not-so-distant future, these limits will be extended to include a larger surface area." So people, actors in the field, are aware of the imperatives here, because for too long they were simply ruled out, and with the issues such as climate change that we're currently facing, Mr. Speaker, the people understand that successive governments will have to focus on these important issues. With the NDP government in 2015, the park boundaries will be improved, and the environmental imperatives, the protection of the environment and wildlife will be priorities. We'll see a return to a more balanced position in 2015, Mr. Speaker, and that is what is desirable. I humbly submit these remarks to you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Musqueam-Témiscouata-Basque. I'd like to thank the Member for Manicouagan for his excellent speech on this subject, Mr. Speaker. I know the work that he's done on the environmental issues, and I know how important to him public consultations are. He mentioned in his speech there were 3 options put forth, and in fact, not over 90% of people consulted wanted the option that included the largest surface area. However, the government decided to choose a different option. It chose the option favored by the minority for this bill. Now, the government has said that this is, or as the member said, in fact, it's like a gift to the mining companies. Despite that, they went against the public will as the public spoke out. I'd like to ask the member for Manicouagan about the importance of consulting local populations, and what reasons, in fact, motivated the government to make the choice to choose the option that was, in fact, the least popular among locals. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would say that obtaining public buy-in is important, not just consulting them. I would say that seeking a buy-in by the local populations is something that is very important and will be taken into account in the future. This government has quite a limited vision of the idea of consultation. They sought to the positions of various parties Of course, we can't expect them to drastically change course, the government, in fact, because they have expressed or sided with the industry in this regard. But there are winds of change that are coming in 2015, Mr. Speaker, and the next election will be determinant, and they will show that these imperatives can no longer be ignored and eliminated from public policy and discussions.
Can I comment?
Questions and comments?
Deputy Del.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate everything my colleague does in the House and on committee. I appreciate his work a great deal. My question for him is this, and it deals with the funding that the government has said that it would be putting into various projects and departments. According to the Commissioner of the Environment, there's a significant and ongoing gap between what the government commits to doing and what it actually does. The budget cuts have had serious consequences and led to a 33% loss in protection for Parks Canada. Many positions were cut. Can my colleague, in fact, tell me about the concerns he has with respect to the fact that not only are there fewer people to help manage and administer parks and maintain them, but also what we're seeing is the government that doesn't spend the funding that's been allocated to line its pockets and say that there is a surplus and to use that funding. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. I'd like to thank the member for her question. And despite the virtuous nature of this bill before us, studies have shown that the budgetary envelope is not necessarily sufficient. When I said that the government is offloading its responsibilities, that's what we have seen in this social areas as well, with the blind delegation of duties to not-for-profit organizations that don't necessarily have the funding to take on new responsibilities that are involved on the grounds. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen is that the funds have not been reallocated or redirected to the necessary areas, the funding that is necessary to implement the project. And this will have an impact. The funding is simply not there. So I submit that to you humbly, Mr. Speaker, but there will be, in the next few years, considerable awareness drawn to these issues.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to start by extending happy holidays to all of my colleagues here, to staff on the Hill, to my constituents, and my family. I think that's very important because we won't be here in a few days, and people will be twiddling their thumbs because they'll be missing us so much. Happy holidays and Happy New Year to everyone.
Pleased to rise in the House today to speak on this bill, Bill S5, which will see the creation of the Naticho National Park in the Sawtooth region of the Northwest Territories, hence amending the Canada National Parks Act. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will be supporting this bill. However, it is important to note that we do question the government's motive on the option they selected, which protects less of the landmass than that which would have been preferred. There was actually three options, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just go through some of those options. So one of the options was with a total of 6,450 square kilometers, and it was developed to best protect conservation values while providing an open area about the existing mineral interests, Mr. Speaker. Now, it's important to note that 92.3% of those who spoke on this, who indicated that which option they wanted, actually selected this option. So when we're looking at option one, Mr. Speaker, it was really for the protection of the entire South Nahanni River watershed, with activities related to mining being limited or restricted to areas outside of the watershed, which is 15.7%. Of importance to participants was preserving the habitats of important wildlife species such as grizzly bears, caribou, and Dall's sheep, and mountain goats, which is 61.3%, and protecting the ecological integrity of the complete South Nahanni watershed, Mr. Speaker, and that's about 10%. Now, I'm quoting this from the final public consultation report from TerraPlan Consultants. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, option 1 was the preferred boundary for 60 participants, which was 92.3%, due to the capacity of this option to provide the most protection of the watershed wildlife habitat while accommodating some mineral resource potential. Now, option number 2 has a total of area of 5,770 square kilometers, and it actually diminished the achievement of conservation goals and allowed more mineral potential to be available, Mr. Speaker. So, as you can see, we're kind of going down the line here. Now, option 3 was actually the smallest proposal with a total area of 4,840 square kilometers that took advantage of the mineral potential within the proposed park reserve while providing some protection to key values. So option 1, as I indicated, was actually the most preferred one. Option 3 actually allows for mining to actually occur. So again, only 65 out of the 1,600 consultation participants expressed the boundary choice. However, the government proceeded with option number 3. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the preference was still with option number 1. So I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'll just get back to my notes here. So, Mr. Speaker, here are some of the concerns that were raised in the process, and I'll quote. This is from CPAWS. It was from a press release that says disappointing boundary for a new Nachicho National Park in Nahanni headwaters. And Mr. Speaker, the comment in there is from Eric Hebard-Daly. He's from CPAWS. He's the National Executive Director. And he says, creating a new national park in Canada is welcome news. Unfortunately, this park boundary does not reflect the extensive scientific evidence of what's needed to protect the Nahanni watershed, nor does it take into account the overwhelming public support for protecting the entire Nahanni headwaters expressed during the public consultations on the proposed park. More work is still needed to protect the Nahanni. So the article goes on to basically indicate concerns about the impact that this would have on critical habitat for 2 woodland caribou herds, as well as grizzly bears, Dall's sheep, and mountain goats. And I did mention that a little bit earlier, Mr. Speaker. The legislation actually creates a national park that leaves the most important habitat for these species outside of the park. Now, Mr. Speaker, what the article goes on to talk about is that it's about the critical wildlife habitat areas, including the caribou calving and the breeding grounds and major upstream tributaries of the South Nahanni River, which flow into the Nahanni National Park downstream. So, and these are not comments that we should actually take lightly, because this is an organization that's worked for more than 4 decades to protect the Nahanni, starting with the creation of the original Nahanni National Park Reserve in the early 1970s. In 2009, they publicly celebrated the Decho First Nations and Government of Canada action to massively expand Nahanni National Park Reserve. And for many years, they've worked to secure protection of the Nahanni headwaters. So as you see, Mr. Speaker, we have some people who have been extensively working on protection, and yet the government's not really heeding to the concerns that are being raised before they make their selection. So, Mr. Speaker, just get my notes again here. Let me take a few minutes to inform this House about some of the content included in the final consultation report of August 30th, 2010, which came out of the Park Canada's consultation process. Sorry, I had so many referrals here, so... and can you tell me, Mr. Speaker, once I get down to about... Oh, I only have 2 minutes. Oh, okay, that's not a lot of time. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about the fact that the concerns that were also raised were with respect to some of the quotes that my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan had actually raised about the report that also found that the number of positions with respect to Parks Canada, so the dollars that are not being invested or that are being removed from Parks Canada and the impact that this is going to have on this park. So I can't go into detail, so I'm going to close, Mr. Speaker, by reading the fact that while the terms and conditions of the constitutionally protected Sawtooth Land Claim Agreement have been met, including the creation of an impact benefit plan and management committee, we remain concerned about the government's commitment to the park. While increasing the landmass of the park is welcome, it should be noted that there is an opportunity here. There is still an opportunity to realize the ultimate goal of expanding to protecting the upper watershed of the South Nahanni River, Mr. Speaker. And in case some people didn't hear me and are just tuning in now, I do want to wish not only my colleagues here and the staff on the Hill, but all of my constituents and my family a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the Honourable Member across the way, who I also, through you, of course, wish a Merry Christmas to. Having worked up in Hearst, Ontario, I know the North somewhat. But I was very interested in the claim that we're not spending sufficient funds in regard to Parks Canada. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member may have, because it's the season where we're celebrating, and sometimes in the celebratory nature of the season we're in, we forget certain facts that occur in the House of Commons here. And I wonder if she could make comment on the $250 million announcement that is going to go to infrastructure in our parks and surrounding our parks. I wonder if she recalled hearing that from the Prime Minister's own lips, actually.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I've indicated before, they make announcements, but at the end of the day, they actually don't deliver very well on those announcements. So if we look at the budget cuts that have had a huge impact, budget cuts have led to 33% staffing cut in Science and Parks Canada, 60 out of 179 positions. And then, disturbingly, we look at this. This was the Commissioner of the Environment who actually indicated that also a pattern of broken promises, commitment to change course and ensure protection that have not happened. And he was quite disturbed about that. So, Mr. Speaker, as we can see, I can talk more about some of the numbers. The budget announced $391 million. This is a 2013-2014, over 5 years to deal with crumbling building, roads and dams. And the amount won't even cover the backlog, but more importantly, the amount the government is actually going to spend in the short term is ridiculous. This year, 2014, they will spend $1 million. 2015, they'll spend $4 million, and after the next election, it's $386 million. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, there is some concerns with the numbers that the government announces and what is actually delivered at the end of the day.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The former Premier of the Northwest Territories has had some hard words for the government. He clearly said that this is not a national park, it's a joke. So here, there's a really big hole in this national park. And we're not taking into account the fact that mines are not a separate world and that the repercussions of mining activity can be felt throughout the national park. So maybe my colleague would have some comments to make concerning the words of the former Premier of the Northwest Territories concerning the government and the choice of land and the creation of the park. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's obvious that, well, I had these comments in my notes, but of course we can only say so much in 10 minutes, but we can talk about what we would do. A new democratic government would provide adequate funding for parks to meet our goals to protect biodiversity and to help local communities develop the tourism and economic potential of our national parks. Mr. Speaker, tourism is very important, and under this current government, we have seen a drop in the percentage of investment in tourism in this country. And it's not too late for this park. We could make it bigger because there's still movement, and 2015 is not too far away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Bellel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to rise in the House today to speak to Bill S5 for the creation of the Nachicho National Park. I'm always very aware of all of the issues dealing with protecting our landscape and our wildlife. In the past, I studied at the University of Montreal. I had the opportunity to study environmental geography and to work for the Provincial Ministry of Natural Resources and Wildlife. So I've had the opportunity to work, for example, on the Experimental Lakes file. I have traveled across Quebec, and I've seen the impact that having protected areas can have on our communities. And it's very important for many reasons. In this specific case here, the Nachicho Reserve, we're very happy to see that after 7 years of negotiation, we finally are going to have a park. However, it's unfortunate that the Conservative government has chosen to bow to the or bend to the mining industry's requests and haven't gone as far as they could have in protecting wildlife by allowing mineral exploitation. And that's unfortunate. When we talk about wildlife preserves and national parks, these are areas that are very important for biodiversity. And I've seen the importance of that protection myself, of protecting our fauna and flora, when I worked for the Quebec Natural Resources Ministry. For example, in the northern area of areas of Quebec, there's a large forestry sector. That's a major part of the Quebec economy. And we worked hand in hand with the Ministry of Natural Resources. We ensured that there was an eco-responsible way of cutting wood. It was very complex. We had to look at where wood was being cut. Were there sensitive ecosystems? Were there endangered species present in the area? And it's always very hard to put everything into perspective. So I'm happy here that we are creating, in a region where there's increased natural resources exploitation, a national park. It's very important. And I hope that the limits will be very clear when it comes to protected areas and the resources that will be devoted to them. That's very important. But I really want to highlight at the beginning here that I'm disappointed that certain wildlife areas that are essential have been excluded from this park, and that mining is being put forward to the detriment of fauna and flora. And there are many threatened or endangered species in this area. So we need to properly protect our land area if we're going to do it. I'm not an expert in this area. I've been following what's happened. I know that there's been quite a lot of consultation, and I'd like to congratulate the government for having undertaken consultations, because we often reproach this government for not properly consulting Canadians. certainly some voices were not fully heard in those consultations, from what we can see, but it's good. Oh, and I should also note that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from La Pointe de l'Île, my colleague from across the Rivière des Prairies. I'm anxious to hear what she has to say about this bill. Now, I know that there were 3 potential superficial areas that were suggested for this park. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I know that in one case we were talking about 7,000 square kilometers, and another 6,000 square kilometers, but the smallest possible area was decided upon for this national park. So we want to protect as much area as possible. We have a very large country. We have some very sensitive ecosystems that are particularly affected by climate change. So a bigger park would have been better. And if I look at what took place at committee when the committee looked at this issue at third reading, there were several people who indicated that they were very happy. People from communities, from First Nations communities, chiefs and other communities in that area, said that it was great to have a national park, but that in terms of their traditional activities concerning wildlife and respect for Aboriginal communities, they would have liked to have seen a bigger park. But I think that everyone in this place can agree, and even people outside of this House can agree that it's essential to create a national park in this area. There are issues that are linked to protecting the land are very important to me. I represent Laval, which is an island which is just outside of Montreal. It's a very large suburb with large highways, but, you know, there's more than that. We're lucky to have some beautiful parks on the island of Laval, which are sometimes a little bit forgotten. We have a couple of rivers that run through the riding, and there are citizens in my area who are working towards the creation of a park, an organization called Sauvons les Îles. So in the Rivière des Mille Îles, there are some islands that have very fragile ecosystems, and there are local citizens who are working to recognize some of the biggest islands like Saint-Joseph, l'Île aux Vaches, and l'Île Saint-Pierre to create an ecological sanctuary. So this is in eastern Laval. It's right near my riding. And I'm very lucky to represent eastern Laval because we still have a lot of green area. 90% of our land area is agricultural, and we still have some really nice forested areas, and local citizens can take advantage of that. We also have another great local park. We call it the Lungs of Laval, the Parc des Guerres, and it's always a very sensitive issue because Laval is a very diverse city, and the population is growing year after year, and so we're trying to protect our green spaces. The Bois de l'Équerre is probably the biggest park in Laval, and so it has a certain level of protection right now, and I tip my hat to the active group that is working to protect that area. The people of Laval are very sensitive to protecting our green spaces. In the past, we've seen many of our green spaces and many of our protected areas that shouldn't have been used for development, that have been used for the creation of new shopping centers or for other kinds of construction, things that should not have happened. And so, as the people of Laval, we're fighting to keep our green spaces green and protected, and so I'm very proud of the people in northern Canada who worked to create this national park and who participated in the consultations and who are happy to see this park in their area. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very interested in procedure and the way the House works when it comes to bills. And unfortunately, it's often said the government imposes time allocation or cuts off debate on bills. But, you know, I'm very happy to see that with this bill, there hasn't been time allocation. And that the parliamentary process, has been respected both here in this House and at committee. And so I see that there's some good unanimous consent in the House on this, and it's great to see. And I'd like to ask my colleagues on the other side of the House to repeat this example so that we can continue to work together as a group. And I ask them to stop imposing closure on debate and imposing time allocation. So I know I'm running out of time to talk about our positions and what we would do as the first NDP federal government for Canada when it comes to national parks. So I hope I'll have some questions on that, on what we would do. I think it's very interesting. But in the meantime, I know that the holiday season is coming. We've all worked very hard in this place, so I'd like to take this opportunity, if you'll allow me, to thank all the employees of the House of Commons, the pages who work for us every day, and all of my colleagues in this place. I wish them a very happy Christmas season, and I'd also like to wish a Merry Christmas to all the residents of Alfred Belin, and I hope to see them during the holiday season. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed listening to the comments from my colleague from Alfred Belin. So, when we speak, we've talked about this bill. We've spoken about species at risk and the need to protect them. So even if we're going to support this bill, we know that there's still a lot of work to do. And I think that my colleague could make some comments on that. Because I know that, well, as I was saying, we still have a lot of work left to do. The current government can create as many parks as it wants. But could my colleague talk about the fact that without adequate funding and without solid protection for ecological integrity, the designation of a park is almost devoid of any meaning. So when we put something in place, we need to ensure that there's proper protection in place and that we can move forward with proper funding. The Honourable Member for Alfred Belin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. She's really hit on an important point here when she talks about the need to have adequate funding to properly protect species. And this is really much more important than you might imagine. When I was talking earlier about the work that I did with the Quebec Natural Resources Ministry, well, I was able to see very closely the impact that we can have in the north on our lakes and our rivers. There are questions like, for example, are fish able to spawn properly? If we create a national park, we create roads, for example, to cross lakes and bridges. Then we have to create special infrastructure to allow the fish to spawn. That's very important. So if we don't have the funding in place to ensure that fish can spawn properly, we have a major impact on wildlife, because if the fish can't reproduce, well, that's food that's lost for other animals. So that's just one example, but it puts things in perspective to say that we can have a major impact. We need to be aware of that, and we need to have adequate resources for our national parks.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's comments. One of the things she made reference to is some of her own national parks or parks in her region. And I think it is important. You know, we have parks in Manitoba. One of our most popular national parks has got to be the Riding Mountain National Park, which is about 3,000 square kilometers, almost let's say virtually half the size of what we're talking about today in terms of Natiucho Park, National Park. And we always look, you can do the comparison. I think one has the black bear, the other has the grizzly bear, and the one in Manitoba
The Riding Mountain Park has been there since about the 30s or 40s. But the point is that, Mr. Speaker, that we all care deeply and passionately about our national parks. And as time proceeds, I think it is important that we continue to recognize where we can further develop our parks. But along with the development and promotional of our parks, we also need to ensure that there's adequate resources, that there's something more than just a designation of a national park, that there's an investment into the future by having that park there in different ways. And if you might want to provide comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Belin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his comments on the importance of investments from the federal government to ensure that we have the right resources in place so that there's proper protection. It's great to designate an area as a national park, and it's a great thing that we have very large national parks across the country. But if we don't provide the resources for protecting species at risk, well, you know, when we protect species, it goes beyond that, Mr. Speaker. We often tend to look at just one part of the problem. We need to look at everything through the lens of biodiversity. And these are very, very complex issues. We need to involve scientists, researchers. We need to have the necessary resources as well to do work out in the field. And so I'm very happy, like most of my colleagues, to see that this national park is going to be created. But please, we really need to make sure that we have the necessary resources in place to make sure that everything goes well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to start by wishing happy holidays and a happy new year to all the staff of the House of Commons, to all of my colleagues who sit in this place, and as well to all the residents of La Pointe-de-l'Île. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you during the holiday season at all kinds of activities throughout the riding. And I'd like to wish all of you a happy holiday season and a very happy new year. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity and the privilege of having a country that is very, very large and that is still largely green space, and Canada is a magnificent country. So who can be against virtue, Mr. Speaker? The creation of a national park is really, I think it's part of our identity. And what I mean by that is that we really can't oppose the creation of a very large protected green area, an area where we're going to protect flora and fauna. So certainly I am very happy to support Bill S5, which, as its name suggests, comes from the Senate. And so I would like to congratulate the government. But unfortunately I can't, because this is a Senate bill. So I think that the government could have decided itself to table a bill, C5, for example, which would have showed their will, their direct, clear desire to create this national park in Nachicho. However, we need to recognize that this is a commitment from the government, a commitment not only to the Satu Dene Aboriginal people, but also a commitment to the Northwest Territories to take the necessary efforts to preserve the land, the territory, the flora and the fauna, and our watershed. However, I think it's important to note that since this government has been in power, we've seen a reduction not only in the scientific staff at Parks Canada, but also in infrastructure. For example, the Toronto Star, reported in December that Parks Canada has a backlog of about $3 billion in deferred work. $3 billion. Deferred maintenance. We're talking about $3 billion. That's not a few bucks here and there. That's an immense backlog that is going to have a major negative impact in the long term when it comes to preserving our national parks and also on the investments and on the tourist industry. Because a $3 billion backlog, I think we can all agree that that's not something that you can get rid of just by snapping your fingers, particularly for a government that is cutting budgets. $3 billion. Well, I don't think we're going to see a single dollar invested in the next couple of years if we continue under this conservative government. And the departmental performance report for Parks Canada has indicated that $17 million that was allocated to preservation and $22 million for infrastructure was not spent. And so when my colleague spoke of announcements that unfortunately had not been followed through on, well, here the departmental performance report shows that there are a whole bunch of announcements that were made, for example, on preserving heritage resources and on townsite infrastructure and transit roads. Well, that's money that was not spent in 2012 or 2013. Here we're talking about many millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So we can applaud the promises made by the government to create a national park, which will preserve our natural resources and, in theory, will improve resources. And yes, we need to improve infrastructure, but we need to applaud that. But what is the government promising to do over the long term to maintain this park and to preserve our natural resources? Because we can create as many parks as we want, but if the funding isn't in place, what's going to happen? Well, we're just going to have a name, if you will, which, yes, is great, a national park. But when we create a national park, that means that we recognize the importance of that area for all Canadians, and that we also recognize the importance and even the fundamental importance of these resources, the fauna and the flora that are found in that area, the fundamental importance that they have for our country, for all Canadians.
So I urge the government not only to pass this bill to create a park, but also to provide the funding that has to follow it. Budget cuts have had serious consequences. 33% of the scientific staff of Parks Canada has been cut. 60 out of 179 positions have been scrapped. You can't preserve our heritage resources without scientific staff. They're a vital part of the package. We can't protect our flora and our fauna without scientists. We need them so that people who depend on those resources can continue with their livelihoods. So conservation doesn't happen without science. It's an essential relationship. You can't take away one half of the relationship. Cutting 35% of the scientific positions has serious consequences. And it's really a shame because the Environment Commissioner mentioned a pattern of unfulfilled commitments. Commitments to turning things around because the government had promised to protect wildlife areas in Canada, but unfortunately those promises have not yet been kept. I'm not just talking about creating national parks, I'm talking about making sure that our natural resources are preserved and protected. So, far be it from me to criticize the government for creating a park under Parks Canada, but what I would say is that if you're going to promise to protect that area, we'd like to see some money to back it up. We'd like to see the other promises that have to go along with that first promise to make it meaningful, because the residents of the area, the First Nations, should be entitled to see those promises followed through on. The government basically has kept the smallest possible promise here. The vast majority of people wanted to see a larger park created. Witnesses during the consultations, those consulted, said they'd like to see a larger area protected, but unfortunately we know that the Conservatives were more sensitive to the mining companies' interests for reasons that they haven't been forthcoming about, but it shows the doublespeak here. They say they're doing everything they can to protect our wildlife resources, our plant and animal life resources, but at the same time, they're not protecting the breeding grounds and other areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Libasque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for La Pointe de l'Île for her very interesting speech on this topic. I asked a question earlier this morning. I'd like to have her opinion. The previous leader of the Northwest Territories knows the territory well, knows the people who live there, and he talked about the Conservatives' attitude on this file. My colleague talked about all the consultation there had been and mentioned the fact that the option that was eventually selected was far from the preferred option of the residents of the territory. The Conservatives instead preferred to create a kind of donut-shaped park with a hole in the middle in order to pander to the mining industry. They seem to have balanced the wishes of the residents with environmental interests, but in the end they ignored the residents of the area and when they made their choice. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much to my colleague for his question. I really don't have any news for him. The economy versus environment debate is a false debate. Pitting the environment and the economy against one another, we know, Mr. Speaker, is a false debate. It's a false dichotomy. And I think it's time that the House move past that false dichotomy. It's time we get real. You can have what's called sustainable development that reconciles these interests. Despite the limits, the limited size of the park, the Parks Canada says that this is not going to go far enough because it excludes caribou breeding grounds and birthing grounds. And it's unfortunate because the Conservatives, by opting for the smaller park are not protecting a number of species that use lands outside that park. And once again, they're choosing the economy over the environment. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and her contribution to the debate today. I'd like to ask her how important she thinks national parks are for environmental protection, for heritage protection, and also how important are parks in terms of helping Canadians discover the beauty of our countryside and our flora and fauna. Is it important to her to protect parks and to make sure those parks are functional, that they have the resources they need, both in terms of staff and funding, so that they will be lasting parks and be of service to Canadians? Now, member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are two parts to my answer. First, I mentioned at the outset of my speech, Canadian flora and fauna, as I said, occupy most of our land, and they're part of our identity as Canadians. So it's part of our identity to protect our resources. That is what is most dear to us. Visitors come to Canada to see our wilderness. I have a lot of family that lives in Europe. When they come to Quebec and Canada, they say, it's magnificent here. It's part of our identity. So protecting our identity is extremely important. Secondly, not just for tourism, not just for everything, it's for our children, it's for the future. Protecting the environment and our parks, they're there so that our children and grandchildren will be able to benefit from what we benefit from today. So conservation is not only fundamental to our identity as Canadians, but also for our children and our grandchildren, so that they can enjoy our wilderness as we do today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to just mention that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Surrey North. I'd also like to take the opportunity, Surrey North, rather. I'd like to wish all the staff of the House Merry Christmas. I don't have time to name everybody, but Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and to my colleagues too, and my constituents in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. So I'm pleased to join in the debate today on Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act. We're talking specifically about the Nachincho National Park Reserve. Please excuse my pronunciation of the name of the park. But the park is located in the northernmost part of the South Nahanni watershed in the Northwest Territories. As all my colleagues have said before me, the NDP, of course, supports the creation of this national park because, obviously, we're never against this kind of initiative. We're concerned about protecting our flora and fauna. But it's important to point out that in spite of the fact that the vast majority of the public wanted to see a larger park created, the Conservative government instead chose to heed the wishes of the mining industry by excluding areas that are essential to the survival of wildlife. So they're going to allow mining to happen there at the expense of our wildlife. So they basically disregarded the wishes of the local population, and I think that's regrettable, but I think we're getting pretty much used to that kind of attitude from the Conservative government. The First Nations in this area for a long time have been recommending that the proposed National Park area be protected. This concern for preservation is consistent with the Government of Canada's commitment to protect the Greater Nahanni ecosystem. But my question is, if the government doesn't take action to protect this fragile area, who will? I don't know. Consultations revealed that the local residents massively supported the creation of a larger park, but the Conservatives ran roughshod over public opinion and decided to protect only the smallest of the 3 proposed areas. I think it goes without saying, but apparently I have to say it anyway. Our flora and fauna are such a source of wealth for this country, and on the eve of 2015, we can no longer stand by and watch our flora and fauna be put into situations where they're endangered. This is too important. So in choosing the smallest of the 3 proposed areas, the Conservatives have pandered to mining interests and unfortunately ignored local residents. These are the people who live there. They know the area. They know the wildlife. They know the plant life. They know the species that cohabit in that area. And I find it really sad that things have gone that far. Sure, they consulted, but did they listen, Mr. Speaker? I think they are just quite simply ignoring people. It's negligence. So we support the creation of the park, but we really have to question the government's motives. We fear that the park is too small and it doesn't protect areas essential to the reproduction of caribou, and waters that flow into the Nahanni will not be protected. So I would also add that creating a national park is meaningless if it doesn't come with the funding necessary for its maintenance. The Toronto Star reported in December that Parks Canada had a shortfall of $3 billion and as a result has had to defer maintenance work. So we're talking about the environment and fragile ecosystems. We're talking about fauna and flora. I think that $3 billion should have been invested and spent appropriately, maybe more even, should be earmarked for this type of effort. In its departmental performance report in November 2013, Parks Canada mentioned that the aging infrastructure and inadequate funding represented a high risk for the agency. Parks Canada's departmental performance report also indicated that over $17 million for heritage resources and $22 million for town site infrastructure and transportation went unspent in 2012-2013. That's serious, in my opinion. According to the Environment Commissioner, there's a wide and persistent gap between what the government commits to do and what it's achieving. So is the government going to keep its commitment? We don't know, even for the small area that they chose to designate as a provincial park, as a national park. Budget cuts have had serious consequences. In fact, 33% of science positions at Parks Canada, that's 60 out of the 179 positions, have been eliminated. These were essential positions. But we know the government doesn't really like scientists, so this is proof of that. The numbers speak for themselves. Another troubling thing is that the commissioner identified a pattern of unfulfilled commitments. So Will this commitment be kept or not? Will there be any follow-through? Will Parks Canada be left to its own devices? Who knows?
And if we add to that funds allocated for infrastructure for parks in the 2013-2014 budget, the situation is even more disappointing. The budget earmarks $391 million over 5 years to repair buildings, roads, and dams that are crumbling. That's not enough. And what's worse, the funding that the government plans to provide in the short term is ridiculous. In 2014, investments are expected to be $1 million. And we were talking about a shortfall of several $1 million, but here we're talking about one. In 2015, they plan to invest $4 million, but after the election, $386 million. Quite strange, but I won't comment on that further. I'll just put that out there for people to think about. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, yes, we support initiatives like this with a view to focusing on environmental protection. Of course, we can't oppose virtue, but it's of the utmost importance for local populations to be consulted, but not just consulted. It's not just consulting for the sake of consulting to say that you've consulted. No, they need to listen to the outcome of those consultations. The willingness and well-being of communities should take precedence over the interests of large corporations. The necessary funding must be invested to maintain the parks. And finally, we can't take half steps when it comes to environmental protection. Future generations will thank us for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She spent a great deal of time talking about the need for resources. When parks are created, there are some 12 parks in the north, but cuts were made. And also in the funds that were allocated by Parliament, a great deal went unspent. And so the potential of these parks is being neglected. And we support the creation of this park, but the necessary resources are not being provided for conservation. Now, there are also the issues with respect to science and resources that would enable us to learn more about what is available and what is, in fact, in that park. So my question for the member is this. I would like to know if she believes that the Conservative policy of not spending the funds earmarked for these projects by Parliament with a view to helping them achieve the balanced budget is making it not possible or hindering the expansion and development of these parks, the park that we're discussing here in this bill. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are facing a serious problem, not with respect to the operations, but to the potential of these parks. As I said earlier, we can learn a great deal about the flora, the fauna, about our country. There is a wealth, an incredible wealth in Canada. We have extraordinary landscapes, and it would be very sad to see, because of budget cuts or because of a shortfall, that these areas are neglected or not preserved, Mr. Speaker. That is something I find unacceptable. And I think that we need to stop hiding behind this argument about balancing the budget. A healthy environment with an ecosystem that is respected, that has no price, Mr. Speaker. You can't attach a price tag to that. It's for our future generations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her answer. One of our other concerns, which she touched on briefly in her remarks, was the fact that part of the projected area was not included because of the mining interest. Now, the people were consulted, people on site, in fact, local people, and they were all in favor of a larger surface area for the park. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, about the idea of respecting the outcome, the idea stemming from this kind of consultation. Because the communities need jobs to survive, but at the same time, they're in the best position to strike a balance between the economy and the environment. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, people were consulted, but they weren't listened to. So I think it's the duty of the government to proceed taking into account the well-being of the local communities and to place that ahead of industrial industries. Now, for jobs, etc., there need to be companies set up. I understand that dynamic completely, but when it comes to the local population, when, like in this case here, they had spoken out about the size of the park, and they basically told the government, this is what we want, this is the size we want, and the government went with the smallest surface area for the benefit of mining companies. Well, that's a serious problem for us, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about a community that went unheard. It was consulted for this, just to make the government look good.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak in this House on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North on this very important bill, Bill S5, which amends the Canada National Parks Act to create a National Park Reserve of Canada. The name of the park is, I'm going to try pronouncing this correctly, Nachincho. So that's the park that's being created in the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor on days like today when we work together in this House to look at future generations. I look at I thought about my son and my daughter, and also the whole family, the time that we would spend in our national parks. And I've had that opportunity to do that over the years, provincial park, national parks, and they serve serve in an important way in our communities. I know the parks in my community that are part of the Surrey North, how much people enjoy those parks. So it's an honor to support this bill in this House to create this national treasure. And I know speakers before me have talked about the gift that the Aboriginal First Nations people have given to all Canadians, and I want to thank them on behalf of all Canadians, and in particular on behalf of people from Surrey North, for giving this wonderful gem to Canadians for generations to preserve. I know, Mr. Speaker, I've actually thought about maybe traveling in that part of the world, and I've listened to our NDP member from Northwest Territory, who defends, always speaks up very highly of the area in the Northwest Territories, and I'm hoping to get the opportunity myself, along with my children, one day to go see that part of the world, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, of course, I think we need to reserve these parks for our future generations, not only to preserve the habitats that are part of our wilderness. That's what makes us unique. Canada is a huge, huge country with many parts to it. I think one of the things that we can do is to ensure that future generations have the opportunity to enjoy this wilderness that we have had, and have it in a way that we can preserve it to ensure not only for future generations to see, but also the animals that inhabit those areas to be able to roam free and are able to live in their natural habitat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are three options for this particular bill, and three different options of area that was to be covered for the national park. The Conservatives unfortunately chose the option that was least, that was the smallest portion. And I think there are some concerns regarding that from a number of people that were involved with the consultations. They had preferred actually to have the larger, the park larger option be chosen. However, the Conservatives chose the option, smaller option. I would still say yes. You know, it's a step in the right direction, and it was an opportunity to further enhance the reservation of this park. But I'm still happy, Mr. Speaker, that we at least chose a option that will provide a national park for all generations to come. Mr. Speaker, there, you know, when you create national parks, I know I come from British Columbia, and I know the role tourism plays in the economy of British Columbia. There's many hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created through tourism across this country, and that's a way to diversify our economy, especially when we've seen in the last number of weeks where we've seen the commodities fluctuate, whether it's oil or other commodities going, for example, the oil going from $147 a barrel a few months ago down to about $61 this morning, Mr. Speaker. So it's important for us to diversify our economy, and tourism is a natural for Canadians. I know for British Columbians it's natural. I know there's many jobs attached to tourism, and creating parks like this actually will help to enhance, diversify the beauty of Canada, but also I think we can use these parks for enhancing, diversifying our economy into tourism-related industries. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I've seen it so many times, whether it's a crime bill or whether it's a veterans bill, whether it's a bill relating to First Nations. You know, you can make all the laws in the world you want and create these parks, but there has to be funding available. There has to be money provided in order to make sure that some of the things that we're doing in this House, they're carried through. That requires resources, Mr. Speaker. And we know from reports that this government, the Parks Canada, there's a backlog of about $3 billion in maintenance work that needs to be carried out, and that money is not available. That money hasn't been provided or allocated by this government. If we are going to create these parks, I think we need to ensure that we provide the funding to maintain these parks, to ensure that we are doing everything we can in order for these parks to function for generations to come. And Mr. Speaker, tourism, again, going back to how reserving a national park and how tourism can work hand in hand. Again, if you look at tourism industry, I've heard earlier on a speech by a colleague who talked about the importance of tourism. The other countries, you look at Australia, France, he pointed out a number of other countries that are actually making investments in tourism, making investments in tourism to increase tourism for those countries. But what we've seen from this government, from the Conservative government, is cuts to very tourist-related programs that we can put out there to attract more tourism in this country, especially for British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. I know in the summertime and even in the wintertime, we have some of the finest skiing mountains in the world, and they're right in our backyard, right a couple hours from Vancouver, and some are actually minutes from downtown Vancouver. So I understand the importance of tourism, how it plays into our economy. We can always do more to increase tourism in those industries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously we support the creation of this park, and this, you know, when you consult when you consult First Nations, when you consult local people, you can achieve a lot of good. And I've seen in this particular case, the government worked with the First Nation, the Satu and the Métis in the Northwest Territories, to work out an agreement to create this wonderful park. That's what you get when you work with, when you consult people at the ground, when you consult the very people that are going to be affected with, are going to be affected. The result is usually good. Unfortunately, over time, Mr. Speaker, this government, time after time after time, fails to consult the local people. And we can see what's happening with the Rouge Park in Toronto, Scarborough, Mr. Speaker, the urban park that's being created there. The consultations have gone sideways. And many people in the community are opposing that, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I see I have 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I want to again thank the people of Northwest Territories, the Satu and the Métis Aboriginals for giving this gift to Canadians on Christmas. It is Christmas time, and I know, Mr. Speaker, talking about the Christmas time, I know my son is actually waiting for me at home. So we can go look for a video and find out how much it costs. And then we're going to appeal to Santa whether it'll be in his stocking or whether it'll be underneath the tree. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all Canadians, take this opportunity, a very Merry Christmas right across this country, and particular to my constituents in Surrey North, and Happy New Year to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague's comments on this. He touched a bit on consultation, and yeah, there's been some consultation, but at the end of the day, they actually wanted the better option. And it was basically a take-it-or-leave-it option is what they ended up with. So, of course, they want to see an expansion, and I think that that's fabulous. But it would have been even much more appropriate for the bigger one, the first option, which would actually have protected even the calving areas within that park. Now, again, I just want to go back to the consultation, because when we see that there was a new National Chief Bellegarde, and his comments as during his speech was that business as usual with Canada will end. So again, that talks to the consultation piece, and he also goes on to say, if our lands and our resources are to be developed, it will be done on our terms, on our timelines. So just the importance of consultation, maybe my colleague can speak to that. This was a step in the right direction. Now, if they can just continue down that path, things would be a lot rosier.
Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question, and talks about the importance of consultation. And that's, Mr. Speaker, I know there were three options in this particular case when we were looking at creating a park in the Northwest Territories. Of course, the Conservatives chose the third option, which is actually less land than the first two options, and a lot of the stakeholders in this particular consultation actually wanted the first option to be chosen. Mr. Speaker, even with that, I think, yes, we have a park. It's not as large as I think what the majority of the people want, but I think I want to pay respect again to the people of Northwest Territory who actually are giving a gift to Canadians to have this park reserved. You can achieve when you're consulting with individuals, when you're consulting with First Nations, and that's our constitutional obligation to consult with First Nations when time comes to land use issues, minerals, commodities, extraction, Mr. Speaker. We've seen from this government, they've failed time after time and we've seen from this government time after time where they have failed to consult, and the Supreme Court have a number of times instructed this government to consult with First Nations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to refer to my colleague a quote from a report. And this was the report that was actually undertaken by I forget the name of the organization, but anyhow, through Parks Canada, it was actually implemented and instituted. So it says a frequently expressed comment in the Sawtooth region consultations was that it does not make sense to have a national park reserve if you allow mining to exist in the watershed. Participants stated their distrust of the mining industry and the environment assessments to protect the natural environment, concerned that the impacts of mining would be harmful to the watershed downstream. So again, to my colleague, how important is it to ensure that we protect the ecosystem, and is there still going to be an opportunity to expand that? Is he in agreement that there would be an opportunity to expand that at a later date?
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the members of the Northwest Territories, Aboriginals, First Nations, they have actually wanted to have a larger park. Yes, the government did create the smaller park, and they actually rejigged the boundaries to ensure that there was some sort of mining activity that could take place many years from now. And the member is absolutely right. That activities in those zones just outside of the park will have impact in the park, because, you know, animals, Mr. Speaker, they don't know any boundaries, and they go from one area to another, and there is a breeding ground in an area where there could have been a park, yet the Conservatives carved that outside of this national reserve that's being proposed by this bill. So I hope there's an opportunity to ensure not only for future generations, but to ensure some of these species have a habitat that is natural to their living conditions, and that we are able to preserve not only parks in Northwest Territories, but also other parts of Canada that future generations could take benefit in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleagues for that response. It's an honour to rise in this place today on behalf of the good people of Davenport and the great city of Toronto on this on third reading of this important bill, and it's important in a number of different ways. And of course, as many of my colleagues have already underlined, we'll be supporting this. But it's important as we look at the process to reflect on, and I think it's important here on my last speech of this year, to reflect on what this bill and its process, what we can learn from this, and what it says about this government. Now, it's true that there's, you know, we've had much debate around the bill and the various decisions that were made as leading to third reading here, but what I wanted to focus on was the process and the fact that once again, you know, we see the government not listening to the very people that should be a vital part of the process. And, you know, it brings me back to my own constituency in Toronto, and I want to just talk a little bit about process and connect it to the bill, because we've discussed already that there's been some flaws in the process. Mr. Speaker, I do want to just let you know that I will be splitting my time with the member for BC Southern Interior. Okay? We have significant infrastructure projects right across the country, whether we're talking about, and I'm going to focus on where I represent, we're talking about the Line 9 project. We're talking about, currently, we've got a project that is running dirty diesel trains from the airport to Union Station in Toronto. We have a variety of issues where the public has not been able to properly impact the decision, not been able to actually weigh in. Take, for example, in my own riding, we've got a nuclear processing plant that's been there for 50 years. We're supposed to have a full public engagement program And no one knew, people living right across the road from it even knew that it existed there because, well, the government's sort of going, well, you know, we're not going to play this card too strongly. Public engagement, that's just an impediment to us doing the things we want to do. And what we're saying fundamentally here on this side of the House is that if you don't have social license, then projects just simply cannot go forth. If you don't have social license, if you haven't fully consulted with First Nations, for example, if you want to run a large piece of infrastructure through a heavily populated community like the one I represent, and you're going to run that infrastructure using 19th century diesel technology that the WHO has ranked up there as a carcinogen similar to arsenic and mustard gas, well, then you need to talk to the people who are going to be living right there. And you need to get their buy-in. And if you don't, then you have to find a way through. You have to consult. You have to listen. This government, listening is not something this government likes to do. And we saw this with this very park proposal. Now, I want to talk a little bit also about the deficit in infrastructure improvements and how that is also part of a trend, just in case my honorable friends across the way think that the deficit on this park issue is a one-off. Unfortunately, it's not. But we're seeing here that in December, the Toronto Star reported that there was almost a $3 billion backlog in deferred maintenance at Parks Canada. And, you know, this government loves to cut ribbons, you know. They love to announce big projects. But they're really not interested in actually supporting the infrastructure, improving the infrastructure. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have billions of dollars of infrastructure deficit in the City of Toronto. We've got a public transit system that's built for 1960s population use. It's about twice the capacity now. And, you know, the government loves to pop by, especially when their buddy Rob Ford was the mayor, and, you know, cut some ribbons and pop some champagne when the Prime Minister wanted to help him out by putting some federal money into public transit. But the problem here is that we've got a huge operational deficit. What cities, what municipalities, certainly what the City of Toronto needs, is a government that realizes that you can't just come up with a big-time capital announcement, that you got to be there for the whole project. So it concerns us that this government doesn't understand the need for long-term sustainable funding, for example, for public transit across the country, and certainly in my city, and that there are ways in which this bill and the process just shows a very disturbing trend by this government, a trend that most certainly we will see change after the election in 2015, when we can make some significant changes with the first NDP government in the history of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that I'm getting most of the questions. I mean, I think that I'm kind of dumbfounded that the Conservatives or the Liberals aren't even engaged in this issue, and I think that that's quite problematic. But at the same time, we see the fact that my colleague here fully understands the environmental aspect of this and the pristine wilderness here. Again, I'd like to quote from the report. The Parks Canada's own consultation process took place, and this is the report that came out of it. So it was suggested by participants that protecting the water should be a higher priority than obtaining the employment and financial benefits of mining. While some participants saw a balance of economic and conservation values as beneficial, many others felt that mining should not be allowed at all in the watershed. It was suggested that they concern that the key concern is deciding on the boundary should be the conservation of wildlife and water. And I know that in the writing of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, which comprises of 17 First Nation communities, I can tell you that when it comes to water, when it comes to the environment, and when it comes to their youth, because the youth is their future, that is key. So can my colleagues speak about the fact that these are things that we have to take very seriously when we put bills in place, and that consultation has to occur around these pieces?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, my honourable colleague raises a very important question, and ultimately the question revolves around a matter of trust. You know, that this government has implemented bills that have actually, instead of strengthening environmental protection for our lakes, our rivers, our streams, our oceans, they've actually weakened them. They've gutted the public process vis-a-vis pipelines, and then they turn around and hector the opposition for raising questions that, quite frankly, Canadians across the country are incredibly concerned about. So I think that fundamentally the government's lost Canadians' trust when it comes to large infrastructure projects, when it comes to things like protecting vital resources, and what could be more vital than our water. This government has consistently shown an aversion to public participation, for transparency, for accountability, and for those reasons, they will find it increasingly difficult to gain the social license that is required for these big infrastructure projects.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I should say. Being somewhat, I guess, baited to pose a possible question, and I don't know if the former questioner has been sleeping. I can assure her that I have been asking questions. The Liberal Party has had a presentation earlier today and throughout the 3 hours of debate that we've actually had, Mr. Speaker. And if I only reflect on one of the questions that I talked about was in regards to the Naticho Park and its creation, which was actually created back in 1972, and who happened to be the Prime Minister back then? No one other than Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who established the park. And it's not to say that the Liberals own the idea. I think that what we need to recognize, Mr. Speaker, is that when we develop a national park, that there's a lot of people that come to the table, in particular First Nations and other stakeholders in regards to this particular park. And I've made reference to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we need to acknowledge the efforts of many that have ultimately led to what we have today, a bill. The Senate brought forward the bill, but at the end of the day, it took a great deal of effort by a lot of Canadians to ensure that we actually have Bill S5 here today. And I'm wondering if the member might want to acknowledge the efforts of those individuals, not from the House of Commons, but from those outside the House of Commons that have made this bill possible.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
I'm not quite sure what the question the member was trying to ask. I believe he was trying to retroactively claim some kind of responsibility here. Well, let's focus on the key issue here, which is social license, which is accountability and transparency. Again, let's just focus on the fact that if this government wants to run a pipeline, wants to create a large piece of transit infrastructure, wants to convince Canadians, for example, that they are actually sincerely guarding the environment, then I'd say they need to give their heads a major shake. Mr. Speaker, we have in our country significant concerns around the protection of our environment. You know, this isn't a rural-urban issue. This is an issue that all Canadians are concerned about, And it's reflected in the process here in this bill that this government still does not take these issues seriously at all.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for BC Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise to speak in favor of Bill S5. As we've already said, in the House, the NDP supports the creation of national parks and the preservation of ecosystems and essential habitats that allow for the survival of flora and fauna. And as has already been said as well, consultations have showed that the population was in favor of the creation of a larger park. However, the Conservatives didn't listen to public opinion and decided to protect the smallest possible area of the three options. And they neglected to include large wildlife reserves. Mr. Speaker, there was testimony, for example, the Honourable Ethel Blondin Andrew, who said, and I quote, the Dene and the Métis of the Satu support the creation of this park. We feel that any park established in the area under the agreement must be created and managed in partnership with the Dene and the Métis of the Satu, taking into account our cultural traditions, our spiritual values, and our economic aspirations.
What I'd like to do is say this. I believe it's very timely for me to talk about our proposed national park in the South Okanagan, Lower Similkameen. Ever since my election in 2006, I've been in contact with those opposed to the proposed park, as well as those in favor. There's no question that the vast majority of my constituents in this area want some form of protection for this pristine area. However, there are differences as to how this can be accomplished. After listening to both sides, I have come to the conclusion that the only way to preserve this fragile ecosystem is by means of a national park. Failing to do so will leave this area under threat from mining and development, regardless of what safeguards the provincial government of the day implements. And although a great deal of work has been done by Parks Canada to move this process forward, there's been some dissatisfaction with the process. As a result of political pressure, the current BC Liberal government has withdrawn its support for a national park. In my conversation with our previous Minister of the Environment in 2012, I was reassured, however, that should the position of the provincial government change, the federal government would once again get involved in the process. This is encouraging news, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the federal government for its commitment. I would also like to quote from a letter that Ms. Doreen Olson, who is coordinator of the South Okanagan Similkameen National Park Network, received from the Federal Minister of the Environment in December of 2013, and I quote, "I would like to assure you that our government recognizes the important role that Canada's system of national parks plays in providing Canadians with meaningful experiences and opportunities for discovery. Since its creation over 125 years ago, Canada's system of national parks has continued to grow, and our government has put significant efforts into increasing Canada's protected areas. Our government is committed to ensuring that our national parks continue to provide Canadians and visitors the means to connect with our country's national heritage." Mr. Speaker, this gives us hope. The key now is for the British Columbia government to re-engage in the process. There have been a number of concerns about the proposed national park, the most serious being the lack of First Nations involvement on a government-to-government basis. Since then, the Okanagan Nation Alliance has conducted a feasibility study and found that it is, I quote, "feasible to explore further discussions with Parks Canada about a future national park reserve, so long as Silic's title, rights, and interests are protected and respected." The Silic's Parks Working Group advocates a collaborative and consensus-based model with Parks Canada, similar to those in Guayai Hanas, end of quote. There are two other concerns, Mr. Speaker. One is the ability of our local helicopter school to continue training in the proposed area, and ranching. Well, both of these issues have been addressed by Parks Canada. At any rate, they could and should be a vital part of any negotiations between the provincial and federal governments. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that there is a growing, overwhelming support for the national park from the following: Okanagan Basin Water Board, Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen, Regional District of Central Okanagan, Regional District of the North Okanagan, Town of Osoyoos, City of Vernon, BC Wine Institute, Kelowna Chamber of Commerce, South Okanagan Chamber of Commerce, and tourism associations such as Tourism Oliver and Destination Osoyoos, as well as a number of environmental groups such as the South Okanagan-Similkameen National Parks Network. In addition, thanks to the former mayor of Osoyoos, Stu Wells, the Union of BC Municipalities passed a resolution in support of the park. Also, there's support from the City of Greenwood, Mr. Speaker. It passed a resolution stating the City of Greenwood fully supports the re-engagement of discussions between the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia towards the establishment of a new national park in the South Okanagan-Similkameen, and asks to be consulted throughout the process to ensure that we are partnering in economic development, tourism, and business development strategies and programs. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to issue a big thank you to Dan Ashton, Penticton MLA and Chair of the province's All-Party Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services, for his support. The Standing Committee recently completed its report and has recommended that the province work with the federal government and local stakeholders to assess the feasibility of and support for the establishment of a new national park. And I should add here, Mr. Speaker, as was pointed out in previous statements and questions, it takes a long time for this process to take place. It takes many stakeholders, and I firmly believe that the time is ripe for the Government of British Columbia now to re-engage with the federal government to get this process moving so we can leave a legacy for the future, Mr. Speaker. But also, last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I would like to single out and thank Doreen Olson of the South Okanagan-Similkameen National Park Network for her years of tireless efforts in the promotion for the establishment of the national park. I don't know how many meetings I've had with Doreen or how many meetings she's had with other folks, but I just would like to thank her and those in her organization for their effort. Mr. Speaker, the BC Minister of the Environment, Mary Pollock, recently visited our area to consult with residents, and I thank her for doing so. I had written the Minister in November of 2013 asking the province of BC to formally re-engage negotiations with the Government of Canada and First Nations. So far, Mr. Speaker, we haven't had a positive reaction from the Government of BC. We have a chance to do something right, Mr. Speaker, for future generations to come. I strongly urge the province of BC to re-engage with the federal government and First Nations. We have a potential win-win situation, the protection of our environment, tourism dollars for our area, beautiful opportunity for people from all parts of the world to come and visit this pristine area, and of course full-time employment, which certainly will support our local economy. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow ourselves to miss this opportunity. I strongly urge the Government of British Columbia to work with the federal government to re-engage with federal government, First Nations, and other stakeholders to make the national park in the South Okanagan-Similkameen happen. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It seems to be very much in tune with his constituents' concerns, and I think he's very familiar with national and provincial parks, because this bill, of course, deals with the creation of one such park. So I'd like to know how important he thinks those parks are and how important it is to resource those parks properly. How important does he think it is to protect our environment, our flora and our fauna, and our heritage in Canada? How important is it to provide the necessary funding to protect those resources? The honourable member for British Columbia South Interior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his question. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it's important to protect certain parts of our country for the future. And as I said in my speech, The best way, in my view, to protect them is by creating a national park. We talk about provincial protection, that it should be directed by locals. But if you don't create protection at the national level, there's always a danger that there will be mining, that there will be pressure brought to bear on various governments to allow mining and development on those lands. So when you get involved in a debate like this one, it's not for today, it's for the future. It's the children and grandchildren of my colleague from Sherbrooke and so on. It's to make sure they have a network of parks to enjoy and use. So I would encourage the federal government to keep working with the provinces and other people to develop that network of national parks across the country. Thank you.
And comments. The honourable member for one moment. St. John. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of the previous speakers have suggested that the only factor the government should have considered in setting the boundaries was the result of public consultations. I want to ask the honourable member, would he not agree that the views of the Northwest Territories should be considered as well? Should we not consider the investments of the rights and the rights of the mining companies who employ the people? Mr. Speaker, there has to be more taken into consideration than just the results of the public consultations as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member of BC Southern Interior.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and the question is a logical one. It's a logical one. However, I think that we often tend to make decisions based on short-term gain in our country. And here we need to look at the long-term gain, the long-term potential of pristine areas. And that's why I would like to submit that this park and that the Bill S5 represents is smaller than the people normally would have wanted it to be because of this pressure from the mining industry. And I would like to submit that there is room for mining, there's room for development, but we have to look in the long term to ensure that we protect these pristine areas. Otherwise, there are not going to be any of these areas left for us in the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time. Bill S5 is a bill to create a national park in the Satu region of the Northwest Territories. And just for a little bit of geographical reference, this region is centered around the Mackenzie River and stretches towards the Yukon boundary with an incredibly beautiful mountain range and the magnificent wilderness that is the Northwest Territories. And I had the pleasure some years ago to live in the Northwest Territories for a number of years, and I can tell you that when I say the magnificent wilderness of the Northwest Territories, indeed that's what it is. I guess you could think of this park perhaps as a Christmas present for the Satu Deni of the Northwest Territories, but there's a Scrooge there too, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to talk about the Scrooge. There were three options that were set out for the park. Option one was a total area of 6,450 square kilometers. It was developed to best protect conservation values while providing an open area around the existing mineral interests. Option two was a total of 5,770 square kilometers, which diminished the achievement of conservation goals and allowed more mineral potential to be available. And option three, which is the one that was chosen by the Conservatives, was the smallest proposal with a total area of 4,840 square kilometers. Not everybody was happy with that third option. Let me read a quote from Alison Woodley, who is the National Conservation Director for CPAWS. Now, CPAWS is the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. And I quote, from Ms. Woodley. Creating a new national park in Canada is always welcome news, but this boundary does not reflect the extensive scientific evidence of what's needed to protect the ecological integrity of the Nahanni watershed, nor does it reflect the overwhelming support that was expressed for protecting the Nahanni headwaters during the public consultations. So, Mr. Speaker, that's just one example, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea that we don't support national parks. Of course we do support the creation of parks, but we question the government's motives. We have some concerns with the size of the park, including the omission of vital caribou breeding grounds and lack of protection for source waters for the Nahanni River. Section 16 of the Satu-Deni Métis Land Claim Final Agreement sets out the terms and conditions for the establishment of a national park in the Satu settlement area. Included in these terms and conditions are several clauses for review of the plans for the park after a period of not more than 10 years. And I say that because whichever government replaces this particular one next year, they do have a responsibility to ensure that this plan is reviewed as it moves forward. And in fact, these sorts of plans should be like the Veterans Charter, for example, that should be living documents that continually get looked at. Another person who wasn't very happy was Stephen Kakfwi. He's the former Premier of the Northwest Territories, and he's quite disappointed in the way that the boundary lines were drawn. He said in an interview that the Prime Minister is protecting the mining interests more than environmental interests, and let me quote directly from an interview from August 23, 2012. And here's the quote: "He's taken the heart," he meaning the Prime Minister, has taken the heart right out of it. The middle of it is carved out so that mining can happen. Dead center in the middle of this proposed national park. There's another Scrooge here, Mr. Speaker, and I use Scrooge in particular because, quite frankly, creating national parks is an empty gesture if there's no funding to go along with it. In December 2013, the Toronto Star reported that there is an almost $3 billion backlog in deferred maintenance in Parks Canada. And budget cuts, of course, have had a huge impact. Budget cuts have led to a 33% staffing cut in science in Parks Canada, and that's 60 out of 179 positions being eliminated. Add the 2013-2014 budget announcement of spending on infrastructure in parks, and the picture is even more bleak. This year, meaning this year 2014, the government will spend on national parks. Remember, I just said there's a $3 billion backlog in infrastructure. They will spend in the budget $1 million on Canada's national parks.
Wow.
So, Mr. Speaker, the government can create all the parks it wants, but without funding and careful protection of the ecological integrity of this and of all national parks, the designation is relatively meaningless when we speak in terms of conservation. Let me finish, Mr. Speaker, with a quote from our member from the Northwest Territories. And he was speaking on the funding for national parks in the House of Commons here. And here's the quote: "Across the entire North, there have been sacrifices on a number of occasions with national parks. What have we seen out of that? We saw the loss of over 64 positions throughout the 3 Northern Territories. The 3 Northern Territories carry 12 national parks in Canada. 12 out of 44 national parks are in those 3 territories. The commitment of the people of the North to national parks is large." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know that my colleague here from Thunder Bay Rainy River is very well in tune to wilderness, given the part of the country that he actually lives in. But You know, he talked about the mountains, and he talked about the magnificent wilderness. And I'll do another quote from the Parks Canada report, where an elder talks about the beauty and importance of the Naticho area was highlighted by many consultant participants in the Sawtooth. So they stated that the area was very important to peoples of the Sawtooth, Decho, and Kashka. So one of the elders described the mountain itself as sacred to these people. So my colleague, I'm just asking my colleague the fact that when we're talking about wilderness, this government talks about consultation. They say they listen, but at the end of the day, they took option 3, which was the lesser option, where everybody wanted option 1. So maybe he could just kind of elaborate on the fact that we need to take into consideration when it comes to sacred ground, or the issue here where the elder described the mountain itself as being sacred. Thanks.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin. You know, one of the things that strikes me about this park, and one of the things that's really lacking, is the whole issue of protecting watersheds and everything that goes into those watersheds. You may not know, Mr. Speaker, but just south of my riding in northern Minnesota, not very far from my riding, there are 3 North American watersheds that meet. And there are always commercial interests who want to shift water from one watershed to another, or want to divert water from one watershed to another. And while I'm no scientist, I do know that moving water from one watershed to another watershed is something that should not be done. So, Mr. Speaker, protecting watersheds, just like in this park, is most important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for the last answer he gave to a question. I used to work on improving water quality in farming areas. It's important to protect that blue gold that we have so much of here in Canada. The importance of watersheds. We're not just talking about one river. It's important to protect a whole watershed, a whole area. He also mentioned in his speech that this government is not at all involved in protecting waterways and the environment. So I'd like him to elaborate a bit more on this, the failure of this government to truly take environmental protection to heart. The honourable member.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for that question. You know, I think when it comes to creating national parks, creating any sort of parks, whether they're municipal parks or whether they're provincial parks or national parks, I don't think we should look at it in a backwards fashion. In other words, we shouldn't look at creating parks in terms of what is the minimum we can possibly do to create a park and still get some political credit for doing it. And this is about politics, Mr. Speaker, also. Don't get me wrong. So rather than that kind of attitude going into the creation of these wilderness spaces, perhaps the real question should be, how can we make this large enough to ensure the ecological integrity of the whole park and the whole region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Aglukik, seconded by Mr. LaBelle, moved that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, the Chinchak National Park Reserve of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Yes? Agreed? I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The time for government orders has expired. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Hunsik.
The honourable member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, this week A U.S. Senate report concluded that torture is not an effective method of obtaining credible information. In March 2009, at the Public Safety and National Security Committee, I got CSIS to admit that Canada uses information obtained by torture from third countries. In December 2010, we learned that the Minister of Public Safety had sent a letter to the director of CSIS authorizing them in certain cases to use information that could result from or come from torture or mistreatment. Now, this government must put an immediate end to this practice, which encourages torture in third countries, and demand that CSIS no longer use this type of information. This practice is immoral, ineffective, and weakens our national security by using risk analysis based on erroneous information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Richmond Hill residents have consistently told me that infrastructure is a priority of theirs, along with jobs and economic growth. I am pleased to inform them that our Conservative government is listening and delivering. Through the Gas Tax Fund, we are delivering stable, reliable, and significant federal funding to help build local projects. In 2010, nearly $20 million has been allocated specifically for municipal infrastructure in Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, you can find gas tax-funded projects in every corner of Richmond Hill, from the significant upgrades at the Oak Ridges Community Centre, the Bayview Hill Community Centre, the Richvale Community Centre, and the Lois Hansey Aquatic Centre, to a new multi-use trail at Oak Ridges Corridor Park East. From major road reconstruction, pedestrian bridge replacements, and trail construction to environmental initiatives, the Gas Tax Fund is improving the quality of life for residents in Richmond Hill and indeed across our great country. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Richmond Hill, let me take this opportunity to wish you and every member of this House a happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House to point out just how dynamic entrepreneurs in my riding are. The Café chez Charlotte, La Patente, Rose et Pamplemousse, the Veterinary Clinic in Vieux-Limoilou, La Réserve, the Brûlerie Limoilou, Qui le Cru, Espace Niviti, Momenteo, and others are just a few examples of new small and medium-sized businesses that maintain the economic vitality of Beauport-Limoilou. In recent years, I've contacted most of the companies in my riding that create good jobs and are key players in Canada's economic future. These passionate entrepreneurs have explained their reality to me, which has helped me work on better solutions, concrete solutions to promote their development. Once again, I want to thank them for their work, and I take this opportunity to invite citizens of my riding to buy local.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas is a joyous time of year when families and friends get together and celebrate the holiday season. From parades to holiday shopping to dinners and parties, the Christmas season is filled with many exciting festivities and events. It is also a time where we can reflect on the many blessings we have received throughout the year and look forward with hope to what lies ahead. We have so much to be thankful for, from family to friends to health. Mr. Speaker, the list is endless. In the spirit of giving this season, let us also remember to share generously with those that are less fortunate and make this a Christmas to remember for all. I would like to wish all members and all Canadians a safe and very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long suffering years under this Conservative government, the hard-working middle-class families of Southern Ontario are excited about the prospect for change. Next year, the voters of this region will have a clear choice. They can support a party that slashed Via Rail service to Kitchener, London, Sarnia, and Windsor. They can choose a party that cut the budget to the Federal Economic Development Agency for this region by $80 million. They can vote for a party that has failed to approve a single project under the much-hyped but under-delivered Advanced Manufacturing Fund. Or, Mr. Speaker, they can choose the Liberal Party that will invest in infrastructure, a party that will support our hard-hit manufacturing sector, and a party that is focused on improving the lives of hard-working middle-class families of Southern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of cuts and neglect, the choice is clear. The people of Southern Ontario want change. They want a new Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 700 years before his birth, the prophet Isaiah declared a virgin would conceive and bring forth a son, that his name would be called Emmanuel, God with us. 500 years before it happened, Micah declared he'd be born in Bethlehem, while Zechariah wrote that he'd arrive in Jerusalem as a king, riding on a donkey, the price of his betrayal and the wounds on his hands. Indeed, all of history is divided by his time on earth. BC, AD, BCE, CE if you will. For millennia, he's inspired the greatest works of art, music, self-sacrifice, and service to humanity. The Bible is his story. It remains the most published and influential literature of all time. While 2,000 years have passed, his life, his mission, his resurrection continue to impact lives around the world. Mr. Speaker, he is the reason for the season. I wish all members of the House, indeed all Canadians, and as many as can receive it, his peace that passes understanding. Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Laval. We are reaching the end of this parliamentary session, which is marked by a record number of gag orders imposed by the Conservative government to get to their controversial legislation adopted, to cut essential services to the people, and to undermine democratic expression, the vote, by what we could call unfair elections. More than 850,000 Canadians are currently using food banks. This is unacceptable in the country we live in and an illustration of the failure of government's policies. So before we all leave to spend Christmas with our families, I issue this wish, perhaps too optimist, but while they celebrate in their homes Christmas and the New Year's, I hope the Conservatives will take some time to think about Canadians, to think about cuts to unemployment, the lack of affordable housing, job security, and injustice. Merry Christmas to all.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, please join me today in remembering Jack and Marion Seabrook of Manitoulin Island. Jack and Marion were married in 1953. When they were separated in 2003 by Jack's death, they reportedly had never had a single fight. Last month, Jack and Marion were reunited. The Seabrooks had 3 children and adopted 3 more from the Aboriginal community. The kids say their mother never once lost her temper, saying summer was just too hot to get mad and winter was just too cold. Jack created a museum of island history centered on the most impressive collection of tractors that I've ever seen. Marion taught for 3 decades, creating Ontario's first Native Studies curriculum in 1969. Jack supported her morally and financially, while she and her students compiled and published a collection of stories of the island, followed by novels, a play, and a board game based on island life. Jack and Marion built a loving family, enriched the island community, and today it is an honor to speak in their memory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Speaker, when sundown arrives on December 16th, in my home and in homes across Canada, family and friends will gather together to light candles in celebration of the first night of Hanukkah. This 8-day celebration commemorates the triumph of the Maccabees against the oppressive empire of Antiochus more than 2,000 years ago. Jerusalem was liberated and the temple was rededicated, and only enough oil to last for 1 night instead lasted 8. Born out of the triumph of light over darkness, of freedom over oppression, and tolerance over persecution, this celebration reminds us that miracles can occur even in the darkest of moments, and that justice must always overcome tyranny. Hanukkah also reminds us that here in Canada we are truly blessed to live in a country of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Hanukkah is a joyous time of family gatherings, gift-giving, latkes, and games for the children, most notably hotly contested dreidel contests. At this time, I wish all Canadians celebrating Hanukkah, Hanukkah Sameach, all Freilich and Hanukkah.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise in the House today to mark the Silver Jubilee anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's Nobel Peace Prize. I look forward to joining the Tibetan community this weekend to celebrate this special occasion. In 1989, His Holiness was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his non-violent struggle for freedom in Tibet. Sadly, the situation in his home has only become worse. At least 133 Tibetans have self-immolated since 2009. The Dalai Lama continues to advocate for a peaceful resolution to the Tibetan issue through dialogue and mutual respect, even in the face of such tragedy. I urge our government to engage China on the issue of Tibet and to urge them to re-enter into dialogue with envoys of the Dalai Lama based on his middle way approach. I also want to wish all of us here who are privileged to work in Canada's Parliament Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and the very best of the holiday season.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Omar Ahmed Qadar pleaded guilty to heinous crimes, including the murder of American Army medic Sergeant Christopher Spear. This Conservative government has vigorously defended against any attempt to lessen his punishment for these crimes. That is why the Government of Canada is ensuring that he stays in federal prison where he belongs. We do not agree that a youth sentence is appropriate for someone who is seen on video making the same type of improvised explosive devices that killed many of the 158 Canadian Armed Forces members who died in Afghanistan. I am pleased with the decision of the Supreme Court to hear the government's appeal of the reckless decision to send a terrorist to juvenile detention. While the Liberal leader refused to rule out special compensation for this convicted terrorist, and the NDP actively tries to force Canadian taxpayers to compensate him, we on this side believe the victims of crime, not the perpetrators, are the ones who deserve compensation.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to see an update in the Castlegar News on our West Kootenay Regional Airport. A big thank you to City Councillor Florio Vasilakakis for explaining the regional navigation performance system necessary to upgrade our airport. Due to a narrow valley and low cloud ceiling, we experienced more than our share of cancellations and delays. Over the last years, I've been talking with representatives of NAV Canada about our airport. As of last year, Canada had not yet developed a public RNP system for airports such as ours. I'm happy to say that this has now changed. I was recently told by NAV Canada that it's trying to arrange a meeting with Air Canada and the City of Castlegar to discuss the airport RNP approach. The key is for Air Canada to equip its planes with compatible equipment, which their new Q400 aircraft already has. Should this happen, Mr. Speaker, we could see a marked improvement at our airport as early as the fall of 2015. A win-win situation. Air Canada increases its profits, and all of our residents benefit. Air Canada, we are counting on you to make this happen.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that the NDP will bring back the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry should they ever get the chance. The member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley, piled on yesterday when he confirmed to media that the NDP will bring forward measures to track all firearms, in other words, a registry. What's even worse is that he attempted to fearmonger by saying that the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act would have made it easier for the terrorists that attacked Ottawa to transport a firearm. That type of irresponsible and misleading comment requires a fundamental misunderstanding of how gun laws work. We are making our firearms laws safe and sensible for Canadians. I would hope that the member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley would return to his previous position on the issue when he said he has received clear and decisive direction from his constituents to oppose the long gun registry, a position he agrees with personally. It's clear that only this Conservative government will stand up for law-abiding hunters, farmers and sport shooters. And I, as other Northern British Columbians, wonder if he will reverse his long gun registry flip-flop.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, from Little Black Bear First Nation in Treaty 4 in Saskatchewan, Perry Bellegarde has just taken on the toughest political job in Canada. He was elected convincingly yesterday as the new National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. In 3 decades of activism, he has served as a tribal councillor, as Chief of Little Black Bear, as Chief twice of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, and as Regional Chief of the AFN. He also has experience in Crown corporations and in community organizations ranging from Globe Theatre and the YMCA to the Aboriginal People's Television Network and the Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority. As Chief Bellegarde now works to energize the AFN, this new national leadership offers Canada an opportunity to make historic progress, to build respect and trust and momentum at long last, to close the gaps between First Nations and all other Canadians. Let us not miss this chance.
The Honourable Member for Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's economy is ranked among the best in the world.
Despite weathering global economic crisis, our government has worked tirelessly to ensure that Canadian families were not affected by the latest taxes out of the control of government expenditure. Instead, Mr. Speaker, our government has significantly reduced the tax burden for all Canadians. This government believes in the importance of a strong economy and refuses to weigh it down with another tax on Canadian families. Unless the NDP and Liberals, who have repeatedly called for increase in taxes on Canadians, including a carbon tax, that would be detrimental to the well-being of Canadians and small businesses. Bringing in a job-killing carbon tax is irresponsible by resisting a carbon tax despite opposition demands. This government is standing up for hardworking Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government will never punish Canadians with a job-killing carbon tax called for the opposition.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Contrary to the Conservatives and the Liberals, who have shown, once again, that they're disconnected from the needs of Canadian families, the NDP has had another productive parliamentary session this fall. We have achieved results for Canadians. Just think about the compensation for victims of thalidomide and the phase-out of the DOT 111 rail cars, singled out in the Lake Megantic tragedy.
Child care plan, with the goal of ensuring that parents don't pay more than $15 a day for childcare. After 20 years of empty promises, it's time. And we fought to maintain home mail delivery for Canadians and called for a moratorium. We stood up for veterans, and we stood up against constant Conservative corruption. We held the government to account for the military mission to Iraq, and we will continue to hold the Conservatives to account and build a government in waiting for 2015, because Canadians deserve better. On a tout sort à 2015, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
There's good news this Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Under our Prime Minister, all families will receive more money in their pockets, right where it belongs, thanks to our family tax plan. The Liberals would take it away. In fact, the Liberals have even said that Canadians can be convinced to accept a tax hike. Now, I don't understand that thinking, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I find it unconscionable. The Liberals would take money away from hardworking families and instead build up government bureaucracy. Thankfully, all families in Calgary Centre with children will benefit from our recent announcements. Families will be better off with the universal child care benefit increase and expansion. In fact, families who have children under 6 will receive nearly $2,000 per child per year, and families with kids from 6 to 17 will receive $720 per year per child. Only our Conservative government knows that moms and dads are the best ones to make decisions about what to do with their money, not the Liberals.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 years, $1.1 billion that should have been used to help veterans was returned to government coffers. All because of the minister's incompetence and his inability to properly deal with requests. 2 years ago, he was warned that his department was drastically underestimating the number of veterans in need of help. He did absolutely nothing to fix that. In fact, he made it worse. When will the Prime Minister ask the Veterans Affairs Minister to resign? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered, and today there are more services, more benefits, and more points of service for our veterans than ever before. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. The opposition voted against expanding funeral and burial funding. They voted against career transition services. Mr. Speaker, they even voted against the Children of Deceased Veterans Education Assistance Program, Mr. Speaker.
Incredible.
We take no lessons from a party that speaks one thing and does another.
And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Ministerial responsibility is one of the cornerstones of our democracy. This person has caused the harm. He shut down 9 veterans' offices, allowed $1.1 billion to lapse when veterans needed help, and he says it's somebody else's fault? No, Mr. Speaker, he's responsible. What is he waiting for to finally, for once in his life, do the honorable thing and resign?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have brought in real services and real programs for our veterans, and we will continue to do so in spite of the opposition voting against every one of those items, Mr. Speaker. The reality is they voted against disability and death compensation.
Yes.
They voted against the earning loss and supplementary retirement benefits.
Shame.
They voted against the Veterans Independence Program. Mr. Speaker, I hardly think that I need to take or we need to take any lessons from a party that says one thing and does exactly the opposite.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, in 2009...
The Opposition has the floor now. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the Justice Committee unanimously indicated that it was time to act on the disabled or the impaired driving file. I asked questions of the Prime Minister. He said he was taking it seriously and that it was a priority. 2 years later, nothing has been done.
Governments do that is more important than saving human lives. A lot of them will be posing with people from Mothers Against Drunk Driving over the holidays. Here's our only question for them. Since that unanimous report in 2009, more than 5,000 Canadians have died because of drunk driving. What are they waiting for to act?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Leader of the Opposition. In fact, impaired driving is still the #1 criminal cause of death in this country. It's a very serious issue. He has alluded to the fact that many of us, including myself, have met with members of MAD Canada as well as other justice groups who are advocating for changes to the criminal code. We have contemplated seriously the changes that are required, Mr. Speaker. We hope to have legislation forthcoming.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Dunderdale of Newfoundland and Labrador was there to announce that there was a deal with the federal government. $280 million would flow to Newfoundland and Labrador as compensation for the European trade deal. Now we find out that the government is imposing conditions that will mean, in practical effect, that the $280 million they promised will never flow. Why did they make the promise to Newfoundland and Labrador and break it such a short while later?
The Honourable Minister of State for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to working out the details of this minimum processing requirement fund with the government of Newfoundland and Labrador. The fund was created to compensate for anticipated losses from the removal of minimum processing requirements. The fund was never intended as a blank check that would give the industry in Newfoundland and Labrador an unfair advantage over other Atlantic provinces. We've been very clear from the start that the NPR fund was to compensate for demonstrable losses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For years, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been promising, quote, sector-by-sector regulations to combat climate change. In 2008, he not only promised cap and trade, he promised specific regulations for oil and gas. Now, the same Prime Minister suddenly says that his own idea of promising those very regulations would be, quote, crazy. But it was his idea that he's now calling crazy. So what does it say about the Prime Minister that he considers his own ideas to be crazy?
Mr. Speaker, what's crazy is a job-killing carbon tax. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister said, Canada would not take unilateral action and impose taxes and monetary penalties on the oil and gas sector. This is a North American issue that needs a North American solution. We've always said we'd work together with the United States on reducing greenhouse gas emissions for the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker, and we're the first government in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions whilst...
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the Auditor General informed us that the Conservatives were underestimating the needs of our veterans and that demand would likely go up. So what did the minister do? Well, he eliminated 1,000 jobs, and the biggest cuts came to front-line programs for health, compensation, and transition services. The minister is not only incompetent, he's mean-spirited. Why is the Prime Minister tolerating this? When will he fire this incapable and insensitive minister?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we support our veterans. And the reality is that we voted for many of the benefits and services for veterans and their families. But let me just inventory a few of the items that the Liberal Party voted against. Veterans Independence Program, Earnings Loss Supplementary Retirement Benefits, Financial Support Program, Commonwealth War Graves Commission, Career Transition, Disability Allowance, and many more, Mr. Speaker. Again, the hypocrisy is more than anybody can really believe.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, when it was convenient, the Prime Minister praised the new Veterans Charter. For example, in 2006, in speaking with veterans, he claimed to support the troops and noted, I quote, "This Veterans Charter is one example of our government's commitments." But when it became clear how badly his government had mismanaged the supposed commitment, he rushed to blame the Charter on a previous government. The Prime Minister has been exposed for his mean-spirited neglect of our veterans. How can they possibly trust anything he says?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since the advent of the new Veterans Charter, what this government has done consistently year after year, while the opposition have voted against, is enhance the benefits, the services, and the delivery of programs for veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, we have been delivering for our veterans. We continue to do so while they oppose everything we do.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, while we believe the Conservatives should have long ago invested in mental health services for those who serve, they seem incapable of announcing money for military mental health without skirting into questionable ethical grounds. Today's announcement of a new Centre of Excellence includes funding of $500,000 from military contractor General Dynamics, who receives tens of millions of dollars in contracts from this government. In their rush for good news announcements, does the government really not see the conflict of interest created by General Dynamics contracts with D&D?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to providing the best care possible for our men and women in uniform. It is our government who boosted the mental health budget for the armed forces by over 20%. Members who are battling mental illness have greater access to specialized care more than ever before. The Canadian Armed Forces have established a new national Canadian Military Veterans Mental Health Centre of Excellence and created a chair in military mental health. When we're working in partnership with the Royal Ottawa Mental Health Centre and seek to even further opportunities to advance military-related mental health research, our brave men and women in uniform deserve nothing less.
And a member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, 900 jobs were cut at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Over a third in the branch that provides services. 372 jobs in the health and rehabilitation branch. To hide their incompetence and their ideologically driven cuts, the Conservatives have claimed that services to veterans wouldn't be affected. But we've all seen the tragic results. Veterans who've died before receiving the care they need. And others who've taken their own lives. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to fire this incompetent, completely incompetent minister? Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that we on this side of the House have been doing, while the opposition constantly votes against our programs and services for veterans. We have opened or announced new frontline medical facilities for veterans' mental health. We have worked with family, and we are working with family resource centers to support medically releasing veterans and their families. We've shrunk the application and the paperwork to deliver more services up front for our veterans, created new monthly financial benefits totaling thousands of dollars each year for seriously injured veterans. Mr. Speaker, they vote against all these things.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. The Minister of Veterans Affairs is living on another planet. He's known for 2 years that his department can't predict future needs, but he's done nothing to fix that. And this despite a serious warning from the Auditor General, who said that his data doesn't take into account the growing needs of soldiers suffering from PTSD. Without knowing future needs, for 2 years he cut staff and closed offices in the regions. And now he needs to hire people and go back on that. It's more than time for the Prime Minister to give a great Christmas gift to veterans and fire this minister. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, all of us on this side of the House are proud of the fact that we have been and continue to look after the needs of our veterans, their families, and of course we do that through the delivery of programs and services. But let me just give you one example, Mr. Speaker, of where the NDP voted against, and that is the disability and death compensation benefits for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. They voted against that.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Conservatives have failed veterans every step of the way, and they refuse to take responsibility. A 2012 Auditor General's report warned that Conservative mismanagement was A. creating a mess at the Veterans Affairs, B. failing veterans in mental health issues and PTSD, and C. creating a state of confusion with frontline case managers. Conservatives' response was to cut frontline staff and close regional offices. It is inexcusable. When will they finally fire this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we've brought in real services and real programs for our veterans, and we will continue to do so in spite of the NDP voting against all of these things. The reality is they keep voting against every single program or measure that we've been bringing forward. Again, I repeat, against disability and death compensation, against earnings loss and supplementary retirement benefits, against the Veterans Independence Program. Mr. Speaker, there's no lessons to be learned at this side of the House from that party who votes against the very things that we're trying to achieve for our veterans.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, in the 39th, 40th, and again in this 41st Parliament, this party has tabled legislation, the Climate Change Accountability Act, that would commit Canada to emission reduction targets. That's a consistent determination to preserve this planet for our kids. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, with a Prime Minister who once called meeting emission targets a, quote, important objective, but now, having missed every target, he calls emission regulation, quote, crazy. How does it happen that the Prime Minister's once important objective became crazy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, what's crazy is a job-killing carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, our government is the government that's reducing emissions while supporting economic growth and job creation. And we're achieving this without the crazy policies of the NDP. In 2012, greenhouse gas emissions were 5.1 lower than the 2005 levels, while the economy grew by 10.6% during the same period. Canada's 2020 greenhouse gas emissions are projected to be 130 megatons lower than they would have been under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, and that's real leadership.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Because the Conservatives refuse to require the oil and gas sector to do its part, other sectors are going to have to do more so that we meet our promises to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The manufacturing sector, for example, which has already done a lot of heavy lifting, will have to compensate for the Conservatives' inaction. How can the Prime Minister justify that some sectors have to pay the bill while the oil and gas sector doesn't? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government's record is clear, and we've taken decisive action on the environment while protecting our economy. We'll continue to implement the sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that protects the environment and supports economic prosperity. And building on these actions, Mr. Speaker, we recently announced that we'll be taking action to limit the growth of HFCs, which are the most potent and fastest-growing greenhouse gases in the world. And we'll do that without putting economic penalties on our oil and gas sector and without a job-killing target. carbon tax.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, with their sector-by-sector approach, oil and gas, that is the sector with the biggest GHG emissions, and there's no way for Canada to meet its obligations without regulating that sector.
That's right.
So the PM says he wants to align Canada's oil and gas regs with the U.S., but neither the minister nor the parliamentary secretary could say if he's proposed continent-wide regulations to the Americans. So I'll ask again, what regulations has the government proposed to the United States?
Here. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Prime Minister said Canada would not take unilateral action and impose taxes and monetary penalties on the oil and gas sector. But what the opposition has said is they would impose taxes and monetary penalties on the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the opposition also said they would act unilaterally to impose a job-killing carbon tax. And the opposition parties would gamble, Mr. Speaker, with 275,000 jobs in Canada. Our government's not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to support hardworking Canadians, and we're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, without the crazy taxes of the NDP.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat responsible for F-35 procurement has published an update on the file. As expected, the bill for Canadians has gone up again. We're now at $45.8 billion for the purchase, maintenance, and use of the F-35s. And as if that wasn't enough, the last plane won't be ready until 2025. This file is total chaos, and Canadians want to know how their money is being spent. Will the minister finally commit to an open and transparent procurement process? The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
As I've said before, no decision has been made on replacing the F-18 fleet. We do want to make sure that our men and women in uniform have the equipment they need, which is why we're doing a life extension on the F-18s so that they can run right through till 2015. Yep. Mr. Speaker, in our commitment to transparency, we released 3 reports yesterday and all of the unclassified reports, and all of the information therein will be taken into consideration when a decision is made.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, rising costs and slipping times of the F-35s were laid out in careful detail in yesterday's independent review report. There could be $1 billion more in costs, and the final purchase pushed back to 2025, a far cry from the $9 billion originally claimed in 2010. The report also says 3 other jets could equally meet Canada's needs. So will the Conservatives be having an open competition, or are they still in favour of a sole source purchase of the F-35?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, no decision has been taken. As part of our 7-point plan, we commissioned several reports. Those are being evaluated. In fact, they've been released publicly. They were tabled yesterday. The information in those will be considered when a decision is made. But meanwhile, to make sure that our men and women in uniform have the equipment they need, we're doing life extensions so that the F-18 fleet can continue through 2025. Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, the NDP, the No Defence Party, have been arguing to buy absolutely nothing to support it.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the government has had these reports in its hands for months. The Pentagon has documents showing that we've already asked for earlier purchase of the F-35, and there's an entire secretariat devoted to this. So it hardly seems likely that a decision hasn't already been made. Can the minister tell us whether this proposed purchase has actually gone to Cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to make it more clear. No decision has been made. We're going to consider all of the information that has been prepared in the various reports that were made public yesterday, evaluating the different options to make sure that our men and women in uniform get the equipment they need at a price that's responsible to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that the troops have the equipment they need by doing life extension to 2025 on the F-18s.
Honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, at least 160 Canadians who served this country bravely died by suicide over the last decade. This Conservative government was warned 2 years ago by the AG it was unprepared for dealing with veterans' mental health. It was told again this year that the wait time for mental health services was unacceptable, that any member of this government can stand up and say they're doing a good job without any sense of shame is an insult to the memory of anyone lost because of their inaction. This minister has allowed us to get to this point of crisis. When will he do the right thing and resign?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as recently announced, there's a number of initiatives that we've undertaken that will, in fact, address the mental health situation, and that is something that we have been doing all along, Mr. Speaker. There's initiatives underway that will enhance the service delivery at the front line. There's new clinics and expanded clinics being put in place. Mr. Speaker, we have been responding and will be continuing to do that to the mental health needs of our veterans and their families.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Newly elected National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Perry Bellegarde, vowed yesterday to keep pushing for a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Earlier this week, Canada witnessed the courage and eloquence of Renelle Harper as she added her voice to the calls for an inquiry. Will the Prime Minister get on the right side of history and immediately call a national public inquiry so we can put an end to this ongoing national tragedy?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said before, we know that different victims have different views, and we respect the views of all of these victims. What happened to Renelle Harper was appalling and a horrific crime, and our thoughts and prayers are with her as well as with her family. Thanks to her family's brave decision to move forward and work with police, we have apprehended the attackers, something extremely important to this. Our government is very focused on making sure victims are supported and that those that commit these crimes are apprehended and put behind bars. We've moved forward with the Victims' Bill of Rights, as well as a number of other initiatives. This government's focused on doing the right actions, unlike the opposition.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives themselves admit that there has been no progress over the last 5 years in the fight against the underground economy. And what are they calling for? Well, a committee with absolutely no target. What's more, for 2 years they've been blocking requests from the Parliamentary Budget Officer for a budget to calculate the billions of dollars in tax havens, while the rest of the G7 has already figured that out. Mr. Speaker, is there anyone in the Conservative government who's worried about tax evasion? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that just a few weeks ago in Toronto, I launched a ministerial advisory committee on the underground economy to highlight all our efforts that have been extremely successful in that area and our enhanced approach to the underground economy, which I also tabled in this House, Mr. Speaker, because we are taking that very seriously. And as far as the PBO is concerned, we are working with the PBO. There is an issue as to how much we can share with them. We're working on it jointly.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, when Canada decides to use intelligence obtained through so-called enhanced interrogation techniques, that implies the Conservatives condone things like forcing detainees to stand up despite injuries, making sexual threats against detainees' family members, and depriving detainees of sleep for over a week at a time. Does the minister condemn torture, and if so, will he stop receiving intelligence obtained through torture? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would remind my honourable colleague that the topic she has raised is a matter of American politics, but Canada does not condone torture. If information is brought to our intelligence service, and if that can save a Canadian's life, it will certainly be taken into account. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Senate report on the CIA's so-called enhanced interrogation techniques is very clear. Torture is not only morally wrong, it does not work. Information obtained through torture is unreliable. And yet, despite this, the Conservatives have directed Canadian security agencies to use and share information obtained through torture. Why is the minister making Canadian agencies go along to get along with states that torture?
Here. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Canada
does not condone the use of torture. Thank you.
The honourable member for Welling.
Mr. Speaker, in October, when farmers of North America expressed interest in buying the Wheat Board's assets, Conservatives said, well, there's no time. But then they changed their mind and said, oh, we'll give you a month. Well, a month to put a bid together as complex as that was hardly enough time. So guess what? The bid, it's rejected. But then private companies, they're allowed to bid on it. But guess what? No timeline. So the CWB is still considering offers from private companies. So why did Conservatives impose a timeline on farmers, but not on multinational corporations? Why does this minister not want farmers to actually own the Canadian Wheat Board?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely none of that was true. The member from Welland should actually get better research. He could maybe talk to the Wheat Board itself, or I'd be happy to give him a briefing. The farmers of North America imposed their own timeline, trying to find out from farmers if there was any kind of desire to put together the several $100 million it would take to actually be a serious contender. They never did that, Mr. Speaker. They actually never did put forward a serious bid. If they had, it would have been adjudicated along with everyone else by the CWB, working in consort with an international accounting and legal team to ascertain the best bid forward.
The honourable member for Welland.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the folks who wanted to actually make the bid would impose timelines on themselves so they could actually derail their own bid. Makes perfect sense, especially coming from this minister. But the Wheat Board assets actually are public. They should be for sale, and they should actually benefit farmers. But the board's management seems determined not to sell the assets to interested farmers. It seems they would rather prefer to give a sweetheart deal to a foreign multinational. Can the minister state, for the House and for the record, if he's aware of any kind of bonus, special compensation, or any incentive that will go to the executive management of what is now the Wheat Board of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is not a political process. As we've said, when we legislated, put that bill forward in October of 2011, this is following the timeline, following the outline that was prescribed within that. The Wheat Board themselves, the directors there, have decided to expedite to bring stability to what they're offering Western Canadian farmers predominantly. But they've increased their footprint across Canada with the purchase of Mission Terminal and loading facilities in Quebec. Should that come to fruition in the coming months or a couple of years that they have in that timeline, Mr. Speaker, that'll be a wonderful thing, bringing that stability. As to bonuses and so on, that's certainly the purview of the Wheat Board, not mine.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Poland's Defense Minister Tomasz Siemoniak says that there has been unprecedented activity by Russia's Navy and Air Force in the Baltic Sea region in recent days. He also says that this is evidence of Russia testing and probing NATO, and this does not in any way help to build good relations and trust. Given this spike in activity, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence please update this House on Canada's contribution to NATO's Ukrainian assurance measures? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his great support for Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, there's indeed been increased activity in the Baltic Sea region by Russian forces, and our CF-18 pilots continue to witness it firsthand. Yesterday morning, 2 CF-18 Hornets based in Lithuania were scrambled to respond to non-NATO aircraft off the Baltic coast and intercepted a Russian transport aircraft and a Russian surveillance plane. This time, however, these Russian planes had an escort, 4 Russian MiG-31 Foxhound fighter jets. Our CF-18 shadowed this Russian formation for approximately an hour. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to stand with our NATO allies in the face of Russian military aggression.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Last week, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister turned up empty-handed at the UPA Congress, and he raised concern among farmers and cheesemakers by saying, in the event of losses stemming from the trade deal with Europe, they would get compensation. In Brussels, when the Prime Minister promised compensation, there were no ifs or maybes about it. The uncertainty created by the Conservatives is bad for investment. Cheesemakers want to know, how are the Conservatives going to evaluate their losses? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his attendance at the UPA. He did a great job of representing the government. And yes, he defended cheesemakers and dairy farmers because we keep our word here. We signed a deal and we are providing compensation. People were glad to hear the parliamentary secretary say that we will be there for our farmers and we will continue to defend them. Thank you.
If that's a promise, let's see the details in writing. Mr. Speaker, I'll remind Conservatives they also promised to compensate Newfoundland and Labrador for giving up rules that protect our fish processing jobs. What happened to that promise? Now, tomorrow the Premier is coming to Ottawa to meet with the Prime Minister to find out what happened. Will the Prime Minister agree to honour the terms of the commitment that he made? Or will this be a replay of the foot-dragging, promise-breaking disrespect and contempt Conservatives showed to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians with the Atlantic Accord?
The Honourable Minister of State for
Mr. Speaker, the member should better inform himself on this file. This fund was created to compensate for anticipated losses from the removal of minimum processing requirements. The fund was never intended as a blank check that would give the industry in Newfoundland and Labrador an unfair advantage over other Atlantic provinces. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-European Union Trade Agreement represents an unprecedented opportunity for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and it would be a shame for anything to interfere with that. We've been very clear from the start that the NPR fund was to compensate for demonstrated losses.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. The first post office to be closed in Canada, the first victim of Conservative cuts, was in Lachine, in my riding. And with the end of home delivery, complaints from constituents have gone through the roof. People with reduced mobility, seniors, and everyone who cares about this essential service. Will the Conservatives finally pay attention to the public and restore home delivery? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I remind the member that the decision with respect to home delivery is that of Canada Post, an independent arm's-length Crown corporation. They did so, Mr. Speaker, as part of their 5-point plan in response to the fact that they're delivering 1.2 billion fewer letters in 2013 when compared to 2006. Mr. Speaker, I remind the member that as they do this, 2/3 of Canadians currently do not have door-to-door delivery, and that Canada Post, in terms of balancing its finances, it has a responsibility to do so. We expect them to do that without being a burden to taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, last year, an hour after Canada Post's announcement, the Minister agreed, so it's not independent. It's not true. The Minister decided to ignore the public interest by ending home delivery. While other countries like Germany are adding banking services to postal services, the Conservatives are just making cuts. A year after the tragic announcement, will the Conservatives finally pay attention to the public anger and the woes of the municipalities and people with reduced mobility and restore home delivery? Will they make it profitable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, another message brought to you by Cup W, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they wrote that for the member opposite, but Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Canada Post has posted 3 consecutive years of losses. That's primarily because they're delivering a significant amount less mail than they were only years ago, Mr. Speaker. 1.2 billion fewer letters, Mr. Speaker. They have a responsibility under law to operate in a way that is financially sustainable. They have taken action with respect to a 5-point plan, Mr. Speaker. We expect them to do it without being a burden to taxpayers.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilroy. Mr. Speaker, according to the Prime Minister, it's crazy to keep your Copenhagen promises and regulate the oil and gas industry at any price per barrel. What's even more crazy is to blow off Presidents Obama and Holland and Prime Minister Cameron and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. It's crazy to blow off the Lima Climate Change Conference. It's crazy to embarrass your minister. Mind you, she does a pretty good job of it all by herself. Why not just keep this crazy train going, Mr. Speaker, and actually regulate the oil and gas industry? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, Canada would not take unilateral action and impose taxes and monetary penalties on the oil and gas sector. Now let's take a look at the Liberal record, Mr. Speaker. When they were in power, they signed on to the Kyoto Accord without any plan, without any details, and we saw greenhouse gases go up 30%, Mr. Speaker. We're working with our partners in the United States so that we take a North American solution to this. We always said we'd like to work together with the United States, and we're going to do it without a job-killing carbon tax.
Here. For Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the government's failure to champion strong environmental policies is damaging our economy and killing jobs. Their neoconservative ideology is hindering the ability of our exporters to get their products to market. When the Prime Minister broke his promise to regulate greenhouse gases, he once again damaged the petroleum sector. What kind of crazy economics is that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what would be crazy is the Liberals' plan. As I said earlier, they would take unilateral action to impose taxes and monetary penalties on the oil and gas sector. They would act unilaterally to impose a job-killing carbon tax. They would gamble, Mr. Speaker, with 275,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to do that. We're going to support hardworking Canadians because we believe in this side that we're the only party that can be trusted to lower greenhouse gas emissions while growing the economy, Mr. Speaker. And that's real leadership.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, cuts of $687 million to public safety will force the closure of the intensive supervision program for the most dangerous offenders. We're talking about protecting society from sex offenders, bikers, and mobsters, and stopping them from getting back onto our streets without close supervision. This is totally unacceptable. The program is highly successful and it stood the test of time. Will the minister reverse his decision to axe this program? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice to have the support of the NDP when in successive budgets we increased funding for policing and for the Canadian Border Services Agency and for CSIS. We've increased by around 26% the number of positions. So we'd like the NDP to support us when it comes to increasing funding to increase public safety.
Despite the Minister for the Status of Women's answer from yesterday, the reality is the government's so-called action plan to end violence against Aboriginal women ignores women living in northern communities. Inuit women are 11 times more likely to be victims of violent crimes. 11 times, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister agree it's not just about supporting victims and that more needs to be done to address the causes of violence in northern communities?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess this government has been acting and doing a significant number of things to make sure that we're standing up for victims and punishing criminals. So let me list some. A Victims' Bill of Rights Act, a DNA-based missing persons index, new laws to protect victims and make sure that those that are being harassed are put behind. Those that are being harassed know that those that are harassing them are put behind bars. A new bill on zero tolerance for barbaric practices, our Safe Streets and Communities Act. Our government is acting for Northern Canadians and Canadians across the country. Why aren't they supporting us in doing so?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, the government continues to provide regular updates to Canadians in this House on Operation Impact and the ongoing efforts of our forces to confront and degrade the military capability of the terrorist group ISIL. Unlike the previous Liberal government, who sent armed forces to Afghanistan without a debate or vote in Parliament, this government put forward a motion which clearly defines the motives, parameters and goals of Canada's contribution to fight ISIL. As we come to the end of this parliamentary sitting, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence please once again update the House on Operation Impact?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Saskatoon-Humboldt is correct in that our government has facilitated multiple technical briefings from the military for Canadians on the mission in Iraq. We have also made numerous statements in this House regarding our airstrikes, and in that tradition, I can confirm that yesterday our CF-18s dropped a bomb on an ISIL vehicle checkpoint about 250 kilometers to the southwest of Mosul. Unlike the Liberals, who didn't even bother consulting Parliament when they sent our armed forces to Afghanistan, our government is being open and transparent with Canadians.
Honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, we know the government has done nothing with the Cohen Commission report. We know they've devastated fish habitat protection and scientific research on the West Coast. We also know the importance of Justice Cohen's placed on migratory paths of the Fraser River sockeye. Is the government going to allow the expansion of aquaculture facilities in the migratory path of the sockeye, or will they wait until the crucial research being done by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is completed?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, BC salmon is very important to our government, as is to all British Columbians. When my parliamentary secretary first proposed a motion calling for a judicial inquiry into the decline of the Fraser River sockeye, back in 2004, it was the Liberals that teamed up with the Bloc Québécois to vote it down, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very happy to report that the Fraser River sockeye returns are very strong this year, Mr. Speaker. The final in-season run for Fraser sockeye was nearly 20 million fish, Mr. Speaker, and we've introduced several measures that are consistent with recommendations from Justice Cohen.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, good news coverage is coverage that's about us, who we are, and what's going on in our lives. Today it's been announced that half of the regional news programs are getting a shave in Saguenay, Rimouski, Fredericton, and Calgary, to name but a few, where the news is being cut from an hour to half an hour. Our public broadcaster is literally suffering death by 1,000 cuts. How can the minister allow the regions to lose half their news coverage? Are we second-class citizens? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, that's simply not the case, Mr. Speaker. The CBC is solely responsible for its day-to-day operations, including decisions with respect to programming and also with respect to human resource management. Our government respects the CBC's independence as an arm's-length Crown corporation. It'd be nice to hear before Christmas the NDP agree with us on that point.
Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, our government committed to taking actions to ensure that Canadians are not paying higher prices simply because of where they live. The unexplained and often significant price gap between Canadian and U.S. prices for the same products is a frustrating reality for Canadian consumers. These price differences are real, and they hurt the bottom line and pockets of Canadian consumers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry please update this House on the action that our government has taken to tackle this very real problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Honourable Member from Provencher for the great question. Our government believes that hardworking Canadians and their families shouldn't be charged higher prices than Americans simply because of where they live. That is why we tabled the Price Transparency Act, which will give Canada's Commissioner of Competition the power to investigate price discrimination and expose it. The intentional manipulation of prices on identical goods for sale in Canada and the U.S. places an unfair burden on Canadians and is simply wrong. Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to and will always stand up for the interests of Canadian consumers.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Public Works is responsible for the Van Horn Bridge between Quebec and New Brunswick. Unfortunately, the sidewalks are not being cleared of snow. The minister forgot to negotiate an arrangement for snow removal. We got 40 centimeters of snow yesterday in the area, and the communities of Listigouche, Pointe-à-la-Croix, and Campbellton feel abandoned by this government. Will they now make sure that the sidewalks are accessible? The Honourable Minister.
Public Works is responsible for most of the properties, but the management of those properties is usually subcontracted. I'm not familiar with the case that the member is discussing, but I would be happy to get back to him about it.
Good answer. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, like most actual Conservatives who believe in markets, I was amused by the Ministry of Industry's stage photo op in a toy store on Tuesday. I find the notion that somehow merchants can be shamed by the Competition Bureau into lowering their prices is to use the Prime Minister's new economic qualifier, a crazy economic policy. If the Minister of Industry is really interested in preventing price gouging, why doesn't he look at some of his government's own marketing distorting policies that increase consumer prices like tariffs, fuel taxes, an oligopolistic telecom market, and even supply management?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on average, Canadians pay roughly...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor, and I'll ask members to come to order so he can answer the question.
On average, Canadians pay roughly 15% more for goods in Canada compared to those available in the U.S. These price differences are real. They hurt the bottom line of hardworking families. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stand up for hardworking Canadian families. While I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, isn't this jacket awesome?
I can't see it from here, so I'm in no position to judge. But I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of members from the group Fostering Open Expression Among Youth, who are the winners of the $1 million 2014 Arctic Inspiration Prize. Pursuant to an order made Tuesday, December 9th, 2014, the House now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to thank the House of Commons security personnel following the events of October 22nd, 2014. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. Today, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of all honourable members the courage, professionalism and dedication of the personnel of the Protective Service of the House of Commons. It va sans dire que...
It goes without saying that we owe them everything. Under the direction of Sergeant-at-Arms Kevin Victors and Director General Patrick O'Connell,
Le Service de Protection.
The Protection Service of the House of Commons has been a reassuring presence in the House of Commons. Every day, its remarkable teams show their commitment to the security of the members of Parliament, the employees, and
their quick response during the attack in Centre Block most certainly prevented an even more tragic conclusion to the day's events. As honourable members will know, Constable Samran San, a valued member of the House of Commons, for 10 years, a valued member of the House of Commons Protective Service for 10 years, was injured while attempting to disarm the gunman despite being unarmed himself. His selfless action, putting his own body in harm's way, was a stunning example of bravery and brought further honor and esteem to the Protective Service. We also remember those constables who stood guard, protecting parliamentarians, employees, and others who waited to receive word that all was clear, how they provided reassurance in the early moments following the gunfire and remained calm in the performance of their duties as lockdown continued throughout the night and into the evening. Tout au long de la journée, en plus
throughout the day, in addition, by doing their duty, they showed a great deal of generosity.
In Canada for the first time was in the midst of a tour of Parliament when the incident began. While they were safely ushered to a secure area, their group had been split over 2 different tours and now found themselves separated and anxious about their classmates and fellow teachers. Constables were able to account for the full group and provide assurance that everyone was safe. In the midst of everything that was going on, I can only imagine the measure of relief that this brought to the teachers and parents accompanying their group. The response on October 22nd was certainly a team effort, as much a result of rigorous training and skilled leadership as it was the product of individual bravery and basic kindness.
It is also important to underscore the aid provided by the administration of the House of Commons and many parliamentary services who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to help frontline personnel of the protective services and to ensure that the activities of Parliament could resume quickly.
All share were aptly captured by the chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the member for Elgin Middlesex London, when he recently stated, "We had acquaintances with some of the constables up until that day. I think we have formed lifelong friendships with some of them now." On behalf of all members, it is a sincere honour to express our gratitude here today to all the men and women of the House of Commons Protective Service. We know we are safer because of you, and your actions will not be forgotten by anyone in the Parliament Hill community. Before they leave, I'd just like to remind honourable members that there will be a reception for members in room 253D, so we can personally convey our gratitude. Thank you. And now it being Thursday, the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster would no doubt like to pose a Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And honestly, it's heartwarming to be able to thank the security guards for their courage and dedication that they showed on October 22nd.
Profoundly moving, Mr. Speaker, to be able to show the appreciation that we've just shown to the security guards that showed such incredible bravery on October 22nd. And
now, Mr. Speaker, we have 15 sitting weeks once we come back in January. That's 30 weeks before the election.
Mr. Speaker, and 30 weeks in all before the next elections. I know many people are looking forward to that.
And I'm very pleased to rise today to ask the Thursday question, the last one before Christmas, and to be able to thank everyone who contributes to the life we have here in this House, people who work very, very hard. And I'm pleased that we can return to our ridings to work on behalf of our constituents in the next days, to celebrate the holidays and Christmas with our family and friends, and to reflect on the work that we do here on behalf of all Canadians, particularly those who have difficulty making ends meet during the holidays. And today, I would like to repeat the words of my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, to thank the people who work here. So I would like to wish a very happy Christmas and happy holidays to everyone who works in the House of Commons, and to thank them. Now that includes my colleagues on all sides of the House, and our staff who make us look really good most time. Canadians who watch us on TV are perhaps not aware of this, but there is a vast network of talented and professional employees who work tirelessly to ensure that parliamentary work runs smoothly. There is you and your team, Mr. Speaker, as well as the procedural experts in the clerk's office, the clerks, the journals, the committees, the Library of Parliament staff, without forgetting, obviously, our pages, who do magnificent work. There is also the Sergeant-at-Arms and all the security guards who we have just thanked. We have just underscored their courage here in this House. Those who are responsible for traffic, the drivers of our green shuttle buses, people who work in the mailroom, and the messengers.
As you know, cafeteria staff and all the food services and catering team. There is the maintenance staff, the tradespeople in the parliamentary precinct, material management, and room allocation. There is everyone in information services, including telecom, ISSI, printing services, and the broadcasting team. There are the people who deal with human resources, finance, travel, and pay and benefits. And there are the folks who document all our words at Hansard, and those who translate and interpret them from one official language to the other. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and everyone who works so hard in this place. I wish Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all. Joyeux Noël et bonne année à tous. Merci beaucoup.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster for his last Thursday question of 2014. Before getting to the business of the House, I hope you will indulge me for a couple of moments to thank everyone for their hard work this year. As I said yesterday at a press conference, Christmas time is an appropriate point in the year to reflect on the months which have just passed. Let me extend my thanks and appreciation to all of the members' staff for the hard work and tireless efforts they put in around here or in our constituency offices for the cause of democracy. Without their help, our work would be impossible to be accomplished.
Have posed a number of unique challenges around the House of Commons, but our clerks at the table have managed their way through them in a sound and confident manner, all while being short-staffed, no less. But we are looking forward to having a full team again in 2015 once our clerk, Audrey O'Brien, retakes her familiar place at the head of the table. Of course, it goes without saying that everyone else around here who makes our lives easier, our work better, and maintains our peace of mind deserves our hearty thanks, as we just demonstrated to one particular group, those who provide the security. But, Mr. Speaker, in particular, I would like to single out another group. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank one group who works hard, often with little in the way of thanks in this place, and that is the parliamentary pages. Being a page is an extraordinary and special experience. To be able to spend a year here at such a young time in life, though nowadays it seems some can get elected to spend a year here at such a young age, but it is indeed a rare and special thing. And you have been able to, if I may say it through you, Mr. Speaker, the pages have been able to enjoy a particularly interesting, fascinating, and dramatic first several months here. When they return home, many of them for the first time since they began here, to their families across the country to share stories over the holidays, I think they will have more than usual eager audiences to hear their experiences and to learn of their insights. And I do look forward to seeing them refreshed, as everybody else will be when we come back. And finally, I would be remiss if I neglected, Mr. Speaker, to thank you and your three fellow chair occupants and my fellow House officers for all their own work this year, and to wish one and all the very best for the holidays. I think it is fair to say that we really do have a hard-working, productive and orderly House of Commons. As for the formal part of this statement, Mr. Speaker, we will resume debate this afternoon on Bill C-32, the Victims' Bill of Rights Act, at report stage, and then, if we get there, Bill C-44, the Protection of Canada from Terrorists Act, also at report stage. And tomorrow we will complete the third reading debate on Bill C-40, the Rouge Urban National Park Act. As for the business of the House for the week of January 26, when we return, I will let my counterparts know through the usual channels when the return of the House nears. I would like to conclude finally by wishing everyone a Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Joyeux Hanukkah, Joyeux Noël.
Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to all.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Just on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, if I may, just take this opportunity on the Thursday just to add our thoughts and best wishes to all members and to all the support staff, as the New Democratic House Leader and the Government House Leader have so eloquently put in place in terms of just how many individuals are actually involved here on the parliamentary precinct in order to allow our democratic system to work here in Canada. We owe a great deal of gratitude from the individual security teams that came on the floor just moments ago, to the individuals that record each and every word that is being said or translate each and every word that is being said, to the pages, to the many different support staffs within our own political parties, and the many others that make what it is we have here today effective and one of the best places to work in the world, Mr. Speaker. And to conclude the thoughts by wishing each and every one of you that celebrate Christmas a very Merry Christmas, and for all of us to enjoy the holiday seasons in the very best in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
honourable member Haute-Gaspésie is another point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, and please allow me to join my colleagues and thanking the House staff and yourself, the constables, security officers who we thank today. Our democracy is so important, and it's important for us to wish a happy Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. And also, it will be good to take some time to be in our ridings and be with our families and loved ones, but also bear in mind the people who have perhaps less fortune than us and have more problems in their lives. And I hope we will all, therefore, contribute to food banks and other collections to help the more disadvantaged. And that was something I wanted to say on behalf of Force and Democracy. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for all your work throughout the session. And I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Just add my best wishes to all of you as well, and thank in particular the House leaders from the various parties, first of all, for agreeing to the recognition service that we had today for the House of Commons. I know I certainly appreciate that, and I think I can speak on behalf of the security personnel as well, that they very much appreciated this opportunity to be in the chamber with us today. I will also return the sentiments on behalf of my fellow chair occupants, the the assistant deputy speakers who sit here throughout the day as members of Parliament do the nation's work. I know it's a great honour to sit in the chair, and I appreciate the cooperation that you give us all, sometimes more than others, but we certainly do appreciate that. And on behalf of the House administration as well, as members amend bills and file motions, the people down in journals, and various other departments in House administration work throughout the evening from the translators, yes, to make sure that when we arrive here the next day that all the journals are ready and the Hansards are all verified and all those types of things that make the House of Commons run seamlessly. Alors, pour ma part.
And so on my behalf, I want to say Merry Christmas to all members.
Safe and happy holidays, and see you back here at the end of January. Now, might be a little premature, but, well, we could see the calendar. Yes? Oh, wow. I don't hear any nays. Just go ahead and do that. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westhill has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although I would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas, Joyeux Noël, Bonne Année, my point of
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Although my colleagues across the way from the NDP like to wrap themselves in the cloak of moral superiority, and as far as the level of debate here, I think today they took it to quite an all-time low in personally attacking the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And I'm talking specifically about the comments from the Leader of the Opposition who said, for the first time in your life, do something right. Now, the Minister of Veterans Affairs is a multiply decorated police chief from the Metropolitan Toronto Police Force and the Ontario Provincial Police, and I don't think this is a debate. I think it goes along with what is appropriate parliamentary language, Mr. Speaker, and I think if you'll check the video, you'll see that that is in fact the case.
I will go back and examine the blues, and if there's something there, I'll certainly come back to the House. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, December... Oh, the honourable member for Ottawa Vanier is rising on a point of order.
I heard a moment ago that there seemed to be unanimous consent to see the clock, as you said. Will you seek that if there is or not?
I think my suggestion was actually a little bit beyond seeing the clock. It was seeing the calendar as December 12th. I was going to try to see it as tomorrow afternoon. Now, perhaps if the members want to corral the government and opposition House leaders outside the chamber, we could try again. But right now, I don't think there's unanimous consent, despite our best efforts. Pursuant to an order made Tuesday, December 9th, 2014, the House will now proceed to orders of the day.
Government Bills Commons. Report stage debate on Bill C-32, the Victims' Bill of Rights Act.
For... No, Langley's not here. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased, and let me please just get my papers organized here. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already said. I've already did this morning to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, but today I'm really pleased to be able to rise and speak once again in this debate on Bill C-32, which is the Victims' Bill of Rights, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, that is. And as you already know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP supports this bill and will vote in favor of Bill C-32. Therefore, what I want to do here is spend the short amount of time that I have to speak on behalf of some of the witnesses we heard from in committee, because unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we tabled several amendments at committee. And you perhaps might not be surprised to learn that the Conservatives rejected all of them. But before beginning, I'd like to raise a point. We just learned during question period that the government was going to put an end to one of the most significant public safety programs. I'm astonished, Mr. Speaker. I thought that the safety of our communities seem to be the Conservatives' priority. So I don't understand how it is that today we're learning that they don't want to invest any more. They don't want. They're going to cut something like $560 million from this program, and because of that, they're going to have to put an end to one of the most important public safety programs to monitor offenders. So, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't go hand in hand with a victim's Bill of Rights, because, Mr. Speaker, not only do victims have rights while the trial's unfolding and during the investigation, but victims also have rights after those times are over and after the person has served their sentence. Victims' rights are rights that exist at every stage of the legal process. So, Mr. Speaker, to be told today that the Conservatives want to terminate a program that is so important as this program to monitor offenders, it just seems completely to be at odds with the very objective of a Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. Because victims want us not only to respect their rights before, during, and after the judicial process, but all Canadians have the right to feel safe in their communities, whether it's the family of the victim or victims or their friends. How is it that the government can possibly justify these cuts? They're multi-million-dollar cuts that will directly affect the safety of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I really just had to say how disappointed I was and outraged I was, because I think it's unfair to victims. This bill is a good step in the right direction, and I will speak to a few more points in a moment, but how at the same time can you claim that you have victims' rights in heart? So when you see that after the trial's done and that this offender has served their sentence, then you're sort of forgetting the Victims' Bill of Rights, which in fact actually mentions the right to safety and security. So we are going to support this bill, but it's really what I need to say right now is that I want to tell the government, you can't do this. You can't just abandon the safety of victims because the legal process has come to an end. It is completely at odds with the legal system that we are familiar with. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, I can't understand why they would want to, as I said, put an end to one of the most important monitoring programs in Canada. Following that, I would like to say that some of the amendments tabled by the NDP were rejected by the Conservatives was apparently that, in fact, this reflects the dichotomy between the testimony that we heard at committee and the Conservatives' own opinions. For example, I'm going to talk about the First Amendment, and this amendment comes back several times. It comes up several times in the bill. For example, here I'm referring to the testimony of Ms. Arlene Gaudreau, who's the president of the Quebec Victims Advocacy Association. And during her testimony, the bill contains no proactive rights. So it's really just an expression of general principles that gives some indication to the various stakeholders in the judicial systems. So there's no right to information, and one of the amendments we had tabled was to ensure that those rights be not granted to the victims upon request only, but there be some obligation under our legal system to provide these. And so the burden shouldn't be on the shoulders of the victim to request this information. It should be really on the stakeholders within the system. She said that there's no proactive rights in terms of rights to information. It's only a right if and when the person makes a request. So in Manitoba, there are proactive rights, and there are other rights that do have certain limitations because of other policies that are in effect. So, in fact, the intention is good, and I really want to make sure I say that, because I can already hear my Conservative colleagues yelling, saying that, oh, you in the NDP, you always say blah, blah, blah. But if, for example, we look at the wording in the bill, the entire responsibility is on the shoulders of the victim and on the provinces. So in the end, what the Conservatives have done is that they're passing legislation and then they're washing their hands of it. They're saying, oh, we've done our homework. We consulted all those involved. But honestly, I'd like to know. I'm not sure that the government really did consult the provinces, because several provinces were saying that it seems as though 80% of the responsibilities for any action is on their shoulders. So we already know that the legal aid budget's gone down over the last few years. The provinces already have few resources. There are many judges' positions that are vacant. Thank you for telling me I have 2 minutes left, so I'll hurry up. Another extremely important component of this bill is that we don't know who would be responsible for implementing it, for enforcing it. They said that there would be a complaint mechanism. So if a victim feels that their rights haven't been respected, they don't know who to turn to file the complaint, who would investigate it, how the process would unfold. And so I think, Mr. Speaker, yes, we're taking a step in the right direction. And the Conservatives, unfortunately, have gotten us used to this. All of the stakeholders are just trying to get a few crumbs from the government in some way. They feed us like we were pigeons, a crumb at a time, and we have no choice. We have become resigned to this because, unfortunately, that's what they're proposing to us. They refuse to accept any of our amendments. And so, with a good intention, Madame Gaudreau was also saying that none of the obligations of the agencies are stated. So in terms of applications and appeals, our organization participated in all of the consultations, and this was on the table regularly. Victims want to know who to turn to get information, how to participate in the process, and how to have better protection. They need to know who is responsible for the enforcement of all of this, and once again the Conservatives have presented us with an empty shell. So I'd like to see in a few years' time how this bill will be implemented. But if there aren't the necessary resources on the front lines, consultation with the provinces, who are going to have to deal with 80% of the obligations under the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, I think we're just going to hit a wall. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, l'honorable député Louis Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, first of all, to wish Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all of my colleagues and yourself, and also to those listening to us on CPAC and to all employees here in the House of Commons. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I really learned over the last few minutes how things lie with this bill. What she said really worries me to some degree, because what I understood from her speech is that this is just a smokescreen, that there are good intentions, but there's no way of really fully realizing the intentions in this bill. I'd like my colleague to say a bit more about the fact that, first of all, there isn't a comprehensive approach in terms of this Bill of Rights. And so what does she think is the thing that should be done to make this bill a better bill? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my colleague. As I mentioned, and I only had 10 minutes, this is a bill that we spent several weeks on. We heard from some 20 or 30 witnesses on this, and clearly summing it up in 10 minutes is difficult. But the first amendments we tabled were to ensure that players, or actors rather, of the legal system could have some confidence that they would be able to ensure that victims' rights were respected and that the law was enforced. When we look at the charter now, it is the victims themselves who have to knock on doors to try to have their rights enforced. So there's an imbalance. It is the provinces who have to bear the brunt of trying to implement this, as well as the victims, and I don't think this works. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech very closely, and I'd like to congratulate her for her excellent work at the Justice Committee on this bill. There was much discussion on the bill, and it was difficult to find a balanced view in everything we heard, or to find a middle ground. Now I'd like to draw your attention to Section 21 of the bill. Section 21 states that there will be new provisions that would require attorneys to inform victims of what is happening. So on our end, we are wondering whether this goes too far, whether this was convincing, and the Bar Association of Canada mentioned it, so if she could talk a little bit about that, I would appreciate it. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I think it's always in the enforcement, the application of the bill, that there can be problems. Some of the victims we heard from raised some issues they had, but it's because the bill does not mention any requirements. It's like smoke and mirrors. We don't know who will be enforcing what, which organization will be hearing the complaints. Will it be Crown attorneys? Will they be working with various organizations? There's still a lot to do. And I do not think this bill provides a structured enough framework to ensure that victims' rights will be enforced. And I'm not even talking about resources. There was a Crown attorney who told us that their offices were full. There was so much work to do that there was nothing and no one they could spare. The problem with the Charter is that there is no indication of who will be responsible for what and who will be enforcing what.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin my comments by stating unequivocally that in spite of the comments which are often lobbied against us in this place by the government side, the NDP has always defended victims' rights, and we want them to have access to services and the support they need. We have fought and will continue to fight each and every day to help victims across this country get the funding, support, and resources they need to overcome their physical and psychological trauma that results from often unspeakable actions perpetrated on them by the most heinous of crimes and criminals, Mr. Speaker. But I think we need to start this debate, at least my debate, Mr. Speaker, by looking at a little bit of the history that has evolved around this bill, Mr. Speaker. So the Conservatives promised to enact a Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, the CVBR, as often mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in 2006. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, it's more than 7 years for this promise to finally come to fruition. It was until the October 2013 throne speech that the Conservatives finally made good on their pledge to victims when they announced that the government would introduce a Victim Bill of Rights to restore victims to their rightful place at the heart of our justice system, Mr. Speaker. Statistics about the cost to victims from crimes perpetrated against them are startling and underscore the urgency of creating a system which puts victims' rights at the fore of the criminal justice system. For instance, Mr. Speaker, A study released in 2011 by the Department of Justice Canada found that a total cost of crime is estimated at $99.6 billion a year, 83% of which is borne by victims, Mr. Speaker. Of the nearly 2 million criminal incidents that were reported to Canadian police services in 2012, Mr. Speaker, more than 450,000 primary and secondary victims sought victim services last year alone. So given that a large component of victim service providers make heavy use of volunteers, clearly, Mr. Speaker, clearly more resources are needed to ensure that victims can access the services they require when they require them. Here, 72% of victim service providers made use of volunteers, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, these volunteers deserve kudos and applause for their commitment to assisting victims of crime. However, it also demonstrates a dire need in our community for resources specifically dedicated to the victim of crime and their families, Mr. Speaker. So let me be clear. New Democrats support this bill and any effort to improve the circumstances of victims of crime. However, New Democrats also feel this legislation should go further, Mr. Speaker. It certainly does not meet the expectations that the Conservatives have been setting since 2006, Mr. Speaker. So, for instance, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights does not designate legal obligations for other stakeholders in the judicial system. It simply provides access to a vague mechanism to file complaints with various federal departments, agencies, and organizations that have a role to play in the justice system when victims have their rights infringed, Mr. Speaker. Complaints directed at provincial or territorial organizations, including the police, the Crown, and any victims' rights organizations, will be processed directly under the appropriate province or territory's law. The practicability of this can certainly be questioned, and no specific funds have yet been attributed to the implementation of these mechanisms for examining complaints or to help out the provinces in this regard, Mr. Speaker. So, the Victim Bills of Rights also includes preclusive clauses stipulating that the new rights be enforced within reasonable means and avoid interfering with discretionary powers of the police or the Crown, causing excessive delays, compromising investigations and or proceedings, Mr. Speaker, and bringing procedures to a standstill. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights does not confer third-party, stakeholder, or observer status to those who represent victims at criminal proceedings. In sum, while it's nice to have principles and proposed bills and charters, this bill fails, Mr. Speaker, to establish a legal obligation for judicial system stakeholders to implement these rights and resources, and they're required to do so. So quite simply, the Conservatives have yet again failed to articulate a holistic approach to an issue and have simply chosen to introduce legislation that sounds good from a public relations perspective, but will not have the full impact which victims of crime are seeking, Mr. Speaker. Teresa Edwards of the Native Women's Association of Canada articulated this point exactly when she appeared before the Justice Committee proceeding on C-32, Mr. Speaker, so I'll quote, "We have a long way to go, and I really hope this legislation is not just another piece of paper that the government can point to and say it's doing something about victimization. We really need to translate that into action. I do want to see action. I want to see results, and I want to see measured, concrete steps of how it's actually going to impact the lives of Aboriginal women and Aboriginal women's victims so that we don't have to keep coming here, Mr. Speaker." While not surprising from this government, the recommendations from victims and the associations that represent them, as well as those of specialists and professionals who testified at committee, were largely ignored by the Conservatives, who also voted down all of the NDP's sensible amendments to incorporate these views into the scope of the bill. For instance, Charlene Lang, the mother of a victim, testified before the Justice Committee that, beyond the sentencing stage of the process, The victims basically fall off the face of the earth. Rights need to go beyond the criminal process for this bill to even be a Bill of Rights. So further, Mr. Speaker, the very well-respected former attorney of Manitoba, Andrew Swan, voiced his concerns over the potential for this bill to be just a public relations exercise without the proper follow-through from the government, stating, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote again, "We don't want this to be an exercise where the federal government lays down some regulations, says they've done their job, and then wash their hands of it." He says if the government doesn't create a channel to make the bill enforceable, like Manitoba's Support Services Office, then it is an empty gesture. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would reinforce that New Democrats have been consistent in our support for victims' rights. Being the victim of a crime can be incredibly traumatic, and our hearts go out to Canadians who are living through these experiences. We believe that victims should be able to access support programs and have assistance as they navigate the justice system. It's critical that the government invest in victim services, crime prevention, and other smart solutions to keep our communities safe. Finally, unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we want changes that will make a difference, not just proposals designed to get media attention. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm concluding, I just want to ensure something. Do I need to say that I'm sharing my time with someone? Because if I didn't, I want to make sure I did. Okay, just double-checking that piece. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for that clarification. And with that, I will now look forward to the question and answer period, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The member for Sudbury would be happy to know that we're past the point where we're now dealing with 10-minute speeches. So it was not necessary for him to have done that. Having said that, questions and comments? The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech, and I, as he correctly said, the New Democratic Party has very much been a supporter of the rights of victims, putting in place programs and supports and making sure that their rights are recognized in a process that is often extraordinarily unfriendly and detrimental to them. I wanted to say that my wife was responsible for establishing the FERC Victim Services Division in Nova Scotia in 1989-90. And what concerns me about what this bill doesn't do is, while it talks in great principles about the need to support victims, it doesn't do anything in terms of ensuring that they have there's enforceability, those principles are able to be enforced, that they have a role to play in the process, nor, Mr. Speaker, have they ensured that the resources are there to actually provide the support that the victims require.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you for clarifying that piece for me. I do appreciate that. In relation to the question asked by my honourable colleague, that, I think, relates to what our whole debate is about, and what we're talking about here is it's great to be able to bring forward a bill and say, hey, look, we have something here. But if the resources aren't there to ensure that we can start providing the services to the victims, and whatever that is that they need, then the bill isn't doing its job. And that's where our concern lies with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is we don't think the bill goes far enough to ensure that we can give the resources and the services that the victims need and will ask for after the crime. And I think it's important for us, Mr. Speaker, to continue to push this government to recognize that putting something down on paper is a good first step, but making sure that there's funding in place is the actual way to ensure that we can help victims. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Sudbury, I appreciate the speech he just gave. Clearly, our critic for justice, the member from Gatineau, will be working hard with the government to try to improve this bill. There's been a lot of people, experts, criminal experts like Clayton Ruby, that have spoken out in articles in the news media regarding this bill, and he says they, meaning the victims, need rehabilitative programs and services and compensation from the government, and they, meaning the government, have dropped all of those expensive demands in favor of shallow symbolism. I mean, this bill, as it sits, is kind of a hollow shell of what we actually need. So I'm looking forward to our friend from Gatineau and the hard work that she will do to try to improve this bill, and I'm sure the member from Sudbury will have some ideas to offer her as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great question and all the hard work that he does in relation to human rights and many other files, Mr. Speaker. And the question that he asks really leads, again, to what our justice critic has been doing and continues to do to work with this government to try to make a bill better. And that's what this place is supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are supposed to do as members of Parliament, elected to represent our constituents and representing different parties and different ideologies. But what we're supposed to do, Mr. Speaker, is when the government presents a bill, is try to make this the best bill possible for Canadians. And that's why when bills go to committee, when we're standing in here, we try to propose amendments. We try to get the government to see what we can do better by listening to victims and to listening to many of the experts that have already testified at committee. But when the experts are saying to us, and victims groups are saying to us, that they don't feel that this bill goes far enough, that it's more just words on paper rather than a document that's going to go into effect and actually help the victims when they need it, that's something that should be concerning. And I, Mr. Speaker, can relate to my prior career when there was an organization in Sudbury called Victims Restorative Justice. And volunteers were getting together with with the victim and with the person who caused the crime, the criminal, working together on trying to find some sort of restorative justice for that person. And that was a great example of what we can do in finding other ways of helping victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski, Nejat, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to Bill C-32 at this step. I had the privilege of sitting in on one of the meetings, and I'm participating in one of the meetings of the Justice Committee. And as I mentioned during the second reading of this bill in this House during the debate, we supported Bill C-32. However, we're concerned that there will be expectations set that will not be able to be fulfilled, and that is the same concerns we had for S5 this morning. You can have the best intentions in the world, present the greatest bill to try to instill important ideas like a charter. However, if there are no resources that follow those good intentions, well, we're very far from the expectations of victims, for example, who have the right to be supported by the system through their ordeal. And that system, we control it in part from this House here. We could believe that a bill such as this one would go along with the government's agenda of law and order. However, that is not what we're seeing here. We're seeing what we've seen in many other issues. The Ombudsman for Victims of Crime made a number of recommendations that were mostly ignored. What they did, what the Conservatives did, was take the most neutral recommendations in terms of the process. However, other recommendations, which were much more substantial, were set aside. And that's my question, Mr. Speaker. Why have an ombudsman for victims of crime if we are not going to follow or implement his recommendations anyway, or her recommendations rather, and not listen to what she has to say? And what she has to say is based on her work on a daily basis and her experience.
When the bill was tabled in 2014, after a great many years, after numerous press conferences to announce that it was coming, The Ombudsman had previously criticized the bill itself and its content. She had even said that she was making recommendations a second time and going through the different phases of the process. So she tabled 30 recommendations for amendments, and some of them were even amended themselves. So at the end of the day, they were diluted by the committee, which, as you know, has a Conservative majority. I'm not going to talk about this bill only in negative terms, as I said. I'm going to vote in favor, as my colleagues will as well. But the idea of a victim's charter, I think, a victim's bill of right, and what we heard from the groups testifying, the victims, the people representing victims, is that when you're talking about a victim's bill of rights, many witnesses talked about problems that are inherent to the process, because it represents a standardization between the federal and provincial procedure, or because, as the Canadian Bar Association said during the committee, certain wordings of the sections that are in the bill could have perverse effects that have not been taken into account by the government. And despite all this, there were no amendments that were accepted, which is too bad, because there were a number of constructive elements, and the only amendment that the Conservatives accepted was the one about reviewing the scope of the bill after 2 years. Once it's implemented, 2 years later, it will be reviewed to be sure that the objectives are being met and that it is effective. However, in order for the amendment to be adopted, it had to be sub-amended by the Conservatives to change the number of years from 2 to 5, so we won't know whether this bill is effective for at least 5 years. Now, when I said that I said that this was a smoke screen, it's commendable, but it doesn't correspond to the expectations that were expressed by the hyperbole presented by the government in its press conferences, its scrums, boasting about the advent of this Victims' Bill of Rights. The victims and their representatives mentioned this on many occasions, including during committee testimony. The Quebec Victims Advocacy Group, in the name of Alain Gaudreau, said something that is representative of what the committee heard. Now, when Mr. Gaudreau was testifying, he said that they're trying to make victims believe that their rights are being taken into account and implemented, but this is deceptive because it creates false expectations, and this will increase the dissatisfaction of victims. And that is a key point, Mr. Speaker, because victims have the impression, or victims groups have the impression, even though they might feel that there's something lacking in this bill, they have the impression that they will have a concrete say in the process, especially with regard to criminal prosecution against the person who is charged. They think that they will be more active participants in the process as well. And yes, they will have a certain say. What they have to say might be taken a bit more into consideration. And this is partly why we are supporting this bill. But the rightful place that we want to give to victims is not clear. It is not clear that this will actually be the case, as the government would have us believe. And that was a position that was shared by a number of groups, victims groups. I'd like to come back to the Canadian Bar Association's position because it is fundamental. The Conservatives table many bills concerning law and order, including their omnibus budget bills, because they stick in a number of amendments to the criminal code and other legal provisions. And the Canadian Bar Association had the opportunity to testify before these committees on many occasions concerning these amendments to the Civil Code and the Criminal Code. And in general, they have very harsh criticism, very fundamental criticism about these different bills. And this represents the opinion, the general opinion of legal experts across the country, so we should listen to their opinion. Their opinion in this case was that the wording of certain clauses in this bill could be challenged under the Constitution or could have perverse effects and create a backlash against the victims. Now, one might expect that the government would act responsibly and therefore take into account the remarks of the Canadian Bar Association. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that especially on the Finance Committee, we heard from the CBA. I know it's strange to talk about the Finance Committee, but we did hear from them, from the Canadian Bar Association on many cases because of the format of the mammoth bills that the government brings to the Finance Committee. And they also testified before the Public Safety Committee, the Justice Committee, and the government seems to simply dismiss the credibility of the CBA, but also the significant and constructive contribution that this association makes, as if they were ideologically opposed, instead of seeing the CBA as allies who can contribute to improve their bills. I have said this already in this House, Mr. Speaker. The role of the opposition is not to say no to the government for every single initiative. We oppose bills, and sometimes we support bills, like this one. But in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the fundamental role of the House of Commons and of the official opposition is to point out to the government weaknesses and flaws that may be contained in legislation that is introduced in this House. And that has been systematically rejected by the government since it was elected as a majority in 2011. And this undermines the credibility of the House because all of a sudden their legislation is challenged before numerous courts, including the Supreme Court. So that looks bad on them. Once again, we're going to support this bill. We apprehend that this is simply more of a window dressing bill that will not meet the needs of victims. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He addressed in his remarks a very interesting aspect that is, like many other people, he talked about the imbalance between a will expressed by the bill and its ability to be implemented. But something that surprised me is when he talked about the Canadian Bar Association and when its representatives appeared before the Finance Committee. What concerns me in all of this is that, on the one hand, the government likes to trumpet its good intentions, but by the same token, they stop the assistance process to victims as soon as the trials are over, but then the financial resources are not there. So I would like my colleague to expand a bit on what the Canadian Bar Association said when it appeared before the Finance Committee so that we can determine where the problem is. Is this a major financial problem with regard to support of this bill? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis-Hébert for the question. What is important to note is that the Canadian Bar Association philosophically is in favor of Victims' Bill of Rights, as were most representatives who came before the Justice Committee. Now, the Canadian Bar Association did not talk about resources. Other organizations did, but it commented on the constitutionality, or the lack thereof, of certain elements of this bill. Now, that does not mean that this bill should be overturned as a whole, but many of its sections could be challenged before the courts. And even if they are unconstitutional, these clauses could create consequences that were not foreseen by the government and that were not foreseen by the victims or the victims' groups themselves, and this could well turn against the victims. So I think that this is an important opinion, and it should have been taken into account by the government, but none of the recommendations made by the CBA were accepted. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for all the work that he does for his constituents in his riding and all the work that he does here in Ottawa. I would like to hear his opinion. There was a study that was published in 2011 by a justice association in Canada, shows that $99 billion is the price tag that is attached to crime in this country, and that almost all of it is assumed by victims. That's a lot of money. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for Joliette, and I also appreciate her for her work in this House and in her beautiful area of La Naudière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I really am not surprised at these figures, because for 2 years I used to work for a group that worked for a restorative justice for young offenders, and I could see the impact that crime could have on victims directly, because one of the components of restorative justice is to be able to match a young offender with the victim of the criminal act that this young person committed, and to make them understand what the consequences of his or her actions were. Now, obviously, I worked with young offenders, but I could see the impact that their gestures, their acts, had on victims, whether they were break-ins or assaults, the psychological impact that the negative psychological impact that these gestures had in their lives, whether it be with regard to their family or their personality or their individuality as such. So I could see this, and if we look at simply at the costs of the consequences of crime, just think of fees that are, for example, to get psychological help. That is often assumed by the victims. And so we can think of many other situations that are similar. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues for their keen support. Obviously, the bill that we have before us today is a step in the right direction. It is a good place to start, but it's far from being enough. We are supporting it. We're going to support it at report stage because it is a starting point, but it really does not go nearly far enough. I would like to point out the NDP has always been in favor of victims' rights. I would like to go back to even to the 1800s. Social democratic parties also always pushed hard for workers' rights, for people who were victims of violence, people who were victims of occupational accidents. In Germany, we saw for the first time a protection system for victims of occupational hazards or accidents, and that is really social democratic parties who worked very hard to put this in place. Now, I would like to come back to the period.
This Parliament adopted and enacted the Workers' Mourning Day Act. The idea here was to commemorate the victims of accidents in the workplace. I think it was work that was done by the NDP at the time, with collaboration of other members of this House, and it was a great victory for the labor movement in this country. A good friend of mine, Elizabeth Weir, the former leader of the New Democratic Party of New Brunswick, was able to enact a very similar legislation in New Brunswick in the year 2000. Workers' rights are at the heart of the NDP's mandate, Mr. Speaker, and for that reason I certainly have a great interest in this bill that will extend rights to victims generally. I do worry about the lack of rights that this bill actually does bring forward. It seems to be focused more on photo opportunities and the beginnings of a sentiment that victims should have more rights. But regrettably, the bill didn't actually enact that many rights for our victims. I think Ms. Lang, the victim's mother who testified in front of the Justice Committee, said it well, that beyond the sentencing stage of the process, victims basically fall off the face of the earth, and rights need to go beyond the criminal process for this bill to even be a Bill of Rights.
we didn't go far enough, Mr. Speaker. We just started. It's just the beginning of a process. I think we need to really develop a true Bill of Rights, and not just one that has the name of Bill of Rights, but in fact is simply a bill of raising awareness that victims should have rights. I think which would be perhaps a better title for this bill. We need to concern ourselves with the fate of victims, Mr. Speaker, and this bill, I think, again, is a start, but it's far from being adequate. If I could permit myself just to speak for a moment about one of the members who testified. I'll just bring up, when it comes to Ms. Dawn Harvard, the Vice President of the Native Women's Association of Canada, I think she said it really well, that when it comes to victims, when it comes to the Aboriginal women in this country, and I'll cite testimony she put in the Justice Committee for just a moment, almost half of Aboriginal women in Canada live in poverty, and this poverty exacerbates the situations of violence, abuse, addiction, and more sadly, it can lead to incarceration. We have heard talk of the government regarding missing and murdered Aboriginal women in this country, and the citation goes on. I think that she says it very well when she says that fundamentally poverty is a denial of choices, and it's a denial of opportunity, and it's a violation of human dignity. That is a victim, Mr. Speaker. That speaks to the victims of this country. And regrettably, this bill does not address the daily expressions of being a victim that especially Aboriginal women face in this country. This bill will give an opportunity for victims to address some concerns during some of the criminal proceedings, but even then, the actual rights that we're affording them are far, far from adequate. When it comes to First Nations, I think is a very good example that who are these First Nations supposed to go to first address their requirement to have rights expressed? When you are a victim of violence, for instance, in a remote community, who do you go to? Perhaps the local police. Have the local police been sensitized to the plight of Aboriginal women in this country? Will they feel confident enough to go see their local police, their local police house or police officers to lodge their complaints? Will the police officers know enough to say, yes, you have a Bill of Rights, you have rights, and we will be here to defend them? Nothing in this bill has given any of our provincial colleagues the capacity or the ability to ensure that those rights are going to be made available. Once again, this federal government is saying things that are very nice and look good on paper, but they haven't put the resources forward to ensure that those rights are actually going to be expressed in a daily manner. I, for one, do not believe that many people who live in remote communities in this country will even know that this bill exists. I really wish that the government would have taken a bit more time and effort to ensure that that all of the resources are in place to make sure that victims know that they have rights. They have rights today. They should have more rights in the future with this bill, but we need for people to actually know that those rights are going to be there. In poorer communities, and in where I live, there are a number of poorer communities, people do not have that understanding that you can go and spend your hard-earned money to go see a lawyer who will then inform you of all of your rights. Many times people simply can't afford to take that route, and unfortunately this bill does not seem to make that any easier. The government has been talking about this bill since 2006 when they came to power. They've been promising to enact a Victims' Bill of Rights since 2006. I'll congratulate the government for finally, after 8 years, finally putting it down on paper and stop just using it as a photo op, but actually try to have some real concrete debate on this matter. But unfortunately, I don't think that they went anywhere near as far as they had expected. The Canadian Victim Bill of Rights does not designate legal obligations for other stakeholders in the judicial system. It simply provides access to a vague mechanism to file complaints with various federal departments and agencies and organizations that do have a role to play in the justice system when victims have their rights infringed.
So when complaints are directed at provincial or territorial organizations, including police or at the Crown, or even with a victims' rights organization, they will be processed directly under the appropriate provinces or territories laws. There's no specific funds, none, that have yet been attributed for the implementation of the mechanisms that this bill will provide. I don't understand how this government expects that things are going to happen without resources being put in place. They do this all the time, Mr. Speaker. I've seen it over and over again in the bills that I've seen since 2011 in this place, and I scratch my head as to what they think the provinces are going to do with these unfunded mandates that we keep sending to them. I'd like to point out that there were a lot of testimony. There was a number of interesting testimonies that were brought to the Justice Committee. I had the opportunity to sit in many of those sessions. It brings a tear to the eye to hear the plight of many victims in this country, and they all had justifiable concerns to bring to the Justice Committee. I will speak briefly to some of the issues that were brought up by the Canadian Bar Association. I will speak very briefly to the mentions that the Canadian Bar Association brought. I'll speak specifically to Article 21 in the bill then, because I'm running out of time. Bill 21 speaks to a process whereby, and I'll switch language, the procureur,
that the prosecutor has taken reasonable steps to involve the victim when there's been a guilty plea. So, Mr. Speaker, in Section 21, we can see that the victims have the right to be informed if an accused pleads guilty during the trial. But the problem with that is that if there's any bargaining and the accused pleads guilty during the plea bargaining before the courts, does the trial then come to an end before the victims have been informed that the accused will be pleading guilty? You see, usually that kind of bargaining happens very quickly, and unfortunately the bill seems to really be a drag on its justice system that really works well in that regard. And on top of that, the victims have to spend money to find out under this charter what's going on. On top of that, we have added fees to the trial level for the provinces. They're all going to cost much more because of this bill. So if someone wants to ask me a question on this point, I'd be pleased to answer it. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. Really, 10 minutes is not enough. He could have spoken to us for an hour to really get in depth into these points, and I thank him for what he was able to say. He talked a lot about the Victims' Bill of Rights itself, but he stopped talking about Section 21, and I'd really like to know what he wanted to add to that. That's a very important point, especially in terms of the costs associated with this. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the attention he's given to the debate here on this bill, as well as for his question, which I find really to be very relevant. If I come back to Section 21, once again we can see that this government is passing the bill, rather, to the provinces. So they're going to have to take charge of a bill that's been passed in this House without the costs having been identified, without any assistance being given to the provinces to really make these changes vital under this bill. We know that when there is a legal trial and an accused is offered some kind of exchange, there's some kind of plea bargain, he'll be offered something if he pleads guilty. And this is something that's very effective under our legal system. It's often done. But unfortunately now, this kind of plea bargaining is going to be really limited by wording that I think is poorly drafted. There's a right that's being created that is very interesting, but it seems they don't realize the cost that could be associated with this. We have to work hand in hand with the provinces. We can't just continue to impose a burden on them without expecting that the provinces will eventually rebel against this. They need to fund the responsibilities that they're imposing through this. This bill is part of this whole system. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are other points raised in my colleague's speech that I'd like him to expand on. He said that the Charter, that the Bill of Rights, rather, is like an empty shell. And I would like him to give us really, in his opinion, what would be a real Bill of Rights for the victims. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciate the question. And I think, indeed, that the Charter or Bill of Rights that we have before us has lots of lovely sentiments and good intentions, and we're not against that. But we want to see some tangible results that might come from this. We've spoken to many victims, and they've said it doesn't go far enough, first of all. And no one said it better than the representatives from the First Nations who testified before the committee, the Justice Committee, which carefully studied Bill C-32. And now we know very well that victims must feel reassured that if they come forward and ask for their rights to be respected, they must feel that they will be supported and defended, and that they do this in all safety. Unfortunately, this bill before us doesn't seem to understand what the daily life of a victim is like. Victims need to know that if they come before the authorities and the police, it will be safe. They will be safe, rather, and this bill doesn't really accomplish that. They propose ambiguities that seem to be talking about rights, but it seems that we're passing a hope of rights here. We should have gone much further. We didn't go far enough with this bill, and I think it needs to be improved even again. It's a starting point. You have to start somewhere. It took 8 years for the government to finally propose something to us that has some interest, and we congratulate them. I think I would have done a better job if I had 8 years to do it, but at least it's a starting point. I don't expect much from this government, so I'll content myself with what I see before me today.
L'article 38 de règlement.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean on Veterans. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as my colleague said, it's a first step. And you have to start somewhere when you want to change things in this country. And all political parties in this place develop visions and ideas for how to change things. The Liberals, NDP, the Greens, Force Démocratie, we all have our ideas about how we want to change things. And we develop political policy proposals, usually in the run-up to election campaigns. Now, in all honesty, I've looked at every political party in my youth and growing up and studying platforms and whatnot. And a lot of times, promises are made to Canadians that aren't quite fleshed out. All parties do it. They promise things, they don't quite flesh out all the details, but they give a vision and a promise and a hope to Canadians. And I think that was the intention of the government when it came up with this bill. It had a hope to make things better for victims. And it promised to make things better for victims 8 years ago, and it ran on that promise. Now, Canadians hope when they support something, when they support a vision, when they support a promise, that there will be follow-through on it. And I think most of my colleagues today have said, as I will now, that the follow-through has been inadequate. When you promise something to somebody, you have to follow through on it and you have to deliver. It's all well and good to develop nice visions and give hope to people, but you have to follow through. You have to flesh out the details. You have to back it up with real concrete goals and objectives and actual actions. Now, as my other colleagues said, we will support this bill, but we do believe that there needs to be a more robust policy here than what's on offer. There has to be more follow-through. My colleague from Sudbury earlier in the debate mentioned the concept of restorative justice. Now, Canada has a program. CSC has a program called the Restorative Opportunities Program. The thing about it is, and I should explain to members of this House and Canadians that don't quite know what restorative justice is, it's a system of justice that emphasizes healing, tries to hear out the victim's story in detail, incorporates the victim into the whole process of justice, and also incorporate better people who have committed crimes. And the end result, hopefully, is healing on the part of all parties involved. Now, as I said, Canada has a program called the Restorative Opportunities Program, but it's a post-sentencing program. It's not a full integration into our justice system. Now, there are places in the world that do offer a restorative justice system and have it integrated into every level of their justice system, places like Norway. It's incorporated into the judicial process itself. Victims' testimonies aren't necessarily counted as evidence, but they do allow the victim a forum to express themselves, a forum to share their experience as victims, as a way to try to get to a point of healing. Now, in doing so, it's also society participates in this process. It ends up being more inclusive of victims, more inclusive of society at large, and this is a common complaint that has come up from victims of our current retributive system of justice. If we look at validators of the position of incorporating victims in a better way into the justice system, we have the first victims ombudsman who said, "I see nothing here in this legislation that will make the process go speedier, and part of it is because the trial process is really not about the victim, it is about the accused." That was the first victims ombudsman. And the idea behind that is that the trial process does focus on the accused, and the victim is left outside of the process as a passive observer often, when often they want to be included in the process of justice. In terms of involving greater society, a validator to that position is the Association Québécoise Plaidoyer Victimes, and they said that CSC and this legislation, they must concern themselves with the fate of all victims and not just those who are already implicated in the justice system. And that sort of points out to involving greater society into the process as victims. Because, sure, people who have crimes committed on them, they are direct victims. But there are also indirect victims of crimes. And those people also deserve to be heard. They have a right to be heard. And then we have people that are actually touched by crime, who have validated wanting to be more included into the justice system. People like Charlene Lang, who was the mother of a victim of crime, who said, "Beyond the sentencing stage of the process, the victims basically fall off the face of the earth. Rights need to go beyond the criminal process for this bill to even be a Bill of Rights." And what she's pointing to here is that unless we include victims in the process from start to finish, and they feel like they're active participants, they will feel like they do not have rights under this system. And so the current model that we have, the CSC has the Restorative Opportunities Program, it needs work, it needs development, it needs to be better incorporated into the justice system in order to take victims' rights into consideration. As I said, it's a post-sentencing program. It's voluntary, which is understandable because it's not integrated into the justice system. Victims might not want to participate in a voluntary post-sentencing program that doesn't have the resources to back up the goals of what it needs to do. Now, Speaker, the second thing that I want to get to is the costs of victims in our society, the financial costs to victims. We've seen facts that the cost of victims is as high as, I believe it was $99 billion a year. I'm not sure if my colleagues would be able to confirm that, but I've seen that the figure is as high as $99 billion a year to victims. And unfortunately, Speaker, in this country, when we measure things like economic growth, and we see economic growth and we use GDP as an economic indicator, over 400 U.S. economists, including Alan Greenspan, have said that GDP, its major weakness is that it can't measure social welfare in a society. And what they mean by that is that when bad things happen, say a crime happens and it's costly to a victim and the victim has to spend a lot of money because they're a victim of crime, that registers as positive economic growth. And that's problematic. And I think anyone watching, Canadians listening into this debate, other members listening into this debate, I hope that they'll start to question that when we look at indicators as economic growth, using an indicator such as the GDP, that it's registering these negative costs to our society. It doesn't measure social welfare. There's been alternative tools that have been proposed, a genuine progress indicator. But as I said, Speaker, this is a good first step. It speaks to the hopes and aspirations that our party has for increasing victims' rights, for including victims in the justice process. But as we said, it doesn't quite go far enough. There's not enough follow-up, and there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to restorative justice in his comments. I'm actually quite familiar with restorative justice. I was a chair of a justice committee, quasi-judicial group of individuals that are all volunteers that met to deal with young offenders. And restorative justice in principle is a very strong and positive way in terms of ensuring both the community as a whole receives justice, but also, more importantly, that victims will receive justice. But one of the things that we do need to highlight is the fact that when you look at restorative justice, it's not something that can apply universal. It is something that is quite, is very effective in certain types of crimes, not all crimes, but it is something in which we need to, as a community, as different levels of government, because in this case the provincial government plays a very strong role, needs to promote more of. And I'm wondering if you might want to just provide some comment on this issue in regards to how important it is that provinces actually work with Ottawa in order to ensure that there's more restorative justice type of incidences that are taking place, because everyone wins, community, victim, and so forth.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Soulanges.
Well, I would agree with my colleague that there does have to be a greater dialogue between the federal layer of government and provinces. We've seen the history of this government having one of its weaknesses, not enough collaboration with the provinces. It's true, I would have liked to speak at greater length about restorative justice. 10 minutes, I don't think, would have done it justice when I had to address the bill as well. In terms of the Canadian model, it's true that it's not really a universal model, and that's why I pointed to places like Norway, where it's more incorporated into their actual process of justice rather than being an add-on to a largely retributive system. I know that there's been great successes in Aboriginal communities, the use of the restorative justice model towards healing. And I would love to work with my honourable colleague in the future and discuss the opportunities that we have as a country to look at this model of justice.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend who just gave the speech, his perspective is very interesting. And when he's talking about restorative justice, the first proposal for victims' rights support came in 1996. It's been 9 years of this government with no action to date, and the previous government for a number of years, 10 years for them. So we're close to 20 years with no real substantive action. And of course, when we see the presentation of this bill and consider that there's no real move for funding for the kinds of support it's going to need to properly implement, and even when we get this to committee and work on it to come out of that, we have to have not only a plan, but we have to have budgetary measures to ensure that we can deliver on that plan. I'd like to hear his comments. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, I would love to wax eloquent on this, but I believe that the problems of the past 30 years in terms of getting actual robust, concrete, detailed policy has been centralization of power in the Prime Minister's office. I think that's a problem generally, and I think until we deal with that issue itself, that we're not going to get the policy solutions that we need, simply because Cabinet can't act independently enough of the Prime Minister's office to actually come up with policy that makes sense, that's based on research, that's based on best practices, that looks at best practices internationally. And until we take power out of that office, we're going to continue to have politically motivated legislation that doesn't back it up with proper follow-through.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak again to this bill aimed at creating a Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. It is a topic I find very important for victims and Canadians in general. During my last speech, I spoke to you about our concerns on the NDP side regarding this charter. I agree that it's important to act in terms of the legal process. We know that for many victims, knowing that they can take part in various hearings, such as at release of the offender or at parole hearings, helps them tremendously. However, since we're talking about victims' rights, we need to ask ourselves what they also need for their healing process. We need to keep victims at the heart of our legal system. They have to feel protected, not only physically, but also they need to feel that their rights are also being protected. The right to be informed, to be heard, and to obtain support before, during, and after legal processes. The fact that the government is giving great press conferences on this topic does not mean that victims feel secure. We have to work with the provinces. We need tangible action. We need appropriate funding for programs and organizations that work on a daily basis with victims. We also need to think about the families of victims. As I mentioned this fall during my speech on the bill the government brought forward on sexual offenders, families are often very much shaken by the crimes against their loved ones. I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Michaud the Director General of the Intervention Center for Sexual Abuse and the families of victims of sexual abuse, who works in my riding and does excellent work. Many times, people and members of the family feel powerless and do not feel like they can adequately support the victims at their greatest time of need. But we know that the support is essential for victims of crime to be able to start a new chapter. We have to ask what kind of support we can provide and what kind of resources we can provide as well. Women are especially affected by crime. According to data from Statistics Canada, nearly 174,000 women were victims of violent crime in 2011 alone. According to the same study, women are 3 times more likely to be criminally harassed than men are. And this is a very serious issue within our system and our country. Women are increasingly involved. They have careers and so on, but we still face so much harassment and crime against women. And that is without mentioning the situation of Aboriginal women. 75% of Aboriginal girls 18 years and younger have been victims of sexual abuse, as reported by CBC. That is unacceptable. Far too many. However, only a very small number of these crimes are reported to police, and this shows the degree of women's trust or lack thereof in the system. There are also the women who are killed, who are reported missing, and we do not find the perpetrators of these acts. Often there are no investigations, and police do not necessarily have the means to deal with all of this. I would like to tell you some of the words stated by Ms. Teresa Edwards when she appeared before the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Justice on this bill. She said that there's still a lot of work to do, and she hopes this bill will not simply be a piece of paper the government will use to prove that it is doing something to help victims. What we need is tangible, concrete action. We continue to say that we need to act. That's what I want to see. I want to see results, measured and concrete initiatives that will allow or that would ensure that there is a real impact, positive impact on victims' lives, so that we no longer have to come see you. That is what she said. This is not a problem only for Aboriginal women. According to José Néron, an author, 50% of Canadian women have experienced violence at least once in their lives. Only 14% of them filed a complaint, and that is where the problem lies. Women do not trust the system enough to file complaints. They're afraid of what the results will be. They're afraid of not being taken seriously, and this is also a serious problem in our society. I wonder how this bill will help women regain confidence within our legal system. The NDP will support this bill because we believe that it is a starting point. However, this is far from meeting the expectations set by the Conservatives since 2006. Since 2006, this government has been promising us a bill that would ensure a step forward, that would ensure that we would be proactive against violence against women, and that is not necessarily what we have here in this bill. We will support it, but as I mentioned, it is not meeting the expectations of victims and what was said over the years. Adopting principles in a charter is a significant step. However, this step must be supplemented by concrete action, and we tried to present a number of amendments. However, as usual, the Conservatives decided to brush all of these aside and to focus on their own partisan interests instead of the interests of Canadians and of victims. This is important. What is worse, the recommendations of a number of victims' associations and experts and professionals who appeared before the committee were ignored. The government cannot forget that our main concern must be to meet the real needs of victims. It is clear that this objective is being threatened by the fact that there are no legal obligations in this bill for implementing anything. And this is true for legal system stakeholders. There's also nothing on the financial resources that will be required to put everything in place. However, as the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, Mr. Steve Sullivan stated, the key element is resources. And I talked about that at the beginning of my speech. Resources, training, prevention. These are all extremely important and essential for this kind of bill to be successful. We cannot forget that. We have to ensure that all of those organizations and governments that are in charge of implementing this bill ensure that there is the budget and everything, all the resources required to implement and enforce this bill. If we do not have these resources in place, we will be left with an empty shell, a decorative element to be used in the Conservative Party's next election campaign ads. As I stated, the NDP will support the main motion because we believe it's time to move forward on this after years of talking about it. However, the government must remember that this is a starting point and not our goal. And it is very important here in our region. It is the first anniversary of the death of somebody who was killed in my riding, and we still do not know who the perpetrator was. That is one example I give you. However, there are many more. There are thousands of such examples. People who either were victims and we cannot find the perpetrators, or who never filed a complaint, and so justice cannot be carried out. So we need to look at how we can do more to honor our responsibility towards victims of crime and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague as well. During her speech, she talked about concrete measures. We at the NDP state that we want to ensure that victims will get all the support they need. The government should, or must the government invest in all of this to ensure victim safety? The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. I mentioned it very briefly during my presentation, but this is the key to success. You can pass whatever bill you want. You can pass all kinds of bills. However, if you do not put the resources behind those bills to ensure that they can be enforced and implemented properly, you end up with an empty shell. This would be very unfortunate because this is something we have been talking about for a long time and very recently as well. Victims of crime, of violent crime as well, said that they did not trust the current system. If we want to see success, we need to show leadership, put forward resources for the prevention, enforcement, and follow-up to this bill. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Boulay-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. As an NDP government, what would our vision be? Could you explain our party's vision for victims' rights? The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Well, I will go back to what I stated earlier. The NDP believes that when you enforce and implement an act, you have to put the resources behind it. You also need to raise awareness and work on prevention. That is the key to success for our party. And we have a very important approach on the social side for in terms of the number of women, you'll see in our caucus that there are a lot of women. Young women believe that we can improve things, make things move forward for young women, and it is very important for all women that we show leadership. Our party is very clear on that. We need to put the resources required to prevent crime and not just pass bills that simply penalizes others and does not actually help people once they have gotten out of jail, once they're trying to reintegrate into society and so on, to ensure that they do not reoffend.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bordeaux-Soulanges. Yes, it costs billions of dollars to help victims. And it costs victims that much money as well. And we often hear on the Conservative side that they support victims, and they always accuse us of supporting criminals. But when we look at the number or the amount of resources provided for victims, and we can see that there's double talk going on here. I saw that there was funding provided to provide cable to inmates in Canadian prisons, and I think it was $2 million for 1 year of cable television. So, could my colleague talk about the financial resources provided to victims? The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Well, there aren't really any. There isn't much financial assistance to victims, and I'd like to go back to something my colleague said regarding the cost related to people we keep in prison, and then we simply release them into the community without providing them with any support. What is the cost of those actions? What are those costs compared to if we actually had preventive measures in place? That is the question. Having a fair, just society is one where everybody feels safe. This is so important. Instead of having people who are put away in jail, in prison, who get out and have no resources, nothing, to try to reintegrate into society and the workforce without really understanding what they did wrong because they did not get the help they needed to make any progress. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After so many photo ops and press conferences, Conservatives are finally presenting us with their bill regarding a Canadian Victims Charter. We've been talking about it for 8 years, and honestly, I find it a little bit disappointing to find this incomplete bill. There are no obligations, no budgets, operating budgets either. However, I do want to support the main motion at the report stage because I want to help victims of crime. I want more to be done, especially after 8 years under the Conservatives, but for every step forward in helping, or rather, every step needs to be made to help victims of crime. Now, throughout our work on C-32, my colleagues and I at the NDP have been guided by one main principle, and that is to ensure that the Charter of Victims' Rights can be well integrated into the Canadian legal system and that it meets the needs of victims. If the Charter cannot be integrated or well incorporated anywhere, and if we do not take into account what the victims are saying, it becomes simply symbolic and completely disconnected from reality.
This bill responds to certain recommendations of the victims, and it is worth underscoring that. For example, the Charter broadens the definition of victim of crime and codifies the right of victims to information, protection, participation, and restitution. But where the problem lies is when we observe that the Charter does not create any legal obligation for other players in the legal system. So why did the government raise the victims' expectations? Because they will only be disappointed when they realize that the provisions of the Charter do not apply. The most concrete remedy for victims of crime is a complaint mechanism within departments, agencies, or federal organizations that play a role in the justice system when the victim's rights are violated. Now, that is very disappointing. Victims have been waiting for 8 years for a real regulation showing the government's will to establish better social justice, but instead all they got was a big department store of complaints. And the Canadian Tire Complaints Department is better funded than the one provided by this bill. Now, there are no funds in order to fund this complaint mechanism right now. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is very disappointing. It's not astonishing that we hear such negative reactions from those who originally supported this initiative. That is the case of Frank Addario, a lawyer specialized in criminal law, who said, "This is cynicism disguised as policy measures. We didn't need a new law that reminds the government that it must provide victims with information concerning criminal files." Now, this is true, given the very limited scope of other measures of this bill. Some go further and claim outright that Conservatives have undermined the rights of criminals in order to play politics. Clayton Ruby, a criminal law expert, says that this bill is an example of a community that was sold off to the Conservatives for nothing. They need programs and rehabilitation services and restitution from the government, but they abandoned all of this in exchange for empty symbolism. Now, comments from the first victims ombudsman, Steve Sullivan, are the same. He says that the government should have offered victims of crime the right to go before the courts or to prosecute the governments if their rights are not respected. And he says all we have is in alignment with provincial bills. I see nothing in this bill that will expedite the process, and that is largely because the legal process is focused much more on the accused than on victims. I would just like to digress, Mr. Speaker, by saying that in my family, someone's house was broken into. They were held up at gunpoint, and they had young children, and they had to do everything on their own in order to get services. It could hardly be more clear, Mr. Speaker. Victims are abandoned by our system. Unfortunately, this bill will change nothing, and that's a shame. The total annual cost of crime in Canada is estimated at over $99 billion, according to the Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker, that is a lot of money. So it is sad to learn that 83% of this amount must be shouldered by the victims of crime. As I said earlier, when talking about my family, they had to sort things out on their own. And the reality is that this is very expensive. So if there are no funds provided for, then nothing will be solved. The Conservatives have often invested in prisons, which is the same as investing in crime. So they reduce prevention services and victims assistance services. That is a strange way of calculating. I have the women's prison in Joliette, and they have simply been cutting its services. They also cut key programs for victims, such as the health support program or the resolution of issues around the Indian residential schools. In committee, the Conservatives deliberately ignored the recommendations of numerous victims and associations that represent them. And as usual, they rejected the amendments proposed by the NDP that sought to better reflect the recommendations made by victims and experts. I would like to point out that the NDP was the only party to propose truly substantive amendments. The only serious thing that we got the Conservatives to accept was an amendment to oblige the government to review the effects of this bill after 2 years. The Conservatives they accepted, but they watered it down and placed the time period at 5 years. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to repeat that the NDP has always defended victims' rights, and we will continue to fight day after day, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that victim services in this country are better funded. I will therefore support the main motion at reports page, but I would like to see this government do much more for victims. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I fought for 40 years for the rights of women and Aboriginals, and that tells you how old I am. But I'm going to leave you, therefore, with a quote from Teresa Edwards from the Association of Aboriginal Women in Canada. We still have a great deal of work to do, and I sincerely hope that this bill will not just be a piece of paper that the government can wave about to prove that it is doing something to help victims. This needs to be reflected in tangible measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She clearly laid out the problem with this bill, that is, although it is symbolic, I think everyone understands that. At one point, the Conservatives have to walk the talk. A symbol must be followed by concrete action. Now, my colleague has long worked to support women's groups. She has worked for the women's cause. I'd like her to expand on the type of concrete action that should be taken and why the government should do more than just show empty symbolism. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you for the question. What needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, is to support women. Yes, I have always worked for the status of women, but that was also the status of men, because we live in society all together. But with all the questions that we have been wondering, all the questions that have been raised, because I still work for a women's association in Quebec, and we had the White Ribbon event recently, and it is not, women are victims because it is a tradition that women are victimized. It's like a tradition, well, women have to assume their place and not speak until they're spoken to. It's as if women are still downplayed in our society, and obviously for me, this is very dear to me because there was an election in 2011, and there was a large majority of women elected NDP regardless of age or social condition. And for me, that was a reward for all the work that I've done over the years. I call that a reward, but let's say that it was a sign that women can move forward, can progress, and that they can have bills that will protect them, but that will protect men at the same time. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that our reward is that we got a member of very high quality, such as my colleague, after that election. I think that is a reward for all of this House and all of Canadians, because every time that she rises in this House, I find that her speeches are very relevant. My question deals with victims and the costs to society. The victims of crime, that is. We have seen that the costs are astronomical. I know that it's billions and billions of dollars. So does my colleague think that the government's reaction to these costs is sufficient to meet the needs? The honourable member for Joliette. I don't think so. I don't think, well, obviously the costs are so very high, and 83% of them are assumed by the victims, but I think that victims need help from the government. As I said earlier, in my family, we lived that. We experienced that a few decades ago, where their house was broken into. They were held up at gunpoint, and including the children who were there. But they didn't receive any help afterwards. They were told, well, go see your doctor and to the point where they had to move because they feared that the same thing would happen again. And so I think that the government has to help victims. Yes, those who have wronged victims, they need help too, obviously. But the victims need help, and they are abandoned by this government, unfortunately.
Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to have the chance to contribute to this debate on Bill C-32, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. I will be focusing, Mr. Speaker, mostly on opportunities lost with this bill. We do know that the government promised a Victims' Bill of Rights almost a decade ago, at least from 2006 till now. And in the end, we end up with a bill that is quite formalistic in that it focuses extensively on the justice system, the criminal legal proceedings side of things. It's not as if the provisions are worthless, Mr. Speaker. The access of victims to a greater role in some aspects of the criminal justice process are indeed welcome. But beyond that, looking at what crime really involves and what it does to victims, and victims includes family members, neighbors, the close people who are close to people who suffer from serious crime, seems to have been lost in the shuffle. It seems like the government has chosen to go a very legalistic route and not tackle, let's call it, victims' rights as effective rights, as non-illusory rights, as rights that are held by real people who suffer in the real world. It's not as if there weren't several victims who came as witnesses and associations representing them who didn't speak to these issues during the committee process and also during some of the consultations the government engaged in for a very short period. However, they seem to have been ignored by and large. I have a personal experience with ignoring such information. In tandem with Reverend Sky Starr of the Out of Bounds organization in Toronto, Joan Howard, an activist from my riding who lost her son to gun violence almost a decade ago, and Professor Bailey from Ryerson, we organized a seminar here on the Hill intended to inform interested MPs and staff members of the question of grief and trauma when it comes to the victims of crime, especially violent crime, and maybe most especially gun violence. It was an extremely good seminar, and I was delighted to know that a representative from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister did come and seemed to be highly engaged and did understand what he was hearing about the need for support for grassroots, on-the-ground organizations that are actually delivering the services to many victims, namely victims' family members, in cities like Toronto and in my riding of Toronto Danforth. However, nothing that came out of the insights from that seminar held here on the Hill appear to have penetrated this bill. And that seems to be the experience that is a generalized one for those looking for a more holistic, wide-ranging understanding of what it is to assist victims of serious crime. Just one other example, there is a mechanism, but nobody quite knows how it's going to work in the Bill of Rights, a rather general mechanism to file complaints with various federal departments and agencies if a victim feels like they're not getting the service that they are owed, given the rights that are found in various pieces of legislation. The Victims' Bill of Rights recognizes that the same kind of complaints should be able to be brought in provincial jurisdiction. But no specific funds have been attributed to making such a complaint mechanism or series of mechanisms effective. And you can tell right from the beginning that without allocating such funds through budgeting, that it's almost a gesture without meaning, because these things do not work on their own, Mr. Speaker. It also reflects something this government tends to want to do a lot, which is wherever possible to download costs onto the provinces. When I was on the Justice Committee and working on a bill dealing with surcharges that perpetrators would have to pay to victims as part of their sentence, I learned that the government members on that committee had two primary philosophies with respect to how victim support services would be paid for. One was through the perpetrators themselves, most of whom do not have, to put it mildly, deep pockets, Mr. Speaker, and the other is through the provinces. The idea that that there is a extended responsibility of the federal government through its criminal law jurisdiction to fund, through the spending power, if you like, support programs across the country and the provinces, or at minimum work cooperatively with the provinces to get away from the patchwork quilt of services that now exist for supporting victims, for example, for ongoing trauma, grief, and other kinds of consequences of crime. That seems to be well outside, almost alien to the philosophy of the government. So all of this is to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are disappointed, I at least am very disappointed, that nothing resembling a contribution through the Victims' Bill of Rights with a parallel commitment through the budgetary process to real support and real processes that are effectively funded is found in this bill. I'd like to quote from the Association Québécoise Plaidoyer Victimes, who have very interesting insight on exactly this point. They say, quote, strengthening victims' rights in criminal proceedings is, of course, necessary, and we're not second-guessing that either. But, they go on to say, but it is important not to obscure their social rights, or the rights that allow them to access assistance, compensation, and programs to help them deal with the various repercussions of the crime. Governments have a responsibility to recognize victims' rights, but also to help them exercise those rights. They must concern themselves with the fate of all victims, and not just those who are already implicated in the justice system. So obviously there's always a preventative component to this kind of philosophy, but there's also the question of responsibility for those who are sideswiped by crime. Family members, neighbors, somebody who may just happen to be witnessing. If there's any group of people who should understand how quickly and viscerally violence can impact on our lives, it would be MPs who were exposed to what happened on November 22nd. In the real world, we were not actually all that at threat, it turns out. But the fact of not knowing, the stress of not knowing, the trauma that was produced amongst some here in this building on that day, and amongst family members not knowing what would happen, should be something that we can all use productively to extrapolate to what it is to actually be the family member, friend, loved one, neighbor, witness to a violent crime in the real world, outside of the other real world, outside of this House. I'd like to end, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. Thank you. By paying tribute and remembering people who, on this issue of how to think about victims and real support for victims, have been my mentors. I think of Joan Howard, who lost her son Kempton Howard 10 years ago. To this day is still struggling with that loss, but she also learned that one of the pathways she could go down was to help other people with the grief that they suffered when they also lost a loved one, particularly a child, to gun violence. And I salute Joan Howard for helping me learn more about the particular harm that gun violence can do. Reverend Sky Starr, who's been recognized as a pioneer in social activism by CBC and one of the top 50 in a list that CBC produced, is a pioneer in grief counseling. She runs an organization called Out of Bounds. I was there just the other night for an annual event recognizing and offering support to mothers in particular who have lost children in the city of Toronto to gun violence. Without her leadership, the very notion that grief counseling has to be put front and center in the kinds of psychological counseling services needed for victims has been advanced. And I also think of Rod Cohen, who runs Blake Boltby Youth Outreach Community Services, counseling services in Toronto Danforth. the work he's done with at-risk family and youth in situations that often involve trauma, at minimum, high degrees of stress because of proximity to crime as one factor is notable. I end by noting that we lost recently in Toronto Danforth Nahom Berhani, an outstanding young member in Toronto of the Eritrean Canadian community who, while seeking to assist somebody else, was shot down on the Danforth. One more reflection of how it is that guns, short guns, let's say, in the city of Toronto remains a plague. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Toronto Danforth for his comments. I think bringing this back to the families and the victims who are impacted by crime, and in particular, brings home the message to all Canadians about the importance of getting this type of legislation right. My question is to him very specifically, because families that have gone through losing a family member, in particular, have been deeply hurt and victimized. The ability for some of those families to get through and deal with that grief and then become advocates to try to make the system better for future victims. I don't know if there's any effort made by citizens in this country that is of greater admiration, in that they have had to deal with both their personal loss while advocating for better public policy. So my question is very specific on what this bill lacks, because I think this is a missed opportunity in some ways. It's not as if we're going to revisit this type of legislation every year. It's been 8 years in the promise from the Conservatives to bring forward this legislation. We finally have it now, so getting it right seems important. My question is around resources, because we've heard this from victims groups before, that in order to properly incorporate victims into the justice system, there needs to be the ability to fund the type of services that they're going to need. The counseling, the access to legal advocacy, the ability to be in the court system properly. And as my friend is a learned scholar and knows the legal system well, my question is this. A piece of legislation like this, for all its good intentions, without any financial support to it, is worrisome to me in terms of what experience those families will have in the future as they try to approach the justice system and redress some of the faults that happen within our criminal justice system as they exist right now.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, it's an excellent series of comments before the question from my colleague. I think it's true that even on its own terms in this bill, all of the access points, some of them just reminding us of stuff that already exists in the legal system for victims in criminal law proceedings, are going to end up creating more frustration than anything else if there aren't effective resources to assist victims and victims' families to participate in the system in the way that supposedly is envisaged by the bill. Absent provincial governments coming along and picking up the slack, which is often what this government seems to want to happen in other areas, and saying, okay, we're going to restructure our legal aid system despite the fact that we're in a financial crunch in order to pick up on the Victims' Bill of Rights. There's nothing that the federal government has done to assist with that level of resource provision that's necessary. And I would also note that the organizations I referred to earlier, Out of Bounds and the Blake Boltby Youth Outreach Counseling Services, are exactly the kinds of organizations that year by year are scrambling to find resources, usually grant money, very minimally money from government, in order to do amazing value-added counseling to the victims of crime. And somehow or other in our system, those kinds of organizations largely fall through the cracks. There's nothing in this Victims' Bill of Rights that seems to even recognize that, let alone address it.
Time for one more short question and response. The
honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Honourable colleague pointed out wonderful facts and evidence, and the fact that these groups are not sufficiently funded. They have unstable funding from year to year, and they can't really plan for long-term goals that they have. And I think this legislation is just evidence of when facts and evidence get in the way of politics. It's been 8 years. The government wants to present itself as protecting the victims, but it upends their black and white picture of the world. They all of a sudden find, oh, this is going to be costly. This is going to cost taxpayers money. And it conflicts with their idea that the market can regulate all social ills. Except that in this particular instance, a market-based solution isn't applicable. So could my honourable colleague, could he describe how sometimes Langevin Bloc comes up with these politically motivated pieces of legislation with nothing to back them up?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. A short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be short. Extended colleague I have worked with or associated with in Toronto, a leading criminal defense lawyer, Frank Addario, says it well. I'm sorry to put it as harshly as he did, but he's correct. He says, quote, "It's cynicism masquerading as policy," end of quotation. And I think basically, unless this Victims' Bill of Rights is used as a platform for future lawmaking that takes serious account of everything that we've been discussing so far here today, it will end up being mostly symbolic and possibly a major contribution to further frustration and alienation of victims, and not a source of assistance for those victims.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, I'll let him know that there are only about 3.5 minutes remaining in the time provided for government orders, but he can at least get started, and he'll have the remaining time, of course, when the House gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 3.5 minutes for some of us who are a bit more verbose. That's just getting warmed up. Just our ability just to say hello, where I come from in the Northwest, takes well more than 3.5 minutes. But in this particular case, I can at least put a couple of important points on the table. First, I want to say I've been listening to the debate this afternoon, and it's been mostly New Democrats that have been carrying the debate with this bill, C-32, to enact the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights and to amend certain acts. I'm so impressed by my colleagues on this side. Their vast experience, both from the legal profession, as my friend from Toronto Danforth, and from the personal experiences of so many New Democrat MPs who have taken the time to sit with the families of those who have been hurt, to understand that victims' rights is about the stories of people who have been impacted by an injustice, and that when we're describing the policies of the day, that they're not in cold black and white as they are prescribed in legal notes put forward in bills such as this one. I suppose, to summarize this, New Democrats will be supporting this bill because it's a small step forward. It's, as I mentioned in a question earlier, a failed opportunity because it overpromises and underdelivers. This is so often the case when we look at conservative legislation. If only the title of the bill matched the reality of what was contained within the bill, then we would be a great deal more satisfied. Simply because to enact a Victims' Bill of Rights, a Bill of Rights is such an important phraseology for a place like a parliament, for a piece of legislation to say that this bill will contain within it rights that people that can then hold up and defend their interests in a court of law and when dealing with the judicial system writ large. The challenge we see here is on two fronts, both legislatively speaking, that this bill is desperately lacking in the actual ability to affect laws and compel certain judicial processes to deal with victims, and secondly, on the money side, on the ability to spend sufficient funds to allow victims the services that they're going to require to get through the system. Because, as we know, Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent justice system, an excellent judiciary, but sometimes it is not completely accessible due to people's own means. So if you have a lower-income family, they're going to need support. And to simply pass the buck down to the provinces and try to take credit, we find that not acceptable from the Conservatives. Last thing I'll say, because I know my time is running up, I have sat at the kitchen table of families who have suffered enormous loss, the loss of a son or a daughter through a crime. To try to find some level of understanding and compassion for what they've gone through is difficult, and I'm not sure I'm ever able to do that. What I can appreciate and honor is that those families remain so dedicated to the memory of their loved one, be it a family member, a son, a daughter, a husband, a wife, that they continue with the work of trying to make the system better, even in the midst of their grief. Mr. Speaker, they would be completely be understandable if they chose not to re-engage with the system whatsoever, but they choose instead to come to us as members of Parliament. The least we can do is honor the memory of those that they've lost by bringing in legislation that will actually make the world a better place for victims. And yeah, while supporting this bill, we do believe the government completely shortchanged those interests in honoring and respecting those values and views. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And accordingly, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley will have 6.5 minutes remaining in the time for his remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now, it being 5:30, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands. From Ms. Ayala.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege and pleasure to be able to stand and rise to address issues that come before the House. This is an interesting issue, I must say. It's something in which I don't have very much background knowledge on, but I have been able to take a look at it to try to get a better understanding of it, Mr. Speaker. And the bill itself, Bill 579, known as the Urban Heat Islands, is something in which we as a caucus, the Liberals, do support, feel that it would be good to see it move forward, and ultimately we would, as I say, support it. In looking at my understanding in terms of what it really means is maybe if I could give a bit of an example by illustrating maybe through a possible graph, in the sense that if you take a look across a graph where you have hot air and you compare it to downtowns versus rural communities or suburban areas, what you will find is that where there's a heavy concentration of living or industrial places, we have huge industrial parks, for example, what you'll find is that the temperature versus in the air versus what's on the surface varies depending on where it is that you are situated. So, for example, if you're in a rural community where there's very little or marginal development, you might have a number of farmers, or you could be in a marsh type of area amongst the many thousands, literally thousands of lakes. What you'll find is that the air temperature is not that much different than the actual surface temperature. Now, if you were to go into some of the higher density communities, you will find that that gap starts to widen. To the degree in Canada, for example, if you were to take a look at downtown Toronto, that you would compare that rural setting to Toronto, where the air temperature in the rural setting is so close together, by the time you get into downtown Toronto on a summer day, that you will find that it is considerably hotter on the surface than it actually is in the air, or if you go 1,000 feet up, for example. So when you talk about urban heat islands, what you're really referring to is the air temperatures between the surface and the air. And what can we do as a government to try to minimize the negative impacts of heat islands? And there are negative impacts that we should be aware of, Mr. Speaker, such as lower water quality, higher air pollution, increased heat stress that's there, it's very real, and improved conditions for the spreading of airborne diseases, Mr. Speaker. We have seen some extreme examples of this. in the past in some of the cities, and again, if I look at Toronto, but Toronto is not alone, Mr. Speaker, where you'll have an extended period of days during the summertime where it will get quite hot. When you compare that heat, again, around that downtown or the highly industrialized areas or very high-density communities, you will find that it is significantly hotter. So when you start to get some of those heat records that we experienced a few years back, it has a fairly profound impact on the living conditions of people, Mr. Speaker. And you see that in terms of a number of examples that have occurred over the years. One of the things that encourages me personally is that we have the generations of young people that are in our schools today or have graduated in recent years where they place the environment as a very high priority. I remember a couple of years back walking into Sisler High School, and a number of students had taken me to what was, in essence, the center of the high school, where they opened up an outside patio door, and they were taking away bricks, and they were replacing it with vegetation, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is one of the ways in which you can actually combat things such as the heat island effect, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look at what we have in our urban centers, there are certain things that draw in the heat. And things that you can do to marginalize that or to lessen the effect of it is a very strong positive. So here, you know, a few years ago, say, walking through Sisler, it was great to see that you have students that are very much aware of the positive impact. You have virtually dead ground that was in the center of the school compound, if I can put it that way, buildings all around it. And they had the wisdom and the vision through the support of some of the teaching staff to make a change. And that change does have a very strong message. Like all MPs, I'm afforded the opportunity to fly considerably. And when I fly into my home city of Winnipeg, you can't help but notice your new subdivisions versus the areas that are more established. And those areas that are more established, the first thing that you notice is trees. There's a lot more trees in some of our older communities, Mr. Speaker, that have been established. And what you'll find is that if you compare those type of communities to areas where there are no trees or very little vegetation, that you will find that it does have an impact in terms of the difference between that surface and air temperatures. You know, one of the things that's more so in the last number of years, decade or so, through city planners, you'll often find that there are minimum standards in terms of the amount of, right down to the foot of green space that has to be incorporated into the development of suburbs. And that's a positive thing. Ponds that are put into place. Mandated tree planting is another positive thing that has a fairly positive impact, again, on the separation or the amount of separation between the air and ground temperatures, Mr. Speaker. I think that if we take a look at some of the ideas that are out there and we're prepared to act on them, that we will, in fact, be able to make a difference. There have been international conferences dealing with this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. In some countries, it's more profound in terms of its impact on communities. But we need to recognize that Canada does have a role to play, not only locally, but by taking certain actions, we can play a stronger leadership role internationally, Mr. Speaker. We can be more proactive. What's also being suggested, and I would really encourage it, Mr. Speaker, is that we think outside of just the national government, that we do need to incorporate into our thinking and planning and coming up with that strategy, and hopefully with this particular bill passing, that there will be more of a strategy or a plan, some sense of accountability that would come back to the House, just to be able to demonstrate to what degree we as a nation have moved forward. But having said that, it's critical important that the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, work with our partners at the provincial level and those ministries that are having the impact, that hopefully we're able to come together and develop some ideas that will in fact improve the condition for the generations before us that are ultimately going to have to live in the environments that we are creating. Over the last 20 years, I have found it amazing in terms of just to what degree some of our municipalities have grown, Mr. Speaker, whether it's been the Vancouvers, the Calgarys, my own city, Mr. Speaker, and other cities out east. And we're at still a relatively young age as a country. We have some highly intelligent individuals that can play a strong role in terms of future urban planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de la-Sachine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak in support of my colleague's bill, my colleague from Honoré Mercier. This is a bill to establish a national strategy to decrease the negative effects of heat islands. To give you a bit of a summary, what is happening is that we have noticed that in some areas there can be up to 12 degrees in temperature difference between various neighborhoods because of urban heat island. What that can do is increase smog, decrease air quality, and there is greater demand for electricity because of, and also water use for air conditioning systems and various other uses. And my colleague realized that in her riding, this was a significant concern for residents in her riding because there's an area on the island of Montreal where there are many heat islands. She listened to what people in her riding were telling her, and she thought it was a good idea to table a bill as well. And I'm very pleased to be part of this debate because this is something that I think is very important, and I would like to see this bill go through all the steps here and be passed. Health Canada currently has the mandate to monitor urban heat islands and to monitor the effects also of heat waves, but there's no global, rather national strategy to really look at this. What we were asking for is for the municipal, provincial, and federal governments to work together, because right now there's a lack of efficiency, transfer of knowledge that is not being done. People don't really know what is happening. We don't know who is in charge of informing Canadians about this, and there are many countries, developed countries, that have adopted strategies over the past several decades to combat urban heat islands. For example, the US, France, Portugal, Japan, Sweden, and many others. So I think this is something we should be looking at. And I will tell you more about the impacts on people's health that these islands have, what the solutions may be, and what we could implement. We are talking here about the health of Canadians, and I think a government has a responsibility to take to heart the health of Canadians and of its citizens within its policies. The Director of Public Health stated that during hot days, mortality can increase by 20% in places with heat islands. what we see when there are heat islands is that there can be weakness, all kinds of other things, respiratory difficulty, and so on. And just to give you an example, I started having asthma when I was 25 and moved to Montreal, not when I was young. That's when I started getting respiratory problems. I had never had any before then, and I didn't even know what I was dealing with. I had to go take tests, and I was told I had asthma. And what's surprising is that when it's very hot in Montreal, I really feel the effects of asthma. But if I'm camping, and even if it's hot, or if I'm in a cottage somewhere not on Montreal Island, I don't have those same respiratory problems. And again, that's part of the effects of urban heat islands. But we see them not just in Montreal, in all the large urban areas. For example, there's parking lots and so on. Also many large buildings being built, large condominiums, for example, parkings. We see those beside the large shopping centers and so on. So there are many urban heat islands being created. For example, industrial parks. The one at Lachine, for example, is one of the largest ones we have in Montreal. Based on the data from the Health Institute, Lachine is one of the hottest areas in Montreal, and it states that there's a 4% canopy index there. But that industrial park is so large that it has an effect and an impact on that entire area. It was suggested that this index should be increased to 15%. So there's a huge impact that we see in that area. There are highways as well, not just industrial parks and so on. So we do have these urban heat islands. There's another report that stated that a paved schoolyard can reach 52 degrees Celsius. Schools are often closed in the summer, that's true, but there are many areas and schoolyards used for summertime activities. 52 degrees Celsius is very hard, or very high, rather. And those who are affected by heat islands, who are they? Children, pregnant women, people who are ill, seniors, people who do sports, because often they will go to areas where there are heat islands and it can affect them. Here are some numbers I found. From 1979 to 2003 in Canada, there were about 8,000 deaths caused by urban heat, or by heat islands rather, and by heat waves. And that is a significant number. As I stated earlier, currently in Canada, some provinces have programs in place, but there's nothing linking all of these programs together, those municipal and provincial programs together, so that we can share ideas and improve Canadians' health. In Montreal, there are maps that people have access to look at where the heat islands are. In Montreal and Toronto, there are municipal measures, awareness programs. There may be urban development and other ideas, for example, having more white cars in the fleet, in the municipal fleets and so on. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities has a fund to counteract or to fight against climate change. There are provinces that also have put in place funding for programs that are very relevant and important. But what we want, as I stated, is a national strategy to pull all of these together. What are some of the solutions that are being proposed? For example, having greening our cities. In my writing, there's a Gramme de la Chine, which is a research group in ecology and so on, that does excellent work to counter these heat islands. There was a pilot research program that was run by the province, an action plan on climate change. And once again, this is an excellent program that we see in Quebec. Perhaps it could be exported to other provinces. Yes, but we would have to discuss that. What they did was to plant over 200 trees, and they completely revitalized the area with actually the schoolyard of a local school with a primary school in Saint-Pierre, a city in my riding, the Martin Bélanger School, with new materials, and that was an excellent rehabilitation program. In that schoolyard, before there were not many play structures and so on, they planted trees and put in other measures that really helped decrease the heat. There's also a group, Regroupement La Chine, in a building that I'm located at as well, and they completely renovated it. It's a community center as well that uses geothermal energy and so on. There are so many great projects. There's also 350 large trees that were planted, or distributed rather, in 2014, and it's through these kinds of initiatives, this one I participated in, that we can help the situation. There's a study done at the University of Sherbrooke that states that there's a 5.8% return on investment then to this kind of tree distribution program than to trees you could simply plant in parking lots and so on. There's a study by Rising showing that there are positive effects on reducing the amount of electricity being used. The University of Berkeley in 2001 led a study that stated that there was 3 to 5% that could be saved by having a national strategy. The World Bank also conducted a study that talked about the direct effects on the number of beds available at hospitals, for example, and the cost of healthcare, because when you have heat waves, many people go to the hospitals because they don't feel well. So there are cost savings to be made. We're always trying to help to prevent all of these problems. That's what this bill tries to do, so that we can save money and also help people feel better. I'd like to thank my colleague again. I think this is a winner for everybody. I will vote for it, and I hope everybody will do so as well, because it's important for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to and in support of Bill 579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague representing the riding of Honoré Mercier for bringing this bill before us. As the urban affairs critic for our NDP caucus, but also as the sponsor of Bill C-619, the Climate Change Accountability Act, I'm very excited to have a discussion in this place about the impacts of climate change on cities, on the health of Canadians living in urban Canada, and about the great opportunities that present themselves to us for mitigating climate change and for improving the health of Canadians by focusing attention on Canada's cities. The discussion is particularly timely as countries gather in Lima, Peru, as the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, with the goal of putting in place by next year in Paris the agreement necessary to avoid dangerous levels of global warming. To succeed, that agreement needs to include the world's largest emitters, Mr. Speaker, and while this government likes to point to the fact that we, Canada, are responsible for only 2% of global emissions, that places us within the top 10 greenhouse gas emitters globally. And looking globally, Mr. Speaker, there appears to be positive momentum in that direction. Specifically, the recent agreement between the world's largest emitters, China, and the U.S. holds out promise that we have turned a corner on this issue. Only 5 years ago in Copenhagen, these two countries pointed fingers at each other, accusing each other of sinking global efforts at mitigation. With this agreement, things will change. China has agreed to slow and then to halt greenhouse gas emission growth by 2030. The U.S. has agreed to reduce emissions by nearly 30% by the same date. So things will change, but it is also worth noting that this agreement stands as a clear sign that things have already changed. The simplistic contradistinction between economic growth and emission reductions no longer stands. There are new energy economies that these countries are engaged in and can profit from. Last week's report from Clean Energy Canada tells us that things have changed here too in Canada and will continue to change. In that same 5-year period since Copenhagen, Canada, in the absence of federal support, I would note, has seen its capacity to produce electricity from renewable energy sources increase sufficiently to power 2.7 million Canadian homes. And the clean energy industry in Canada is still in its infancy. But also relevant to today's discussion is the impact of the health effects of climate change. As reported recently in the Guardian newspaper, in China, air quality is so far below the World Health Organization standards that a blue sky appears only after it rains, or when the government closes steel mills around Beijing and bans drivers from highways for major international summits. Of particular relevance to the bill before us, it is heartening to see that the U.S.-China agreement acknowledges the role of cities as final energy users and consequently as significant greenhouse gas emitters. The Climate Smart Low Carbon Cities initiative that forms part of that agreement recognizes the great potential of cities as sites of climate change mitigation. Now, of course, the times don't look particularly propitious for us here in Canada in light of the revelation this week that this Conservative government, contrary to its commitment, has no intention of regulating emissions in the oil and gas industry in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the nature of government that it changes. They come and they go, and a government that breaks its commitment on such a significant, indeed existential issue, one hopes will go quickly. And a government that calls regulating what it had once committed to regulate, and I quote, crazy, one hopes will fall harder and faster than most. Now, as per the bill, we're talking specifically about urban heat islands, and the call is in the bill for the Minister of Health to establish a national strategy to reduce the negative health effects of heat islands. Urban heat islands are understood, Mr. Speaker, to be urban environments in which the average air temperature is markedly greater as compared to the average, or in particular that of the surrounding rural environment. The effect is well known and has been well studied, of course, precisely because of the serious impacts of urban heat islands on human health. Annual average temperatures tend to be 3.5 to 4.5 degrees higher in cities than in surrounding rural areas. According to the OECD, this difference, and note in average annual temperature, is expected to increase by 1 degree per decade to a difference of about 10 degrees in large cities. In other words, the heat island effect is significant presently and anticipated to get significantly worse over time. It has been estimated, for example, that maximum average temperatures in Toronto, my city, will rise by 7 degrees by mid-century. That means, Mr. Speaker, that the extreme climate events, such as heat waves that we are experiencing as a result of generalized global warming, will also become worse in urban areas as a result of the heat island effect, or more properly, the conditions that give rise to the heat island effect. Those conditions relate in the main to the type of infrastructure and the particular materials, as well as the color of those materials that it's made of, that we find in urban environments. Surface materials such as concrete and asphalt, including asphalt roofing shingles, are particularly problematic. This kind of infrastructure tends to absorb large amounts of solar radiation and release it in the form of heat, thus creating heat islands. The increasing daytime temperature, in turn, tends to trigger a vicious circle as it interferes with natural nighttime cooling processes, but it also triggers artificial cooling efforts such as air conditioning that add to the heat island effect. Now, there are well-documented health implications of extreme heat and heat islands. It is fair to say that around the world, the effects of urban heat islands on human health are being documented by health and environmental agencies. The health outcomes vary from simply heat fatigue to death. According to studies conducted by the American Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, every 1 degree Celsius increase in warm weather temperatures increases the pollution caused by smog by some 5%. Smog generally forms above urban areas and heat islands and adds to water pollution and air pollution. Smog, in fact, is one of the main causes, of the increase in the number of cases of asthma, throat irritation, and even premature death. It is worth noting that not all are affected equally by heat island effects. Some are more vulnerable to the health impacts, Mr. Speaker, than others. Seniors and youth are particularly vulnerable, but so also are the poor and disabled, shut-ins, the homeless, those unable to afford or without access to air-conditioned shelter. There is clearly and notably a social equity issue here, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter of climate justice and not just a generalized matter of human health. Let me end with what I think is some good news, Mr. Speaker. About 80% of Canadians live in urban Canada. Urban Canada is responsible for a commensurate percentage of final energy use and consequently a commensurate percentage of greenhouse gas emissions. Not this government, obviously, but around the world, people who are concerned about the future of this planet, people committed to halting global warming so as to avoid dangerous levels, are alive to the issue of urban heat islands and their health impacts and dangers. And they are also alive to the great climate change mitigation potential of cities. That is why this bill and its focus on urban Canada and urban Canadians and the need to deal with these issues holds out such great promise for us and should receive the support of all in this House. And I thank my colleague again for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. En conséquence,
Therefore, I invite the honourable member for Honoré Mercier for her 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Mr. Speaker, on March 24th, I had the honour to present in this House my bill on urban heat islands. In order to write this bill, we consulted scientific experts, departments, and representatives at all levels. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities replied that our national program unit is interested in the development and promotion of good municipal practices in Canada. For now, we have no program niche that deals with urban heat islands, and this is not a well-known problem outside of Quebec. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health said in this speech on September 26, since 2008, Health Canada is working with its federal, provincial, and municipal partners to help communities and Canadians to adapt to the effects of extreme heat on health. So that is the first contradiction between what the Parliamentary Secretary said and the reply that was given to me by the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Who is speaking the truth? Everyone agrees that there are many conclusive initiatives in municipalities and communities, but all of them say that the Conservative government is not contributing. They receive very little support, and especially they are criticizing the absence of a real national strategy which would allow for true dialogue. In addition, the Secretary said that the objective was to help Canadians and communities to adapt to the effects of extreme heat on health. Did I understand clearly, Mr. Speaker? Adapt? The government wants Canadians to adapt to the harmful effects of heat islands on their health? The Conservative government's inaction was already deplorable, but now we know that they have simply abandoned Canadians. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health was proud to say that one of the main initiatives of the government was to put in place alarm systems and intervention systems in case of heat. That is a clear demonstration of the government's failure. Instead of tackling the causes of heat islands, they want people to adapt or to provide for things, or by telling asthmatics to stay home. It is not enough to help communities to adapt to the effects of extreme heat on health. They need to tackle the phenomenon and not to wait for emergencies to act, because then Canadians' health would be at risk. But the worst thing, Mr. Speaker, is the declaration of the Secretary saying that the Conservative government, which refuses to create a real strategy, still spends billions. She even said that since 2007, the government spent over $2 billion on 1,400 infrastructure projects, green infrastructure projects in the country. Really, Mr. Speaker? The government has no strategy, but it spends billions of dollars. The government doesn't want an intervention or support system, but it finances 1,400 projects. The government also criticizes the NDP's approach for working openly with communities with clear objectives and measurable results. The government says that coherence costs too much. The government says it has no strategy, but that's wrong. It has one, but it won't reveal it. It lists its good actions, but it doesn't explain their impacts. The only thing that this bill is calling on the government to do is to show solidarity with communities and to stop shirking its responsibilities with regard to Canadians' health. So let's talk about economy. This government is throwing billions of dollars to the wind and refusing to take any responsibility for its spending, and it neglects the economic impacts of urban heat islands. If the government really listened to experts, it would have heard from Mr. Hashem, a university professor who is an expert on this, who says that minimum savings of some $100 million would be generated by the reduction of the effects of urban heat islands. That is some 4,000 new jobs, which is good for the Canadian economy. The government says that my bill would encroach on provincial jurisdiction. But then the government says a national strategy would also make the government accountable for activities that it has no control over. And lastly, we understand that the government is afraid of taking responsibility for anything. But the government, should take its responsibility. An NDP government would assume its objectives and change Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is as follows. Ms. Ayala, seconded by Mr. Aubin, moves that Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, a recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, January 28th, 2015, just before the time provided for private members' business.
And
now, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to the motion to adjourn this House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 28, 2014, I had called on the Minister of Veterans Affairs to explain himself concerning an announcement that was made in Halifax concerning a $200 million program for mental health care intended for our veterans. This announcement was made in haste at the behest of the NDP and the Parliamentary Secretary. It gave his habitual answer, which is there were only 4 clinics to treat operational stress injuries when our government came to power, and we have since opened 13 additional clinics across Canada. So the government claims that it has increased services, whereas the figures say the exact opposite, and I will give you a number of examples. In the spring, I asked the Minister about the matter of homelessness, in particular the fact that in Montreal there are some 50 veterans who have no home who had been indexed. So why was it so difficult to help veterans who are living in the streets? Well, simply because Veterans Affairs Canada had not provided for any resources to tackle this problem. During the week of November 20th, we learned that over $1 billion allotted to the Department of Veterans Affairs had not been spent since 2006. On December 3rd, 2014, we learned in the 2014 performance report of the Treasury Board that the number of full-time employees went from 4,039 in 2008-09 to 3,050 in 2013-2014, which is even lower than the forecasted number of 3,115. And once again this morning, December 12, 2014, we learned that a group of veterans called Canadian Veterans Advocacy denounced the fact that the Conservative government is balancing its budget on the backs of our veterans by closing at least 9 Veterans Affairs offices in Canada. So I will not add my voice to those who are calling for the resignation of the Minister of Veterans Affairs, because although it is true that we can criticize him because he is the one who oversaw the cuts to these services, the real person responsible for the current situation is the Prime Minister, and the gap between his bellicose ideology and his obligation to assume the consequences that those who come back from war undergo. And if we want to denounce the government's inability to tackle the consequences, well, then we have to have the courage to explain the causes that are the origin of these consequences. And it is irresponsible and reckless military interventions that have created these needs in health care for our veterans, especially mental health care, because of which the government has lost control. And in 2006, the Prime Minister had declared,
Canada when I'm through with it.
Which means you won't recognize Canada when I'm through with it. And today, I no longer recognize the Canada to which I emigrated 13 years ago. And it is this Prime Minister who is constantly trying to move Canada from the group of countries who works for peace and international cooperation to the side of those countries that seek provocation, confrontation, and war. There's another aspect that is absurd in this debate, which is not only the indifference of the Conservatives towards our veterans, but also their scorn. They have a great deal of scorn and contempt for the government officials who are at the front lines providing these services. According to the Prime Minister, these are simply obscure bureaucrats who just push pencils, and that is truly insulting.
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des Anciens combattants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite, first of all, for the opportunity to allow me to expand on the question, because it allows me to correct a great deal of misinformation in the public domain about this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs announced these extraordinary improvements to the mental health support for active serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, Canadian veterans, and their families, Mr. Speaker. He called an investment that would significantly improve mental health support for veterans still serving members, including their family members. The member opposite has fallen for the misinformation that is propagated by members of their own party, Mr. Speaker, and partisan critics of the government, and lost sight of what truly is a good news, Mr. Speaker. The measures announced by the Minister will allow for earlier intervention for veterans living with mental health conditions. This means more support, assistance, and better chance of achieving successful outcomes, Mr. Speaker. The network of operational stress injury clinics is expanding. By fall 2015, a new clinic will open in Halifax, Nova Scotia. A regional clinic will be set up in Montreal, while the existing clinic in the Greater Toronto area will also be expanded. We'll also expand services in 6 other locations throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. Over the 6-year period, more than 1,200 veterans in the Halifax area could receive specialized care closer to home, allowing better access to specialized assessment, diagnosis, and treatment services, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the regional clinics could help 1,300 veterans. 15 new peer support coordinators are being hired to enhance the operational stress injury clinic and social support program, Mr. Speaker. The peer support program is in high demand, so by employing 15 new peers, another 2,200 veterans and their families could be helped by trained peer support coordinator who has already experienced the same challenges. This person listens, supports, and encourages veterans to access needed treatment, Access to 7 military family resource centers will be expanded on pilot project basis to include medically releasing Canadian Armed Forces personnel and their families. Mr. Speaker, traditionally the services and programs offered through the centres have been available only to still serving members of the military. This change alone will allow up to 1,200 medically releasing veterans and their families to take part in this pilot project. This is a tremendous resource, giving them access to a wide range of services to help address their need as they transition to civilian life. A veteran-specific mental health first aid training course will help increase awareness of the various kinds of mental health conditions. That means a veteran or his or her family member may be able to respond or intervene earlier than someone if they care about are in crisis, Mr. Speaker. This training course could benefit up to 3,000 veterans and their families. Imagine what that means to someone who may go from day to day in fear of mental health crisis. So, you see, Mr. Speaker, these are valuable programs and service improvements. I encourage that member to stop with the partisan games, Mr. Speaker, and help us eliminate the misinformation that continues to cause confusion in the veterans community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that this Conservative government is a warmongering, hawkish government that has led Canada into reckless and irresponsible war ventures, but is now refusing to assume the consequences of its decisions on Canadian servicemen and women that they sent to war. They are refusing to pay to care for the mental health problems that their dangerous ideology has brought on, whether it be the Afghanistan war, Iraq bombings, or the sending of police officers to Ukraine. Canada is gradually becoming an aggressive country on the international stage. And the only hope that I have is that in 2015, this government, this aggressive Conservative government, will be replaced by the first social democratic government in the history of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's extremely wishful thinking, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily know if Canadians would agree with that assessment by the member opposite. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just respond by saying our government's cutting-edge mental health strategy offers more points of service for veterans and their families, more timely access to important and life-saving support, and will go a long way in helping to reduce barriers veterans face in getting help they so urgently need. It completely mystifies me as to how anyone could possibly criticize what are clearly steps in the right direction by this government to giving Canada's veterans and their families the tools they need to successfully transition to civilian life. This government remains committed, Mr. Speaker, to responding to the needs of veterans not only today, but also in the future.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.